Chapter 1, Graduation Project. Su Rui, your work is not good. Professor Zhou shook his head, put the paper in his hand on the table, and turned his head to look at the boy standing next to him. The boy named Su Rui was in his early 20s, tall and thin. Although he was not extremely handsome, he was neatly cleaned and looked very sunny. I have shown you the works of the previous students, and I have also told you that creativity is not the most important thing. The important thing is to show the basic skills you have learned in the past 4 years. Professor Zhou shook his head again and sighed. Su Rui is a senior graduate of Ningjiang University majoring in animation design. He is also one of the 3 students under the guidance of Professor Zhou as a mentor this year. Su Rui has not communicated much with Professor Zhou in the past 4 years, but his grades are not lost. Originally, Professor Zhou he was treated as a bonus graduate, but he didn't expect it to happen. Quickly read Su Rui's graduation thesis again, looked at the conceptual design and story outline inside, and Professor Zhou said, "Your animation, there are too many things that you want to show in just 10 minutes, and too many elements are added. There are all campus mechas, stars, and oceans. This is exactly the content of an animated film. You force squeezed into a student work of 10 minutes, it will only become fragmented." He flipped through the paper and fixed the picture on the title sub-mirror. Is written on a curtain with a starry sky in 3 large characters, voice of the stars in a somewhat rounded handwritten font. I thought it was a love story on campus with the hero and heroine, but then suddenly there was an alien. The last 2 separated the 2 places and stopped abruptly. To be honest, I have seen a lot of students like you, and I think I made a big news on Bishi, and made a shocking work. As a result, the terrible did not do it, but there was a big news they all hung up on Bishi. Facing the tutor who was full of sighs, Su Rui scratched his head. I am ashamed to say that he is a traverser. On the earth, Su Rui is an animator who has repeatedly frustrated in the workplace, but inexplicably traveled to this paradoxical parallel world to the earth. Because here is not the same as the earth, and the course of history is different. China is the world's largest country, leading in economy and culture. Many literary and artistic works that people are familiar with have not appeared. Instead, there are other works that Su Rui feels unfamiliar. Su Rui is a senior at Ningjiang University. When he traveled, the original owner of this body, the parallel world himself, the young man named Su Rui, was working all night for the content of the graduation project, but always unable to do so, he died suddenly, allowing Su Rui to occupy the magpie nest. It's just that Su Rui in this world has always had an obsession lingering in his heart, and Su Rui, who has traveled through, decided to help him make up for this regret, so that his soul can completely integrate into the world, and then he decided to complete the post-setting first. After understanding the situation of this era, Su Rui also discovered that he had passed through the attached golden finger, which was able to clearly recall various literary works on the earth. With the help of golden finger, Su Rui immediately broke his liver. It took 6 months to transport Xin Heiken's short work Voice of Stars to the world, and submitted it as his graduation project, but was so criticized by his own tutor. The entertainment industry in China in this world is developed, and the animation industry is booming. However, most of the current animations are based on male-oriented passionate adventures and female-oriented love animations. The atmosphere has not yet formed that kind of cute house. In the eyes of people, animation is mostly a pastime for young people, and not many people want to carry any deep thoughts in it. Thinking about it, it is excusable for Professor Zhou to think that Voice of the Stars, which has the qualities of a literary and artistic film, would be unsuitable. However, Su Rui feels that Voice of the Stars is a work above the standard. No matter how bad it is, it should not be criticized by Professor Zhou for nothing. Therefore, a bold idea emerged in Su Rui's mind, and he couldn't help but ask. Teacher Zhou, have you seen my feature film? The 20-minute Voice of the Stars original film has been handed over to Professor Zhou along with the thesis. Logically speaking, As Surui's tutor, Professor Joe should have read it carefully. Although I haven't read it, but from your storyboard and outline, I don't think it works. I told you that I am very busy as a mentor. Zhang Ran is a strong competitor for this year's outstanding graduates. I need to spend time coaching him. Professor Joe clicked on another video file on the desktop and played an animation. It just so happens, let you see Zhang Ran's complete design. This is the level that students majoring in animation design should have. This is a clip of a basketball game. Although the lines and coloring are extremely simple, you can see the lines full of tension during the movement, and the whole animation gives people a hearty feeling. It's just that, in Surui's opinion, this animation segment has no narrative, it is just a purely expressive filming and artistic skills, it is like a mechanical product, and no personal emotions can be seen. Pretty good. It's a pretty big head. This is the work of your first grade student. It's higher than your unintelligible animation. This whole picture gives people a burning feeling. This is a teenager. The blood that we like, your animation, it feels too awkward just to read the story. Professor Joe took off his glasses and sighed again. He is one of Surui's heads of this year. He was planning to apply for outstanding teachers this year. Everything has been prepared. He even entrusted the relationship to get Zhang Ran, the best student of this year, to his own name. Everything is ready. I didn't expect Surui to be killed halfway. According to Professor Joe, Surui's unintelligible animation does not need to be watched. The reply must be drifting low. Combined with Surui's previous results, it is very likely that his grade point will not reach the graduation line. Professor Joe has a red name, and the selection of excellent teachers is likely to have accidents. Even if they pass, they will eventually fall into the limelight. Surui has heard the gossip of his classmates, and naturally knows the doorway behind these, but he is still very confident in his own work. After all, this is Xin Heiken's famous work and a leader in the field of personal animation. It's not simple. Ms. Joe, other people's animations are all about fighting and killing. Maybe this year's respondent teacher likes to watch this kind of different things. I can also fight for the outstanding design or the most popular award. In addition to the regular defense, the animation design major of Ningjiang University will also have a public display session every year. They will upload the work to Tomato Video Network and click on the number of recommended votes to select the most popular one. Prize. Tomato Video Network and Ningjiang University have always cooperated with the animation design majors. This can be regarded as an opportunity for these graduates to show themselves and facilitate future entry into the industry. At the same time, Tomato Video Network can also discover rookies in the first time and win top pick. Dream Surui. Professor Joe immediately retorted when he heard it. Let's put it this way, Surui, if you can get the outstanding postgraduate or the most popular award, I will personally issue you a certificate in front of the graduates of the college, okay? That's naturally good. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Surui nodded, leaving Professor Joe speechless. Teacher Joe, today is the deadline for Bishi's submission. I don't have time to make another one. Otherwise, I just upload it directly. I have confidence. If you don't believe it, you can read it yourself. Surui said again. You. Professor Joe didn't get angry when he saw Surui being said so by himself. On the contrary, he was extremely sincere. He was a bit choppy and remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Okay, I'll upload it for you. After finishing speaking, Professor Joe thought of something again and added. If you go back and buy some gifts or something for the teachers who are responding, please beg for mercy, they will at least get you a degree certificate. By the way, don't forget to come to the lecture tomorrow afternoon. Naturally, he didn't want Surui to hang up, but he couldn't hold back his face to please those colleagues. He could only suggest this way, but it was impossible. He could only walk around behind his back. Then I will leave Teacher Joe first. Su Rui nodded ambiguously. Seeing that Professor Joe had agreed to let him upload, he didn't say anything, turned around and left the teacher's office. It was early summer in May. The students who came and went in Ningjiang University had already put on refreshing summer clothes. The skirts of girls in the corridors were flying, the boys were sweating on the court, and the study room and library were full of review students at the end of the term. I used to have such a simple time, but it was a pity that it passed before I could understand it. Even now, my second life has already passed the university ladder and is about to enter society. Su Rui sighed, but he didn't miss it anymore, and immediately stepped out of the school gate, ready to go home. It's noon, and he still has to cook for the guy who lives with him. Chapter 2, Have a girl and have a room. Su Rui is a day student, not because his family is a rich second generation, but his family lives in the teacher dormitory area of Ningjiang University, which is only 10 minutes away from here. His father used to be a teacher at Ningjiang University 15 years ago. Later, he left the system and started his own business, but he still bought the house here. Su Rui originally studied at Ningjiang University and lived close to him. It's a pity that Su Rui's father was overworked. He died a few years ago. Su Rui's mother also left when he was very young. Now Su Rui's big house is left alone. I bought some vegetables in the supermarket and walked into the community. Su Rui teased the fat orange cat downstairs lazily basking in the sun as usual, and then slowly went upstairs and returned home. Su Rui looked at the shiny black leather shoes on the shoe rack, and then at the time. It was already 11:30, and the door to the next room was still closed, and there was no sound. He was not in a hurry to wake up the person next door, changed the slippers in the room, went into the kitchen, started washing and cutting vegetables, and prepared lunch. When the sound of the rice cooker rang, Su Rui heard the sound of footsteps in the living room. "You're awake, pack up and get ready to eat." He didn't look back, but from the sound, he could hear the other party wearing sandals and slippers, pata-pata, and came to the bathroom. The electric toothbrush turned grunting, with a special rhythm. After the last dish was cooked and served on the table, Su Rui saw that the other party came out of the bathroom slowly, and sat down on the chair opposite Su Rui somewhat relieved. This is a young woman. With long black hair up to the waist, the small melon face is exquisite like a doll. She is wearing a long-sleeved pajamas full of cute kittens. She is only as high as Su Rui's chest. She is extremely petite. The girl has sleepy eyes and corners of her mouth. There was still a little toothpaste left, and he looked in a daze, which is not suitable for some children. "Sister Qian, here." Su Rui pointed to the corner of her mouth. The girl pulled a piece of paper and wiped the corner of her mouth. However, because there was no mirror to compare, there was still a little bit left. Su Rui couldn't stand it anymore, so she reached out and used the paper to help. She wiped off the last bit of foam. "Thank you." The girl called Qian said softly, then picked up the chopsticks and looked at the dishes on the table. Tomato scrambled eggs, sweet and sour pork ribs, vegetable soup, simple, but homely taste. Took a piece of ribs and sent it to the entrance, and she finally showed a satisfied expression. Looking at the appearance of Qian, Su Rui also picked up the chopsticks and feasted on them. The two ate in silence without much communication, but soon Su Rui noticed that although Qian was satisfied with the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and sweet and sour pork ribs, she did not even look at the vegetable soup. "Green vegetables, I don't like to eat them." Noticed Su Rui's gaze, Qian explained with some guilty conscience. "No, you sit in front of the computer every day, and you must add some vitamins. Eating vegetables is good for your body." Su Rui said righteously, repeating what he used to hear his parents say that his ears were calloused, and incidentally, he took a handful of greens and put it in Sister Qian's bowl. "Well." Sister Qian puffed her cheeks, but she was embarrassed and angry, she could only silently eat a bite of greens. Her face suddenly turned pale. After lunch, Su Rui was still packing. Qian had already returned to the room and soon changed her clothes for going out. It was a slightly ostentatious long skirt. The upper body was dominated by lace and lace. The slightly bulging skirt was dotted with all kinds of cat heads. It was like a small dress. She carried her small bag and put on black. The little leather shoes kicked the heel before turning his head and looking in the direction of the kitchen. The next moment, as if knowing what the other party was waiting for, Su Rui walked out of the kitchen with a towel. "Sister Qian, are you coming back for dinner tonight?" Su Rui asked, and then saw the other party shook his head. "The schedule is too tight, I will eat at the company." "Okay, I understand." Su Rui nodded, as if using this as a signal. Sister Qian opened the door and left the house. There is still silence again. Su Rui came to the bathroom. He was about to take out the clothes thrown in the washing machine this morning, but saw a fascinating white triangle object. He smiled bitterly and put it in another plastic basin. His roommate is Yi Qian, who is 3 years older than Su Rui. He has no blood relationship with him. He is neither a sibling nor Su Rui's girlfriend. Iasa was under the guidance of Su Rui's father when she was a student. After graduation, she also worked in Su Rui's father's company. Until a year ago, the company went bankrupt due to mismanagement, and she had no choice but to work at Mushroom Film. Since that time, Yi Qian has lived in Su Rui's house on the grounds of saving money. Su Rui is responsible for cooking, and housework, and Yi Qian is responsible for making money. Maybe she still feels a little guilty for Su Rui's father. At the beginning, Su Rui didn't have any thoughts about this girl who was 3 years older than himself. It was impossible, but later, after getting used to it, he really regarded this raunchy girl as his family. Asa works in an animation company and is an original artist. After 3 years in the industry, he is able to produce original paintings. Not to mention that Iasa has also served as the chief painting director and character design of 2 works. He is in the industry. He has a small reputation. In Su Rui's father's company that has already closed down, reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Yuqian is also the most valuable employee. Yes, Su Rui's father also opened an animation company, Ningjiang City Phantom Animation Production Company. It was famous for making the animation Shaky the Deer 15 years ago. Later, it experienced a glorious period, but in Su Rui after the death of his father, the business situation took a turn for the worse. He declared bankruptcy a year ago, and the remaining employees of the company had been flying around each other a long time ago. Only Yi Qian approached Su Rui. During the production period, Yi Qian also gave Su Rui a lot of guidance, and also assisted in the dubbing of the heroine. Su Rui's biggest obsession in this world is to revive phantom animation. This coincides with Su Rui's own desire to make a little fame in the animation circle. Therefore, he entered the industry and established a production company to become Su Rui. The current goal. It's just that Su Rui seems to have to solve the problem of graduation first. He returned to the room, turned on the computer, and first entered the Tomato Video Network. The internet in this world is in a period of rapid development, and various video websites are emerging one after another. The largest in China is Tomato Video. The business of this website covers movies, TV, variety shows, animation, etc., not only as a platform, but also self-invested. In the field of animation, Tomato Video Network has several large production companies, and most of Su Rui's major students also aim to be able to enter Tomato Video Network. Su Rui found the page where the graduation design was displayed, and quickly found his own work in a corner. Since it was just uploaded, there were few clicks, and there were no comments and recommendation tickets. It doesn't work just to hang up like this, it seems we need to find a way to promote it. Surui looked at the bleak data and muttered to herself, and then opened the QQ group that still exists in this world, and clicked on a QQ group with 999 plus chat records. Chapter 3, Blow. In a group named Ningjong Animation Salted Fish Group, the group of friends are chatting and blowing water. A dead end for animation. Have you watched the latest episode of The King of Thieves? Fuck, Rainbow Media is too willing to spend money. This trademark is basically the production level of theatrical animation. Do an animation dead end, link xxxxxxxxx. Sand Sculpture Group friends. No, I just watched this frame number, this action, the original painting was so violent to sudden death. Your group mascot, I saw a lot of people discussing this episode today. Is it really so powerful? A dead end for animation. I haven't watched the 320th episode of The King of Thieves and consciously quit today. My wife Ike, I haven't watched the 320th episode of The Bandit King and consciously quit the group today. A quiet repeater, I haven't watched the 320th episode of The Bandit King and consciously quit the group today. The dog is fishing, I'm so envious. Rainbow Media is the first brother in the industry after all, and its owner is Tomato Video. It is rich and powerful to make this level of animation. Bone, when I graduated that year, I also voted for Rainbow Media's resume. Unfortunately, the requirements were too high, and I was brushed off before the interview. This is a relatively professional exchange group for animation fans. It is said that there are not only enthusiastic animation fans in the group, but also many people in the industry. Most of the content exchanged in the group every day is also related to animation production. In this chat group, just saying that an animation is good looking is a failure. It is necessary to use a theoretical analysis to find out what the animation is good looking. Surui is one of the members of this group, and he begged his father to pull him in before. Seeing that the group of friends were discussing the animation enthusiastically, he thought about it and said a word. Useless people, Rainbow Media is the strongest animation company in the industry after all. Even a master's degree in animation at Nanjing University may not be able to enter. He did not directly post the link to his video, but first tried to change the topic and lead it to Ningjong University. My wife Ike, yes, speaking of it, I also saw the page that Ning University has set up a public display today. The basketball joke is okay, and it has the level of industry insiders. This assist is good. Surui silently thanked this group of friends named My Wife Ike, and couldn't help but want to say that your wife is awesome. Seeing that it was mentioned in the group, these people also thought of it one after another, and the group was silent for a while. As a self-proclaimed professional animation exchange group, the members of this group also like to comment on this kind of newcomers' work, like watching a rookie game in basketball. The dog is fishing, I glanced at it. This year, it's very good. Ning University's standards have not been very good in recent years, and it's not very good this year. I think it will be accepted by Jingping Media University in the north in 2 years. Pressed down. Ramen is not thin and soft, this basketball has a solid foundation in the clip. The shots and lines are industrial grade, and it feels like a monster-level newcomer. Your group mascot, but to be honest, this level is also the level of a normal original artist. Most of your group of people in the industry are hanging out. How come recent graduates like to take this way of showing off their skills, with a little passion? Nothing. Your group mascot, in terms of the level of painting, let alone Rainbow Media, even if it is a tomato maker who just pulls a person out of it, it's no wonder that these graduates have difficulty even going to Kaiji's tomato manufacturing. Although this person's words are not good, but they can see them thoroughly. Surui said to himself to the computer. In fact, as a former animator, he can also see the problem with Zhang Ran's short film, which is the first grader, that is, he pays too much attention to technology, so that he has achieved dazzling skills. Degree. Among college students, such a short film is enough to cause screams, but in the eyes of the industry, this level of technology is normal, and Zhang Ran's short film does not have the slightest narrative element, and it seems inevitably a little dry. Still thinking about these issues, Su Rui saw that a link suddenly jumped out of the group's mixed discussions. Do an animation dead end, link xxxxxxxxx. Doing an animation dead end, look at this. Doing an animation dead end, absolutely. Su Rui looked at this link a bit familiar, clicked it, and realized that it was a short video of himself. I noticed so soon. Originally, he thought it would take a little time to ferment, and even thought it might take a few more groups, but he didn't expect the sharp-eyed group of friends to discover his short film so quickly. This group of friends named Doing an Animation Dead End is one of the administrators. He spends most of the time in the water group every day, which makes people doubt his work. However, he seems to be an industry insider and he speaks pretty well. Authoritative. The group was silent for a long time. Except for some people who were unable to watch the video, they were still on water-related topics, and everyone else seemed to have no reaction. About 20 minutes later, someone made a comment. Your group mascot, it's too strong, is it really made by one person? This background, I'm dead. My wife Ike, what kind of spicy chicken film, I see my chest tightness, I was still at work, almost crying, fuck. Ramen noodles are not thin and soft, although the characters are painted a bit silly and the background is also used real-life rendering, the whole story structure is very clever, the time gap brought by the distance, the 25-year-old male protagonist and the 17th-year-old heroine, the last text message that took 8 years to reach, this is the ultimate long-distance relationship. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Ramen is not thin and soft, it's really hard to imagine that a senior student can have this kind of experience and make such an animation. Although the technical performance is average, this is the animation I want. Sand sculpture group friends, really or fake, so blowing? A quiet repeater, really or fake, so blowing? The dog is fishing, I don't believe it, just 6 months at most 1 year, what kind of animation can be made, don't you have a B number in your mind? The worst animators in your group, I'll know if you look at it, and the video is not long, I think it's pretty good. The most miserable animator in your group, the current industry does not lack technology at all, what it lacks is good plot and good creativity. The worst animators in your group, I think this producer is quite promising. At least he can understand that animations are not just good drawings. There was a heated discussion in the group. Su Rui was not surprised. He turned around and refreshed the page. At this time, his video hits had exceeded 100, and there were dozens of recommended votes, although it was no more than tens of thousands. Click on Zhang Ran's basketball short film, but at least the data has begun to rise. After one point, the working party in the group had already taken a lunch break, and the chat group returned to silence. Su Rui did not pay attention anymore and went to mess around with the cleaning of the room. After 1:30, the chat group jumped out another sentence. The dog is fishing, I believe it, I'm going to blow the sound of the starburst today. Do not accept any rebuttals. Of course, Su Rui, who was mopping the floor hard, didn't see it. He finished his work and took a nap. After waking up, he disconnected from the internet to practice drawing. It was not until after eating at 6 p.m. that he remembered to read the news in the group. However, things have exceeded his imagination. Chapter 4. Voice of Stars. A high-end residential area in Ningjiang, in a 20-story building. Bai Haoran stopped the paintbrush in his hand, and the display connected to the tablet was Liu Ming, the protagonist of the hottest animation The King of Thieves. This is an unfinished original painting, and the plot is about 3 weeks later. Animation content that should be broadcast. He is a freelance original painter and does not belong to a production company. The original painting for this part is an order he received. The video next to shows last night's The King of Thieves. This is an episode of very high-quality paintings, and Bai Haoran also greatly appreciates it. Was tired from painting, he decided to take a half-hour break, so he clicked on the chat group. As the saying goes, it's nice to fish for a while, but it's always nice to fish. Fishing is the basic need of the majority of the people, and he is no exception. Bai Haoran looked at a few groups that are usually active only during working hours, but found that they were all discussing a video. Ning University's complete design exhibition. Bai Haoran reacted quickly, and it was time. Seeing the various flatteries of the forwarded group friends, Bai Haoran subconsciously resisted. What kind of decent things can a senior student tinker with? Apart from anything else, Bai Haoran was a student of Ningxia University. He won the Excellent Completion Award of the Year with a very dynamic drag racing short film. He entered the industry with the opportunity. After working for several years, he felt the domineering contract of Tomato Video Network. Later, he chose to resign and became a freelance artist. Although he had some subjective first impressions, Bai Haoran still clicked on the video. There is a word called world. From the computer, there was a clear and innocent female voice. The voice was so pure that it made Bai Haoran's eyes shine. I saw a short-haired girl in a school uniform standing in place in a world of high-rise buildings and flowing clouds, holding an old candy bar phone in her hand. In the big world, girls are alone, and the atmosphere of loneliness is immediately contagious. I have always vaguely thought that the so-called world is the place where electric waves can reach. As the girl tells her, the pictures passed through tall buildings, classrooms, and stations. These pictures are extremely exquisite, as delicate as a photo, and exquisite enough that any screenshot can be used as a wallpaper. Through this series of images without any background music, it also makes people feel empathetic, and is gradually shrouded in a kind of growing loneliness. Then the next moment, the girl who was praying opened her eyes again, and the picture suddenly expanded. The girl is in the control room of the giant robot, surrounded by the sea of stars. As the picture becomes smaller, the title of the film appears with the piano accompaniment. Voice of the Stars. The next plot is supported by the heroine's monologue. From the interaction between the hero and the heroine, to the separation, to the text messages that take 8 years to be sent, the whole film lingers in a light sentimental atmosphere. Until the end, the heroine is met. The enemy's attack was unclear, and 8 years later, the text message carrying the heroine's thoughts was finally transmitted to the hero's cell phone. This text message has only one sentence. Hello, 24-year-old Ashen, I'm 15-year-old Magia, I still like you until now. The video has been played to the end, but Bai Haoran is still immersed in the world of animation. Whether it is the ruthless affection between the two characters, the magnificent and lonely starry sky, and the unimaginable distance of light years, Bai Haoran is amazed. This is really a story conceived by a college student? This kind of animation is what I want. Bai Haoran couldn't help standing up and pacing back and forth, as if he had returned to the time when he was just getting involved in animation production, the kind of longing and the kind of throbbing that made him unable to control himself. There are two kinds of excellent works. One is that other creators are ashamed to be unable to control themselves after seeing them, and they want to tear down everything they have made and redo them all. The other is to let other creators ignite the creative heart and want to produce the same excellent works. And Voice of the Stars is undoubtedly the second one. There are thousands of inspirations in Bai Haoran's heart at this moment, and he can't wait to have the ability to realize dreams and realize them all. After sighing, Bai Haoran returned to the computer and clicked forward. His account on Tomato Video Network is the shepherd of the library, a premium account with 300,000 followers. Bai Haoran added another comment. He could hardly conceal his excitement, and he wanted to show this video to everyone he knew. In a university dormitory somewhere in China, Luo Hongwei had just lost a game and felt a little bleak. After drinking, he checked the time and decided to have dinner first. Hot water, instant noodles and ham sausage, skillfully prepared dinner. During the waiting time, Luo Hongwei opened the Tomato Video Network to see if the bloggers concerned had any updates. As soon as he refreshed, he saw an animation blogger, the shepherd in the library that he followed, repost an animated short film. Voice of the Stars? Why do you feel so hypocritical? I'm afraid it's not the kind of movie that is really messy in your circle. Luo Hongwei likes to watch hot-blooded animations. The story of friendship, hard work, and victory made him enthusiastic. His game ID is also from the protagonist Liu Ming in The King of Thieves. Since there are too many duplicate names, his ID is Liu Ming. 33. Luo Hongwei sneered at that kind of girly animation that twisted and talked about emotions. But since it was recommended by Library Shepherd, he would just take a look. When he clicked the play button, Luo Hongwei was immediately attracted by the exquisite pictures, and when the film was over, he was still stunned. A feeling of melancholy that he had never felt before overflowed in his chest, making Luo Hongwei want to cry without tears. I can only hold it in my heart, in the words of his hometown, it's a heartbreak. Luo Hongwei has never been in a relationship before, but he feels the taste of a broken relationship. He froze for a long time before finally regaining his senses and remembering his instant noodles. The noodles are really battered. In the library of a certain university in Huiguo, Yu read www.yuncha.com and Geng Chaoyang stretched out. He took out his phone and wanted to scan Weibo to be lazy. Flicking through some Weibo reposting photos of cats, and dogs, Geng Chaoyang saw a repost video. The comment from the blogger forwarded by was the most distant long-distance relationship in history, which touched Geng Chaoyang's heart. There was a very good female classmate in his high school. The two often studied together, and they agreed to take the same university. It's a pity that Geng Chaoyang failed the college entrance examination and was only admitted to a second-rate university. The reason why he studied so hard was all to be able to be admitted to the postgraduate student of the school where the girl was studying, and to complete the agreement that year. It is precisely because of the encouragement of the other party Chaoyang can persevere. Now that he saw this comment about long-distance relationships, he felt a lot of feelings, and hurriedly took out his headphones and watched this 10-minute animated video. The exquisite pictures, full of faintly melancholic plots, and the huge chasm of helpless reality all resonated strongly in Geng Chaoyang's heart, which even broke through Geng Chaoyang's psychological defense line, causing him to burst into tears on the spot. Geng Chaoyang buried his head in his arms, his body trembled slightly, and tears couldn't stop flowing out. The bits and pieces of the past few years have gathered into a turbulent tsunami, which slapped his heart one after another. When the mood eased a little, Geng Chaoyang reposted this video on Weibo with a horrible mess, and at a moment, or a long time later, Geng Chaoyang's cell phone shook. It was a reply from the other party. It was very brief, with only one sentence. I wait for you. Scenes like this happen in various places in China. Through various social platforms, Voice of the Stars is spreading like a virus. Chapter 5. Data Explosion. In the evening, Ningjiang High-Tech Development Zone. Tomato Video's logo is a tomato that has been gnawed away. The headquarters of one of the largest video sites in China is a 6-story building, and the third floor of the building is where the Tomato Video Editing Department is located. With the popularization of Internet 2.0 and smartphones, multi-platform video viewing has become the norm. Tomato Video Network is the leader in this wave. It is the first to launch mobile phone clients and cooperate with many mobile phone manufacturers to occupy people's mobile platform. At the same time, Tomato Video Network also has a complete industry chain, from animation, movies, TV series, to variety shows, news, etc. High-quality output content is one of the reasons why it has become the industry leader, and high-quality content is screened and pushed to the audience. In front of him, is the responsibility of the editorial department. The editorial department is a department with irregular schedules. The time has passed the off-duty time, but the office shows no sign of ending work. The editor of the animation area of the editorial department, Lu Suiyan, picked up the cup, but found that the coffee inside had already been drunk, so she stood up and went to the company's coffee machine, and met Zhang Ke, a newcomer in the same department. "Brother Suiyan, do you also work overtime today?" Zhang is a beautiful girl. She just joined the company last fall and is still in the stage of doing miscellaneous work. She does not have the strength to bring up a small channel by herself, but she is still energetic and full of energy every day. "Yes, how about you?" Lu Suiyan asked casually, "But what I was thinking about next week's video topic. Then I also work overtime, it's boring to be alone at home." Zhang Ke pursed his lips and smiled, and then poured a cup of coffee. "By the way, Brother Suiyan, this weekend." Before the other party had finished speaking, he was interrupted by a ringing of the phone. It was Lu Suiyan's phone. "I'm sorry." Lu Suiyan nodded, then connected to the phone and walked towards the office. "Suiyan, has your animation team had any special events recently?" The voice of the old Gao from the operation and maintenance group of the technical department came through the phone. He and Lu Suiyan entered the Tomato Video Network at the same time and have been in this industry for 10 years. "Special event? No, what's wrong?" Lu Suiyan stopped, a little confused. He held the railing of the corridor and watched the flow of people coming off work outside through the window. "It's weird, we have monitored that the number of visits to the animation area has suddenly increased by more than 10 times. I thought you did some activities." Lao Gao is also confused. Although the animation area has a lot of traffic, it is usually on weekends or nights when the animation is updated, and the number of visits suddenly increases at this non-stop point. It is really strange. He is puzzled before playing. Asked Lu Suiyan on the phone. 10 times. Lu Suiyan's eyes widened. This data is basically the value when the latest episode of The King of Thieves was broadcast, but The King of Thieves is played every Sunday at 8 o'clock in the evening. It just finished one episode last night. What about today? Still have so many visits? I'll take a look first, hang up first. Hurrying back to the position, Lu Suiyan saw the traffic data sent by Lao Gao. Indeed, starting at 3 p.m., the traffic in the animation area has risen sharply, and according to the current progress, it can continue to rise. "What's wrong, Suiyan brother?" Zhang Ke stretched his head over, his eyes filled with doubts. "Do we have any special videos to upload today?" Lu Suiyan asked, and then opened the page of the animation area of Tomato Video Network. The public display in collaboration with Ning University Animation Professional seems to be online today. At the same time Zhang Ke answered, Lu Suiyan also saw the unfamiliar work that ranked first on the daily charts in the animation zone. Voice of the Stars. This is it. Lu Suiyan saw that Voice of the Stars had more than 500,000 hits, more than 300,000 recommended votes, and more than 10,000 comments. The upload time of this video was only 11 o'clock today. In other words, this video reached such a data within 8 hours without any website recommendation. Is that a lie? Lu Suiyan clicked on the video, and you can see that this video is indeed a publicly displayed work of the Ning University animation major. Out of the principle of fairness, the video does not indicate the author and only has a 233 serial number. Zhang Ke, look at this video called Voice of the Stars and find technology to pull its related data. Lu Suiyan commanded, and then flipped down the comments. He has not encountered this kind of sudden explosion of data. When a video competition was held in the past, some people paid to click on it, but this kind of brush can be seen at a glance. The comments are generally shoddy and mostly copied and pasted. And all the speeches of a trumpet. But Voice of Stars is different. Lu Suiyan was the first to see a comment from a 5th level member. Shepherd in the library, this may be the best animation I have ever seen this year. This animation reminds me of my heart when I first came into contact with this industry. Thanks to author number 233, and thank you Voice of Stars. I thought that domestic animation would be stagnant for a long time, but I didn't expect to see the light here. Fuck, the shepherd doesn't carry such a blow, who can stand it? Seeing this comment, Lu Suiyan has basically understood the ins and outs of the matter. This library shepherd is a well-known blogger in the animation zone and an industry insider. He often publishes film reviews and film analysis, and he has a full 300,000 followers. However, he was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I reposted Voice of Stars in my own dynamic, which is the root reason why this video suddenly exploded in popularity. Scrolling down, Lu Suiyan saw more comments about the video content. Bantu is delicious, this animation reminds me of my first love. Alas, we also entered a different high school at that time. If I could be brave then, maybe the result would be different. LUO1219, this picture is too strong, every frame can be taken as a wallpaper. Dawn of Terror, even light has to travel a distance of 8 years. It is unimaginable. For the first time, I felt the smallness of human beings and the vastness of the universe. Squirrels don't eat candy, this ending is too uncomfortable, I almost cried in the office. Send popsicles in the snow, the hostess's voice is so good that I have repeated it more than 50 times. These comments are all from advanced users of level 4 or level 5. As you can see, almost all of them are unanimously praised. The more Lu Suiyan watched, the more curious he became about this animation called Voice of Stars, so he hurriedly clicked the play button and watched this short animation with headphones on. After the end of the film was automatically paused. And Lu Suiyan took off the headphones as if helpless. He stood up and did not notice that Zhang Ke, who was watching the animation next door, was crying. Lu Suiyan didn't say anything. He bought a pack of cigarettes from the company's supermarket downstairs and went to the atrium. He hasn't smoked for 9 years. Lit a cigarette, letting the fascinating smoke infiltrate his lungs. Lu Suiyan exhaled a long breath, like sigh and emotion. Lu Suiyan took out his cell phone and dialed a series of numbers without recollection, but he did not press the dial button for a long time. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This is his ex-girlfriend's mobile phone. The two spent high school and college together, but they finally separated after graduation because of a different place. Since then, Lu Suiyan has quit smoking and devoted himself to work, but he did not expect today's short animation gave him the same throbbing. This is like a long-dried soul. Suddenly encountering a violent storm, Lu Suiyan realized that she hadn't forgotten anything. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Suiyan finally dialed this number. Perhaps what he wanted was an answer that he already knew in his heart. Unexpectedly, this number did not stop, and after a beep, the phone was connected. Hey! However, there was a milky and tender voice on the other side, which made Lu Suiyan unable to say a word. My mother is going to cook, who are you? The child's innocent inquiry made Lu Suiyan mixed with emotions. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Sorry, I made the wrong call. Immediately hung up. 10 years of obsession seemed to fall apart in an instant, and then it was incredibly relaxed. Lu Suiyan smiled bitterly, as if laughing at herself, and as if finally letting go. At this time, his cheeks chilled, only to realize that Zhang Ke was following him with 2 cans of iced coffee. The new man was panting, but his face was full of brilliance. Brother Suiyan, let's have dinner together. Zhang Ke said, with a trace of nervousness and expectation. Okay, let me treat you. Lu Suiyan took the coffee and looked up subconsciously. In the sky gradually entering the night, a dim star is gleaming. Chapter 6, Top. In Su Rui's computer, in the chat group of Ningjiang Animation Salted Fish Group, the group news has exceeded 999, most of which are discussing Voice of Stars. An animation idea, damn it, already 500,000 clicks, is this trademark too exaggerated? The dog is fishing, the Bandit King broadcast last night only has 800,000 hits so far. This data is simply exploding. Ramen is not thin and soft, nonsense, the shepherd's goods are forwarded and commented, who can stand it? Ramen is not thin and soft at Shepherd of the Library, you are sneaking fish again. My wife Ike, but this animation is already very good, otherwise it can't be spread so widely. Your group mascot, does anyone know who did this? Pull him into the group. A quiet repeater, does anyone know who did this? Pull him into the group. At this time, Surui also felt a little unreal when seeing the playback data. Originally, he thought that it would take a day or two for his word of mouth to ferment, but he did not expect that his animation was directly forwarded by the Big V, and it was posted on Weibo Hot Search in an afternoon, mixed with celebrity gossip and social issues, and the label was the most distant long-distance relationship in history. Surui's mouth twitched. As expected, this animation is still labeled as a long-distance relationship, but it is also normal. This kind of label that can attract attention and resonance is more likely to spread among young people. He scrolled through the comments, and except for the negative comments that felt that the plot was too literary and slightly dull, most of the rest made a very high evaluation of the animation. JK5712, this animation is too strong. I now think that the animations I watched before are not so interesting. Alas, why didn't I see this animation earlier? Coke is poisonous, I came from Weibo. I didn't expect this to be a graduation project for college students. Are current college students all monsters? Withered Tang Old Tree, I have never watched animation before and thought it was for children, but now I found that I was wrong. Animation can also carry deep emotions. I don't know if you have any recommendations for similar animations. Nuan, I think of him, alas, why didn't I summon the courage to confess it back then? My Duan lost 10 pounds this year, although the background music of this animation is small, it fits the atmosphere of the story. The simple piano melody is full of a touch of sadness, but I have never heard this song before. Is it the author's original? White Crow, I didn't know what it means when I was studying. I only realized it when I grew up, but I've missed it. I hope everyone who sees this animation can cherish the people around them and cherish the present time. There are lyricism, admiration, rational analysis, and trivial and straightforward frankness. These are the audiences who have actually watched the animation. Here, I use words to record their feelings. Looking at these comments, Surui also remembered the scene when he saw The Voice of Stars for the first time. He was still a high school student and was shocked by the text messaging that spanned 8 years. This also became an opportunity for him to enter the animation industry. 1. Even Surui's graduation thesis that year was The Voice of Stars analysis. Therefore, when he chose Bishao's work at that time, Surui's first reaction was The Voice of Stars. The amount of video playback and recommendation tickets are still growing wildly. The recommendation tickets of Tomato Video Network are not the same for all accounts, but are increased according to the user's payment level. First-level users have 1 recommendation ticket per day, while 5th-level users have 15 zhong. In other words, the more recommended votes, the more paying viewers to watch the animation. According to the current data, by this time tomorrow, Surui's click volume should steadily exceed 1 million. This is a historical data for personal animation. Surui returned to the page where the graduation design was publicly displayed, and watched other videos. Thanks to Voice of Stars, the number of views on other videos is much higher than usual. It is probably because the audience feels that since Voice of Stars is of such high quality, other works of Ningda animation design professional should be no worse. Where to go, so I clicked in curiously. However, the comments under these videos are all negative. After all, compared to the highly completed Voice of the Stars, these works are really student-level courses. Surui clicked on Zhang Ran's basketball video. The animation currently has 8,000 views and 500 recommendation votes. Except for the comments of some friends who are Zhongran, the rest of the comments are mixed. Leek dumplings, this animation is also okay, the action is very clean and neat, but it is still a lot worse than the voice of the stars, not to mention, I will go to the voice of the stars again. MUXIN 16398, I thought that the students of Ningxia University were very strong, but now it seems that only the author of the voice of the stars is strong. Backyard Wang Wang Wang, this animation is actually quite good. If there is no voice of the stars, it should be the best quality one in it. I really feel sorry for the author. Su Rui smiled, and he didn't know what expression Professor Zhou would have when he saw these comments. At this time, the door of the house was opened, and the sound of deng 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 in the familiar little leather shoes came. Su Rui poked her head out. It was Yi Qian, who was wearing a beautiful little skirt, came back. Sister Qian, I came back early today, have you eaten? Su Rui asked, looking at the time, it was only 9:30 o'clock. Okay. Sister Qian nodded slightly, then raised her left hand, carrying a white plastic bag in her hand. Supper, do you want to eat together? Okay. Su Rui immediately took the plastic bag and opened it on the table in the living room. It was a string of steaming strings. Pork skin, dried orchid, beef balls, kelp knots, boiled pork lungs, oily tofu, radish, fried ham sausage, battered veal skewers, served with hot vermicelli soup and homemade the chili sauce is so delicious. These kinds of snacks are generally sold by mobile vendors. Su Rui had a lot of them when he was a child. His favorite is to buy a bowl after school and go home to eat, but it has been rare in recent years. Took 2 cans of ice cola out of the refrigerator. As soon as Su Rui sat down, she saw Yi Qian who had changed her cat's pajamas and walked out of the room. We used to eat this often too. Su Rui said with emotion, no matter which world he is in, he has memories related to this kind of stall, so he is very embarrassed. Okay. Yi Qian was still concise as always. She sat opposite Su Rui, picked up the chopsticks and started to feast on it, not at all like she had had dinner. Speaking of the previous design, the evaluation seems to be pretty good. I don't know if I can rebuild Dad's company. Su Rui ate a piece of scalded pork lung, which was soft and juicy, with a unique taste, which was the taste of childhood. Well, I saw it. Originally sipping the soup, Ikian hesitated for a moment, she nodded, and then remained silent for a while before speaking again. I know you can do it. Su Rui was stunned, but Yi Qian dexterously picked out all the meat in the bowl, leaving only vegetables and meatballs. Tomorrow I will take a leave, and I will take you to a place. Go to a place? I'm going to a presentation in the afternoon, but I'm fine in the morning. Su Rui didn't know why, but still agreed. Then morning, the place is not far away. Yi Qian didn't say much, and after eating the supper neatly, he picked up a change of clothes and walked into the bathroom. Chapter 7. Show you a baby. On Tuesday, Su Rui, who had no class for a long time, woke up until 9 o'clock in his sleep. After washing up, he first opened the Tomato Video Network and clicked on his own video. It can be seen that after a night of precipitation, the number of video clicks has exceeded 1 million, recommendations have exceeded 600,000, and there have been 20,000 comments below. This data belongs to the normal category, because in the first period of time, most of the people who watched the video were heavy users of Tomato Video Network. These users were all ranked above level 4 and had more recommendations. As the popularity of the video gradually ferments, some low-level users and unregistered users have also begun to flood in, causing the ratio of clicks to recommendations to start to increase. At the same time, Su Rui also found that the comment area is no longer all well received, and some negative comments have also been topped. These bad reviews are nothing more than feeling that the animation is too hypocritical. In the cloud and mist, there are also people who spur on why they use mobile phones to send text messages in the age of the universe. Some people think that the screens of aircraft warfare are rough and not enthusiastic enough. Surui smiled helplessly. In this era, people's animation themes are indeed dominated by sports and adventures. The campus plot can easily be regarded as a female-oriented love animation. It is precisely for this reason that the voice of the stars is a mixture of multiple themes. Animation will be regarded by Professor Joe as an outlier. He heard that there seemed to be movement next door, and an alarm clock ticked. After about half a minute, the alarm clock was pressed off, and the next door fell silent again. Surui tidied up his clothes, walked out of the room, and heard the sound of an alarm clock again. This time the alarm sound lasted for a minute before being pressed off, and then returned to silence again. The third alarm sounded 5 minutes later. This time, there was a loud noise from Yi Kyunkin's room, and Surui couldn't help but look over. There was a panic of footsteps in Ayasa's room. About 20 minutes later, the door was opened. Ayasa, who was wearing cat pajamas, had sleepy eyes, wore slippers, and rubbed her head and walked out as if she was out of bed. I fell and bumped my head. Surui was already in the kitchen at this time. He fried 2 slices of egg-beaten bacon. When he came to the dining table with his plate, the bread machine just jumped up 2 slices of warm bread. Brush your teeth and have breakfast. Surui nodded slightly when seeing Yi Qianqian, still rubbing his head, and slowly walked to the bathroom. He poured a glass of sweet milk and a glass of pure milk. Just after putting it down, Iasa took a heavy step and sat across the table. The breakfast was finished smoothly. While Surui was washing the dishes, Yi Qianqian had also changed clothes and was ready to go out. That is a light blue foreign dress with a zodiac pattern on the skirt, and a large amount of lace on the cuffs and neckline. It looks like a petite doll when worn on Ayasa. Yi Qianqian only puts on a light makeup. Her skin is very good and does not need too much foil. If she is wearing a high school uniform instead of such a unique low skirt at the moment, then Yi Qianqian is still high school. Students have no sense of disobedience at all. Sister Qianqian, where are we going? Out of the community, Yi Qianqian did not choose to take the bus, but went to the subway station beside him. After swiping his card to enter the station, Surui couldn't help but ask curiously. This subway line only opened last year, and it leads directly to the city. Sister Qianqian would never take herself to go shopping for clothes. When Surui thought about it, Yi Qianqian had already walked into the subway with the open door on one side, but not toward the city, but in the opposite direction. During working hours, the subway was very empty. Yi Qianqian didn't play with mobile phones all the way. He just sat on a bench obediently and Surui sat next to her, confused. After 2 stops, they got off the train at a subway station called Ningjiang High-Tech Development Zone. This is the industry center of this area. Tomato Video Network is located in the park. Come on, Tomato. Surui asked, but Yi Qianqian denied Surui's words with action. She walked into a somewhat old office area. Here are some companies that have been brilliant but have fallen behind the times, and more are people go to the empty ruined house. The impact of the internet tide has led to the decline of many traditional industries. The contrast between Ningjiang High-Tech Development Zone and this old industrial zone is even more obvious. Came to the door of Building 201 in Area B, Yi Qianqian looked for it for a while before he took out a key. Wait, Sister Qianqian, you are going to jail for stealing. Surui stopped Yi Qianqian, who was about to insert the key into the keyhole, and said very seriously. This is not stealing. Yi Qianqian said lightly. The key was inserted into the keyhole a bit jerky, twisting hard, and it actually opened the iron door. Showed a slightly triumphant expression, and Iasa continued to move forward, passing through the unmaintained hall, and then easily opened up to the upper floor. Sister Qianqian, are you actually a hidden rich woman? Surui muttered, and then walked in, but it was a familiar scene. On the huge second floor, there are only many writing desks, and bookshelves full of reference books on animation production. In a corner of the lobby, there is also a projector that was designed many years ago. These things have been dusty for a long time and are bleak. Apparently, has been in dust for many years. This is what your father left for you. Yi Qian said, touching one of the writing desks with some nostalgia, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com didn't care about the thick dust on it. This is the first office building of Phantom Animation, which was bought by your father with all his savings back then. Later, Phantom Animation continued to develop and moved to a new office building, but it was still used as a warehouse. My dad stayed. Su Rui couldn't believe it, because he searched his memory and he seemed to have never been here. Uncle gave me the key here before leaving and said, if you don't plan to enter this business, you will sell it. The money left will allow you to live a good life. If you want to revitalize the Phantom Animation, put it here. The key to you is given to you. Yi Qian solemnly and gently placed the key in Su Rui's palm. Originally I thought you didn't have any talents, but after making the voice of the stars, I was not sure that you are indeed capable of inheriting the Phantom Animation, inheriting here. This key is not dimmed by the years, it lies lightly and heavily in Su Rui's hand. In Su Rui's memory, his father seldom talked about work at home. He didn't seem to want Su Rui to get in touch with the animation industry prematurely. However, when Su Rui first applied for a volunteer, his father did not refuse. Looking back now, Su Rui understood a little bit. My father always gave Su Rui the right to choose. He didn't want to interfere with Su Rui's future just because he was engaged in this industry. But at the same time, as long as Su Rui made his own decision, he would support him to the end. So, what do you think? Yi Qian tilted his head and looked at Su Rui. Do you still need to ask? Su Rui gripped the key tightly, and looked at a corner of the hall, where the signboard was covered by dust and almost invisible. Rebuild the Phantom Animation. Chapter 8, Ningbo University Presentation. The time is slightly moved forward one day, back to Monday night. Lu Suiyan and Zhang Ke returned from eating at a noodle restaurant near the park, and they received a message from the editor-in-chief of Tomato Video Network Fang Yuan on the corporate communication software. Fang Yuan is in charge of the video business and animation production business, and is Lu Suiyan's immediate boss. Fang Yuan, Suiyan, is there a video with a lot of hits in your animation area today, which seems to be a college student's design? Suiyan, yes, President Yuan, I am going to show him an advertisement tomorrow. I haven't seen this kind of hot video for a long time. Fang Yuan, I remember that this exhibition was done in cooperation with Ning University, right? Suiyan, yes, we provide them with a certain amount of sponsorship, select outstanding graduates by public display, and sign contracts with our production companies, which we have been doing for the past few years. Fang Yuan, then hurry up and contact the producer and try to sign him in advance. I remember a few years ago, a good newcomer in Ning University was poached by Mushroom Film. We can't do this kind of thing anymore. Up. Fang Yuan, let him sign into Rainbow Media. I don't believe it, there are people who can refuse Rainbow Media's offer. When Lu Suiyan saw his boss, he remembered that there was indeed such a thing. At that time, the powerful newcomer of Ningda University was directly picked up by the rival of Tomato Video Network, Mushroom Video Network. Now it is Mushroom Film's ability to paint and supervise. Rainbow Media is an animation company under Tomato Video Network. It is recognized as the industry's first. The anime animation produced every year can win numerous awards in the world. It has a double reputation at the box office, not to mention undergraduates, even if it is in the industry. A master who has been playing for several years may not be able to join this company. In Su Rui's words, Rainbow Media is the Pixar studio in this world, and the culmination of all animators' dreams. This is too vengeful. Lu Suiyan twitched the corners of his mouth. The boss likes to fight against the group of people from Mushroom Video. He didn't expect the hatred a few years ago, but I still remember it now. After thinking about it, he immediately replied by typing on the keyboard. Suiyan, President Yuan, I understand, so in the past 2 years, we have not marked the students' names directly, just to avoid being digged by others. Suiyan, I immediately contact the interface person to find the author in advance. Fang Yuan, go ahead. After replying to the conversation, Lu Suiyan frowned. He is the editor of the animation zone. The bloggers he usually contacted directly contributed videos, including some editing, commentary, and recommendations. However, this Ning University student obviously wants to sign into the animation production company under the Tomato Video Network, and he, the animation area in charge, has nothing to do with it. It's really a pot from the sky. Lu Suiyan sighed and glanced at Zhang Ke next to her. The little girl didn't know what medicine she had taken. She was very excited since just now. She was still humming a small tune. When she listened carefully, it was the background music of the Voice of Stars. Forget it, let's get in touch first. Lu Suiyan muttered to herself, opened the address book, and found the contact number of Professor Zhou, who is a major in animation at Lining University. It was he who connected with himself to promote this public display. Before making the call, Lu Suiyan checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Thinking about calling so late to ask for the contact information of a student, it seemed a little fuss. Lu Suiyan put down the phone again. Otherwise, I will contact you tomorrow. Oh yes, there will be a presentation tomorrow. Lu Suiyan glanced at the sticky note on the desk, which read May 9th, Ningxia University Propaganda Conference. This is a graduate presentation held by Tomato Video Network at Ningjiang University. This kind of activity is normal during the graduation season. Usually there will be large-scale spring recruitment in March and April, and various companies will attract a group of graduates at the spring job fair. Some large companies headed by Tomato Video Network will only start hiring in May. Tomorrow will be an independent presentation. Lu Suiyan should have participated as the person in charge of the content side. Tonight, it was because there were so many things that I almost forgot. Just ask at the presentation tomorrow. Even if this animator is really a genius, it is not Lu Suiyan's subordinate that brought Tomato Video. Therefore, he is not so enthusiastic, only a little curious about what kind of a genius a college student who can produce such an animation is. Ning University's iconic Wutong Avenue is modeled with shadows of trees, and from time to time you can see the lovers walking hand in hand to the library. Su Rui, carrying his bag, turns into the large classroom in Building 2 with ease. This classroom can accommodate more than 400 people, and it's already full at the moment. The fresh graduates of the animation school of Ningjiang University came here early. Except for the postgraduate entrance examination and those who have already found a job, the remaining more than 300 seniors are basically excellent fellows. Their goal is very clear. Enter Tomato Video Network and other big companies. Originally the presentation meeting should be voluntary participation, but Professor Zhou asked students who did not get an offer to participate, and they had to sign in for attendance. Only then did Su Rui rush back from the old phantom animation and hurried back to school. Why are you here so late? Find a place to sit down. Professor Zhou stood at the door, looking at Su Rui who was late, frowning. After signing in, Su Rui finally found a corner position. Before the bench was hot, he saw Professor Zhou walking quickly to the podium and said a few commercial flattery, and then invited a recruiter from Tomato Video Network to give a speech. Su Rui didn't listen very much, because the people around him were a bit noisy to be honest. How many Pomodoros can there be this year? I remember it was 12 last year. 14, including those who entered the technical department, but what's the point? I remember that Rainbow Media has recruited 1 or 2 freshmen in the past 10 years. It can't be ranked first in the industry. What is the difference with Xianyu? Don't blow up, let alone Rainbow Media. If Tomato Maker sends you an offer, don't you want to run and lick it on your knees? We are more than 100 people in this year. I don't know if there are 10 people who can enter tomato manufacturing. But this year's animation design seems to be very strong. That Zhang Ran, he is on the scholarship list every time. I have seen his complete set, it is too strong. He will definitely be able to enter tomato, and his girlfriend should also be able to enter, so cool. It should be no problem for him to enter tomato manufacturing. Rainbow Media will have a dream. They don't send anyone to the presentation at all. Speaking of which, the display of this exhibition seems a bit weird. I think there is a video with very high hits, which is probably Zhang Ran's. Hey? I didn't pay attention, it's not formal. Su Rui glanced at him. Zhang Ran was sitting in the third row, calmly. His girlfriend He Shiyi sat aside. Both of them were academic masters. Almost there were 2 of them in the first 5 grades. The presentation meeting is very boring. It is roughly that these Tomato Video Network employees tout their own website and talk about some benefits. The person who speaks is probably the company's HR. They have experienced many such scenes and are comfortable. Lu Suiyan is also a little sleepy. Thinking that these graduates will be drawn into Tomato Video Network's animation company Tomato Manufacturing as a coolie, he is not too excited. Just after HR finished talking and entered the next free question and answer session, Lu Suiyan found Professor Zhou. Professor Zhou, hello, I am Lu Suiyan from the animation group of Tomato Video Network. I have contacted you on the phone before. He said respectfully. Oh, Xiao Lu, what's the matter? Professor Zhou helped his glasses and looked up and down at the man in front of him. That's it. This year, Ning University also did a show in our district. There is a video that has very good data. I have seen it and done a great job. You know, we want to show through this show. Come and lock some outstanding graduates to enter the animation company of Tomato Video Network in advance, so I want to get in touch with this person in advance. Lu Suiyan put on a business posture and said politely. The data is particularly good. Hearing what Lu Suiyan said, Professor Zhou was a little puzzled. He didn't go to the web page after uploading it yesterday. After all, according to past experience, until the end of the 2-week display, the number of clicks on these completed videos was only 10,000 to 20,000. How about it? It's not considered very good data. Yes, this video was released at noon. By the end of the night, there were 500,000 hits and 300,000 recommendations. We confirmed it in the background. They are all real data. I also checked. This video was also posted on Weibo. Hot sales, it is estimated that the popularity will continue to rise in the past 2 days. Lu Suiyan said, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. He saw Professor Zhou's eyes lit up obviously. 500,000 clicks. Professor Zhou almost couldn't stand firm. He knew very well what the concept of 500,000 clicks on a complete video is. This is already the data of a popular video. But in the case of newcomers and no recommendation, it can rise to 500,000 clicks in one afternoon. To be honest, Professor Zhou is not sure about it. Because he has never seen such a monster video. Zhang Ran's video has 500,000 clicks? Exaggerated, right? Did you really find a treasure? Professor Zhou recalled Zhang Ran's video. Although impeccable, it seemed that it was not that simple to form a topical degree. Lu Suiyan was surprised to see Professor Zhou and added another sentence. Our boss said that he can directly sign a contract with Rainbow Media. This time, Professor Zhou became even more excited. Rainbow Media. If I can teach a student who graduated from the undergraduate to enter Rainbow Media, that would be enough for 10 years. That is the top of the industry and the legendary dream team. Xiao Lu, he is my best student. I have already seen his strength. Although it was a little clouded and misty, it was not clear why Rainbow Media would stretch out an olive branch this time, but Professor Joe still replied, with a smile on his face unconsciously, and glanced at the person who had just talked to the animation production department of Tomato Video Network. Zhang Ran talking. That's great, Professor Joe, your vision is absolutely fine, can you let me talk to him? Lu Suiyan followed Professor Joe's gaze, but didn't find anyone special. Of course can. Professor Joe nodded repeatedly, then waved to that side. Zhang Ran, come here for a moment. Chapter 9. No, I am not, I don't. Zhang Ran is a handsome and tall young man with excellent grades, outstanding sports, and class leader. He meets almost all the requirements of the teacher's top student. He just finished talking with the recruiters of the animation production department of Tomato Video Network and put forward several quite in-depth questions that amazed the surrounding students. He saw his tutor Professor Joe waving at him. He was a little confused, but he trot over quickly, and Zhang Ran's girlfriend followed curiously. Ms. Joe, what's the matter? Zhang Ran also greeted him casually when he saw a staff member of Tomato Video Network standing beside Professor Joe. Zhang Ran, have you decided on where you graduated? Professor Joe did not get straight to the point, but knocked on the side first. I really want to go into tomato manufacturing, but I don't know if I have enough abilities. Zhang Ran replied, although he felt that according to his own strength, it should be very safe to enter tomato manufacturing, but in order to show humility, he still said that. That's right. Professor Joe patted the shoulder of the person next to him at this time. This is Lu Suiyan from Tomato Video Network, the person in charge of the animation area. He is here to sign with Rainbow Media in advance. What? Zhang Ran was stunned. He had been preparing for a job interview from last night to this morning. He hadn't paid attention to anything else. He didn't understand the meaning of Professor Joe's words for a while. He is an ordinary graduate, how come Rainbow Media is attracted to him? Rainbow Media has always been picky. Even at Ningxia University, which has a good relationship with Tomato Video Network, very few graduates can directly enter Rainbow Media. It can be said that it is rare. Most of the graduates are affiliated to Tomato Video Network. An animation company, Tomato Manufacturing, and even the people who came to the presentation today are also Tomato Manufacturing. Rainbow Media has never recruited people in Ningda at all. And now, this Rainbow Media will invite Zhang Ran to sign a contract in advance? Using the lines in a popular animation, it is, hiss, this is really terrifying. Zhang Ran did not react, but his girlfriend He Shi realized. Zhang Ran is going to be signed by Rainbow Media in advance. He Shi screamed, which also attracted the attention of people around. This is good. In an instant, the whole presentation venue was quiet. Everyone looked at Zhang Ran, Professor Joe and Lu Suiyan. The eyes of these people were shocked, jealous, and more envy. This is not an exaggeration, because it is indeed very rare. Even graduate students and doctoral students of Ning University may not be able to enter Rainbow Media, but now the other party says that they will sign an undergraduate in advance. Who can stand this? Because of this, Zhang Ran felt unbelievable and asked the question. Look for me to sign in advance. Yes, Zhang Ran, your design has attracted people from Tomato Video Network. They think you are a precious talent, and I know I didn't look at the wrong person. Professor Joe just caught a glimpse of Su Rui sneaking away with his bag on his back, so he raised his voice again and said pretentiously. Some people are already looking for a job, but some people have to paint their long-distance relationship, classmates, this is the gap. Su Rui heard it naturally, he smiled, ignored it, and continued to walk outside. Long-distance relationship. When Su Rui left, Lu Suiyan heard a little strange, so she confirmed again. Your name is Zhang Ran, right? You are the author of the video of Star Voice, right? As soon as Lu Suiyan said what he said, Zhang Ran was stunned again. What? This time he directly made a questioning voice, because his video should be named Hot Blood Basketball, not The Sound of Stars in the Clouds. Did Professor Zhou change his name and upload it? Zhang Ran looked at Professor Zhou to the side and tried to find an explanation, but Professor Zhou was even more shocked, and even his mobile phone fell to the ground. What's happenin'? Lu Suiyan noticed something wrong and asked. Voice of the Stars. Professor Zhou asked in a loud voice. Didn't it mean that the data was particularly good? Didn't it mean that there were 500,000 clicks in one afternoon? Voice of Stars, Su Rui's video on the street, how can I get this data? Everyone looked at them. Some people have probably guessed that there might be an oolong in it, while others took out their mobile phones and clicked on Tomato Video Network to see what the voice of the star was. Some people have paid attention to the data before and know that the Voice of Stars has become a big hit, but they subconsciously think it is Zhang Ran's handwriting. Now it seems that this is indeed taken for granted. But everyone doesn't understand. If the Voice of the Stars is not made by Zhang Ran, who has excellent grades, then who else can make an animation that allows Rainbow Media to come directly to the door? Who did the Voice of the Stars? Everyone looked at each other, and this question kept echoing in their hearts. Wait, Xiaolu, please be clear. Professor Zhou was a little embarrassed, he picked up the phone with some trembling. The animation of Star Voice was uploaded at noon yesterday. By the end of the night, the number of clicks has exceeded 500,000, and now it has exceeded 1 million. This animation has a mature storyboard and a special art style, and the narrative method of the story is also very good. We think the author is a very good animator. Therefore, Rainbow Media wants to sign this classmate in advance. Lu Suiyan explained that his statement surprised everyone again. Few of the people present had completely watched other people's bishi, so when I heard Lu Suiyan's statement, he felt incredible about his high evaluation, but also very curious about the Voice of the Stars. Someone simply clicked on the video. Put it up. So, you didn't do this? Lu Suiyan looked at Zhang Ran. The young man obviously lacked the ability to deal with this kind of scene and was a little down. After all, it fell from the sky to the ground in an instant, but not everyone can bear it. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Not me, the Voice of Stars was not made by me. I made Passionate Basketball. Zhang Ran was extremely embarrassed, and he said haltingly, and at the same time he glanced at Professor Zhou, quite a bit of asking for help. Whose Voice of the Star belongs to? Lu Suiyan knew that Professor Zhou was probably the wrong person, and asked again. Su Rui, the Voice of the Stars is made by Su Rui. Professor Zhou muttered to himself, and then he patted his thigh. Right, where is Su Rui? He just said he had gone back in advance. Someone pointed to the open door and said. Quickly, go get him back to me. Professor Zhou hurriedly called, and asked the two boys at the door to run after Su Rui, while he squeezed a smile and said to Lu Suiyan. Xiaolu, I'm sorry to make a mistake, but Zhang Ran is also an excellent student, should I also consider it? He tried to alleviate the embarrassing atmosphere at the scene. It would be okay if I changed to someone else, but Su Rui, who had previously asserted that it was impossible, felt that his face was about to be swollen. No, but from the outline of Su Rui's paper, Professor Zhou really felt that it was a street animation. He couldn't think of how to put so many plots into a short animation. How did Su Rui do it? Excuse me, Professor Zhou, my boss only asked me to sign with the author of Star Voice. As for the others, let's go the normal way. Lu Suiyan spread his hands, shook his head, and then picked up the bag. Let's do it, I'll look for Su Rui in the past, you guys go on, go on. He left soon, leaving the entire large classroom silent. Chapter 10.0 Million Roads. Su Rui was stopped by two classmates before he walked far. Before explaining clearly, he saw a man wearing a Tomato Video Network t-shirt walking towards him. "Are you Surui?" he asked, looking up and down Surui. "Yes, what's the matter?" Surui probably heard a few words from a classmate, and knew that the other party was an employee of Tomato Video Network. "My name is Suan Lu, the person in charge of the animation section of Tomato Video Network. This is my business card." Lu Suan didn't rush to see Surui. He felt a little sedate. He handed over his business card and repeated what he had said before. "So, your animation district is also responsible for recruiting people from the production department?" Surui is also a person who has lived for 2 lifetimes. Together, he can be Lu Suan's father. Naturally, he is not so nervous, but ridiculed. This is the order of our boss. He is in charge of video and animation production. I was the first to discover the video of Star Voice." Lu Suan thought this little classmate was really a little different. Normal graduates saw him, not to mention being respectful, at least they were trembling, but Surui was still joking with ease, and there was a sense of self-confidence in his words. From a single point of view, Lu Suan also thinks that he will be a person in the future. "What do you think of the voice of the stars doing?" Surui nodded, then added. "Since you are the editor of the animation zone, it is best to have a professional opinion." "Well, I think it is well done. The art style is more realistic. It attracts the audience's attention with very beautiful scenery and eliminates the defects of too many still pictures. Although the shot is simple, the focus is outstanding, especially the last one. The monologues of the male and female protagonists are independent and blended together, and the details of how the 2 people get along are outlined in a few strokes." Lu Suan thought for a moment and replied. "The overall story is the biggest highlight. To be honest, this kind of cosmic scale story is rarely seen. Most of the animations on the stage of the universe are in the form of space operas. In fact, the story of the Earth is put on the stars." Thinking of some previous mecha animations, Lu Suan continued. "But the voice of the stars is different. This is a story that does apply the background of the universe. Whether it is the communication delay caused by the distance of light years or the relativity effect, it has obvious science fiction colors. This is the most precious and rational framework. Underneath, there are delicate and perceptual thinking in it. The impact of the 2 is unprecedented. This is a reinterpretation of traditional science fiction thinking in a new genre." Hearing Lu Suan's answer, Surui nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, it's a professional animation editor." Lu Suan twitched his mouth. It was obvious that he was the candidate. How did it feel like Surui was testing himself, who was interviewing whom? "Therefore, Rainbow Media intends to sign a contract with you in advance. This is a great opportunity." "Okay, I will consider it." Surui's seemingly unthinking answer made Lu Suan choke again. This person really likes to chat to death. Lu Suan secretly sighed, changing to someone else. Even if Professor Zhou was optimistic about Zhang Ran, he was very excited when facing Rainbow Media's offer, and she just knelt on the ground and kowtowed thanks. It is said that that was the best result of this year. But Surui actually said consider? No, shouldn't you agree directly and excitedly? Lu Suan soon thought that Surui might be pretending to be calm, in order to maintain a self-confident personality. In fact, Surui's psychology has already been embarrassed. This kind of compulsive person Lu Suan is here. I have seen a lot in interviews. Our invitation has a time limit. If you are sure, we can sign a tripartite agreement today. If you miss it, Rainbow Media will not be so easy to enter. So Lu Suan emphasized, lest Surui pretend to be too unpleasant. Well, then I won't sign it. Surui said, he really doesn't seem to value the invitation of Rainbow Media. Okay, then we will hurry up. Wait, what did you say? Lu Suan thought that Surui put down and nodded in agreement, but heard a completely different reply. I will not sign Rainbow Media, edited by Swayan Lu. Su Rui repeated it, convinced Lu Swayan that he hadn't had hallucinations. But at the same time, Lu Swayan began to doubt life. An unfamiliar undergraduate graduate who so indifferently rejected the offer of Rainbow Media, one of the industry's strongest animation production companies, and believes it. Are you serious? Lu Swayan confirmed, and Su Rui glanced at him, as if caring for a hearing-impaired person. Or put it this way, editor, I joined Rainbow Media this year, can I be a director directly? Su Rui thought for a while and asked. This is definitely not possible. You should start with the most basic animator in Rainbow Media, and then the original paintings and performances. As for the director, you must have at least 5 to 7 years of industry experience. This is only for diversity directors. If you want to be in charge of a work independently, if you don't have 10 years of experience or outstanding results, you can't even think about it. Lu Swayan had a general understanding of the situation of Rainbow Media, so he said. I know what you think. Do you think you can get hundreds of thousands of clicks on a random video? A bunch of people compliment it. You don't want to start from the original painting at the bottom, but you want to make it to the sky in one step. It's impossible in the industry. Taking the simplest qualifications, are you confident that you can suppress those old fritters that have been in the industry for more than 10 years? I have confidence. Su Rui's words made Lu Swayan almost out of breath, but before Lu Swayan could reply, Su Rui spoke again. But I think Rainbow Media has no confidence. If the right to speak is really based on the quality of works, then even newcomers in the industry may create miracles. However, Rainbow Media is a big company, and it is impossible for you reading www.yuyuganshu.com to be a big company. There is such a miracle. Thinking of the experience of the previous life, Su Rui let out a faint sigh. This sigh made Lu Swayan a little confused, because what Su Rui said was the status quo of the animation industry. Large companies can produce a large number of animations every year, but these animations are almost all industrial products processed according to procedures. There have been no refreshing animations for several years. The focus of the audience's attention has also shifted from the story characters to the painting. It is precisely because of this that Voice of the Stars has aroused such a wide range of discussions, because this animation is extremely unique and allows people to see different things. But at the same time, Lu Swayan also understands that no matter how talented Su Rui is in front of him, he is just a trivial in Rainbow Media. It is impossible for him to get ahead without 5 or 6 years. In the process, many of the original talents may be brilliant. Of people have been smoothed out. Su Rui has the strength now, but whether he can be used depends on luck. Well, I know what you mean. Lu Swayan shook his head, thinking about it again. If you have any thoughts, or change your mind, you can call me directly. Ro. Su Rui smiled, waved his hand, and was about to turn around to leave. Lu Swayan stopped him again. I'm a little curious, what kind of animation do you want to make, so that I don't want to wait for a few years in Rainbow Media? Faced with Lu Swayan's question, Su Rui stopped, turned his head, and said with a light smile. I just want to make animations that people find interesting, nothing more. Then he walked away quickly, leaving only Lu Swayan in a daze. He couldn't say what he wanted to say. Chapter 11, The Correct Way of Orange Cat. Su Rui went to the supermarket again. There was meat in the refrigerator, so he bought some vegetables. When he passed the shelf, he hesitated for a moment, but still took a bag of wonderful fresh bags and a few disposable paper plates. Carrying a not too heavy shopping bag, Su Rui came downstairs to his house. The sun is good today, and the fat orange cat is lying on the green lawn, turning his belly to bask in the sun. Orange. Su Rui called it, but the fat orange cat ignored Su Rui at all, and only moved his ears slightly to signal that he heard it. Life is quite moist. Glanced at the full cat food bowl, Surui said. There are a lot of pets in the community, and there are several wild cats, but the fat orange cat is probably the most comfortable of these wild cats. While other cats were looking for trash cans for their livelihoods and fighting wits with mice in the community, the fat orange cat had already mastered the strongest skill of being an urban cat, that is, selling cute. Whenever she saw a young lady passing by, the fat orange cat rushed up with a swish, rolled around, rubbed it casually, and the young lady was happy with the cat, so she would naturally buy some cat food, wonderful fresh packs or something. Over time, the fat orange cat even had its own cat bowl, which was placed in the bicycle shed downstairs by Surui. I brought you something delicious, said. Surui tore open the mouth of Miao Xianbao. Hey! The fat orange cat seemed to jump up due to conditioned reflex, and immediately saw the Miao Xianbao in Surui's hand. It took a hurried and heavy step to come to Surui, raised its head, and stared at the wonderful smell of Miao. Fresh package. It seems that only food can make you react. Surui squatted down. Before the Miao Xianbao reached the fat orange cat's mouth, he stood up anxiously, supporting his body with two hind legs, revealing a fluffy belly, with two front paws in the air. Waving hard, wanting to catch Miao Xianbao. Its actions seemed to attract the wild cats around, but the slightly thin little guys can only hide in the dark to observe, not daring to come close to grab the fat orange cat's food. Don't worry, Miao Xianbao has all the benefits. Give it to whoever is right. Surui said, squeezing the Miao Xianbao onto the disposable paper plate and placing it in front of the fat orange cat. Its nose shook, confirmed the smell, and soon began to pounce on the Miao Xianbao, like a pig. I said, you are actually a pig. Surui looked at the fat orange cat and said casually. He saw that the fat orange cat had eaten half of the wonderful fresh bag. Then he raised his head and walked to Surui's leg, rubbing his trousers with his tail, which seemed very close. Looks like. Okay, don't eat too much, I have never seen a fat cat in my life. Surui touched the fat orange cat's head, and heard its purring that resounded through the community. He stood up and walked into the corridor. It is already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I returned home. Yi Qian asked for leave today. From the closed door of her room, the fierce game sounds can be heard vaguely. Besides the original artist, she is also a heavy game player, in Surui's words. In other words, his 2-life game experience combined can't beat Ayasa, which shows his strength. There is still a while before the cooking time. Surui turned on the computer, and was about to see if he wanted to rebuild the phantom animation. He felt the phone vibrated. Click to open, it is an app push. How do you evaluate Voice of the Stars, a graduate work of animation design major of Ningjiang University? This is the standard way of asking questions. Surui did not expect that Voice of Stars would have jumped out of the influence of Tomato Video Network and reached mainstream netizens' eyesight so soon. Therefore, he opened it with curiosity and wanted to know how to ask. What do the elites of Hohu think of Voice of the Stars? Asking is similar to a website on the Earth. It started from a question and answer knowledge sharing platform and is now a relatively professional website. Surui roughly scanned the people who answered this question, and most of them are relatively authoritative in related fields. The first thing he saw was the most agreeable answer. The Shepherd in the Library, v. the free original artist. It is hard to imagine that this is the work of a senior. The work has a very high degree of completion, the script, the rhythm, and the shots are extremely mature. It can be seen that the author's painting skills are not outstanding, and his grasp of the movements is slightly flawed, but he cleverly uses the exquisite background to cover up in order to solve his own shortcomings. He uses a lot of psychological monologues to arouse the emotions of the audience and make it resonate strongly. Picture. We can notice that, unlike previous works, although this animation contains elements of alien invasion, stars and seas, and even mecha battle scenes, the focus of the work is not here. but the world's survival is projected onto a young couple's love that spans time. Answered with 1,000 words, pictures, and texts, thoroughly analyzed Voice of the Stars from various angles, from creative ideas to expressions, almost everyone thought it was the producer's own answer. The shepherd of this library, it seems that he was the first to forward it on Tomato Video Network. If you have the opportunity to meet you must thank this brother. Surui murmured to himself, and the scroll wheel went down and looked at a few more answers. Black granulated sugar, v. A writer who is interested in. The first time I saw that girl was in the summer when she was 14 years old. It was a day when the scorching sun burned the earth, and the asphalt road was about to melt. The water waves in the swimming pool showed light blue ripples. The noisy cicadas seemed to sing all summer. Even the formula on the blackboard could not bear loneliness and become distorted. In such a summer, I saw Xiaoziao. The answerer directly wrote the short story in the answer. Surui roughly scanned it. Although it was good, it seemed to have nothing to do with the subject. Despite this, the writer still received a high degree of approval. Surui clicked into his personal homepage. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com and found out that this friend named Black Sugar ignored almost all the answers and wrote short stories. It seems that these novels are still published. It is also a personal style. Shook his head, Surui continued to look down. Jiro, v. may be the best anime reviewer. The animation is good. I just want to ask why humans can travel between the stars. Does the protagonist still use a flip phone? Seeing this high praise answer, Surui smiled, which is obviously shivering. The answer to Gaozan has always been roughly the same. One is with pictures and texts, and he transfers questions to his field of expertise through various means. One is writing stories and writing novels, and the other is clever. Only a small part of the answer is really dry, which is similar to a website on the earth. Normally speaking, the real industry leaders generally don't have time to answer questions on such websites unless they have special needs, and the short stories and cleverness that the masses like to hear have become the mainstream. Surui thought for a while. Although Wenhu is not a product of the animation circle, many netizens who come into contact with Wenhu are animation viewers. The topic of Voice of the Stars is so popular that it can be seen from being pushed. So Surui it is necessary to pay attention to the development of public opinion on this platform. Seeing this clearly, he didn't hesitate to register an account, named Surui, and the note was the producer of Voice of Stars. Surui went back to the question just now and was going to write some thoughts about animation. Before organizing the language, he recalled that he hadn't been asking about the popularity yet, but a certain website on the earth was already the beginning of the paradigm, so he briskly typed 2 words in the reply box. Thanks for the invitation. Chapter 12, Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. I am the producer of Voice of Stars and a prospective graduate of Ningjiang University's animation design major, Surui. To be honest, I am a little nervous about writing such an answer that is not in line with the mainstream in the popular question of making jokes, but after thinking about it, due to my immature production, maybe some ideas have not been conveyed well. Audience, so let's make some explanations on this platform. First of all, many people may have noticed that Voice of the Stars is not a regular story. In this story, the love troubles of teenagers and girls are connected with the survival of the whole world. Ashen and Magia seem to be separated from society and from the world is just immersed in the connection between 2 people. Some people may think that this is a lack of sociality, but in fact, this is exactly what I want to highlight. Adolescent teenagers and girls have excessive self-awareness. Many people feel that they are strongly connected to the world, and this connection is out of society and rules, and is purely perceptual. The simplest example is the eyes of young people in love. There will only be the other party and ignore the subsequent family and social issues. What I want to describe is such pure emotion. Works like this, I define it as works of the world department. The so-called world system is simply the story of the survival of you and me in the world. There are many discussions on the voice of the stars on the earth itself. Su Rui's last graduation thesis was also an analysis of the voice of the stars, so he quickly wrote a long list, and Su Rui didn't bother to take screenshots and just do it. After finishing the most basic typesetting and highlighting the key sentences, I clicked on the reply, and finally did not forget the ethos of asking questions. He stood up, looked at the time to make dinner, and ignored the follow-up, and walked out of the room. At the same time, in a chat group on the internet, the discussion about Voice of the Stars is still going on. This is a chat group called Wenhu Animation Big V Organization Group. As the name suggests, it is a QQ group formed by authorized users who are active in the field of animation and comics in Wenhu. These Big Vs are not simply authenticated users, but users who have been answering questions under relevant categories for a long time and have been awarded the title of excellent respondents to related questions. On average, they have more than 50,000 followers, although they are in the general environment. Not a lot, but it has enough appeal in the animation zone. The past is like smoke, ha 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 ha, Erlang, your reply is too good, almost 1,000 likes. The past is like smoke, would you like me to say hello to the fan group? I guess I can get more than 200 likes. Men, if the shepherd knew that the film review he wrote so hard was pushed down by a paragraph, he didn't know the expression on his face. Jiro, I am not really humble, I just mentioned it casually, who knows that so many people agree. The past is like smoke, but I didn't expect the Voice of the Stars to be so popular. I just saw Wenhu push it. Alas, I knew I would join in the fun and earn some likes. Political Commissar, the shepherd guy is too fast. I was planning to write an article, but now it seems unnecessary. Men, Political Commissar, haven't you moved to a new house recently? You still have time to watch the animation? Political Commissar, I just moved, and I pulled the network cable this morning. Jiro, but the sugar guy, why did he write a novel again? I am now habitually folding and skipping when I see his answer. Black Sugar, writing novels can make money, brother, my second collection of novels is about to be published. This is real money. The past is like a smoke, the sugar is huge, really envious. Squid is not a fish, is Sugar Giant interested in selling copyright? My film and television company is worried about not having a good script to shoot? Black Sugar, Miss Squid, don't bury me. Your company just buys a copyright for tens of millions of dollars. I don't think I can't like it on the street. Men, hey, look at what I found, this answer. Men, link, xxxxxx. Jiro, isn't this the link to that question? Who has entered the venue again? The past is like smoke, I'll go, is this really the author himself? Azzy, no authentication, who knows the true and false, but the writing seems to be okay, I glanced at it without the picture. Remy, the number of likes has risen quite high, and it has been 100 in just a few minutes. The past is like a smoke, what is meant by shaking wit and making up the popular question, does this guy look down on Erlang and the others? Men, young people, I made an animation by myself and started jumping. To be honest, if we hack him together, I'm afraid this guy's animation will be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. Jiro, I don't think I asked about the official certification, is it me? Political Commissar, I'll look for someone who cares. After typing this sentence, Mendel, the man called Political Commissar, removed his hand from the keyboard and glanced at his room. This is a standard one-bedroom apartment, with the master bedroom, the bathroom outside, and the door outside. The price of this single apartment is slightly higher, and the water and electricity are more expensive, but fortunately the environment is good and the furniture is very new. It is in the capital of Jingping. Such a house costs 3,000 upwards a month, and if it is in a downtown area, the price can go upwards of 5,000. Men's identity is a software developer, also known as a programmer. Watching animation is purely a hobby. When he first started, he registered an account. Putting his hand on the mouse again, Mendel looked at the forum he usually visits, A2, which is a comprehensive forum, but the animation area often has some in-depth topics, plus many people in the industry. It lurks in it, so it is also known as the #1 Chinese animation forum. What Mend often does is to integrate some of the content of some posts in the A2 comic zone and make them into answers to questions, so as to get high praise. Because the A2 forum is relatively small, the topic is not the kind of pan-two-dimensional audience that can understand, but the question is different. The users here are more widely distributed, and many people have not even heard the name of the A2 forum. Therefore, Meng Erda's answer is often sought after by everyone, and occasionally a few people jump out and say that he is a porter of the forum, but these doubts will soon be suppressed by Mendel's fans and other big Vs in the question. The role of the questioning group is here. Commercial mutual blowing is a necessary skill to become a big V. Mender is also able to go to the present because he can eat well in the group. At the moment, there are very few posts about voice of stars on the A2 forum. On the one hand, this is a high-end forum after all, and works at the university level will not be included in the discussion. On the other hand, there are only a few posts. They are also spraying voice of the stars. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. The animation in the clouds and mist, I fell asleep after watching it for 3 minutes. Although I haven't watched this animation, I have seen this animation in all the hot searches on Weibo. It is operational at first glance. It is definitely not very beautiful. There are many unnatural aspects of painting. The background is obviously rendered by the real-life image. The key mecha combat is also very perfunctory. I really don't know how such an animation can have such a high click. I think this thing must be a vest worn by some company, who came to blog and speculate. There are hardly any posts about the voice of the star analysis on the forum, so Mendel has no material, and the answer he wanted to write is temporarily put on hold. With a sigh, he clicked on the QQ of the editor in charge of Asking Animation. Since he was very good at the Big V group of Asking Animation, he often helped the website organize some activities. Over time, the relationship with the editor became familiar. Political Commissar, editor, is the answer under this link about the voice of star discussion the author himself? Has the website been verified? Political Commissar, link, XXXXXX. About 5 minutes after sending the message, the editor did not reply. Mango, I haven't verified it, let me take a look. It took a few more minutes before the editor typed out a string of text. Mango, it's really not reviewed, maybe it's a fake. Mango, I'll check again. In the past few days, I have been using Voice of the Stars too much. I have cut several accounts here. Political Commissar, okay, thanks to the editor. Mend smiled slightly when he saw the editor's reply, and took a screenshot of the editor's reply, and sent it to the Kinha group. Political Commissar, picture. Political Commissar, I don't know if it's true or not. Chapter 13, Rubface. At this time, Su Rui's reply has already received 200 likes. After all, Su Rui has integrated the essence of many analyses and interviews with directors on the planet. Both the themes and the performance methods are analyzed quite thoroughly, and the Big V group that I care about, even if there are people who have a deep understanding of animation, they may not be able to think so comprehensive in a short time. Therefore, in contrast, even the professional animator Shepard in the library only analyzed the animation performance, but did not grasp some details and spiritual core. Su Rui's answer was even more comprehensive and professional. In addition to the likes, the answers to the question can also be commented. Below Su Rui's answer, there are already many comments. Ryfield, I originally thought I understood the animation, but I didn't expect that I actually didn't understand it at all. Spicy Hot Pot, wait, is this the producer himself? The front row rubs face. Bangzia, this kind of dry goods and theoretical answers are too few to ask, they are all clever and jokes. Bayun is still the same, is this really the producer? The certification mark that has not been asked is always considered to be fake. Answer, do you have any photos to prove that you are the producer of Voice of Stars? Durian Milk, the writing is fine, but I doubt the author's identity, so I sit on the fence and watch the show. These comments were naturally seen by people who asked about the Big V group of anime. The past is like a smoke, these people are so fooled, they just uttered a little terminology and worshipped. Men, what is the World Department? He really considers himself a theorist? Remy, don't laugh at others. Who didn't start with this kind of terminology back then? At the time of the discussion, Mendel, who inquired from the editor, also sent a message back. When everyone saw that the identity was uncertain, it suddenly seemed a little funny. Jiro, I don't think it is true. To be honest, the author himself might not think so much when creating such a detailed analysis. I think it is a transitional interpretation. Political commissar, take 10,000 steps back, even if it is really the author, this is our place. Men, I'll go to my group and talk about it. Move the mouse, the man with the nickname Men clicked on another chat group, this is his fan group, which is basically some people who follow him to ask about the column, maybe in reality, Men just an ordinary college student, but in the fan base, he is the undisputed focus. Men, link xxxxxx. Men, this answer is too pretentious, but I would like to thank you for the invitation. Who invited him? Red Bean Bread, Menju, we thought you would not be updated if you are addicted to the game. Men, I'm writing, don't ask. Chuchadan fan, is this really written by the original author? Chuchabea fan, I mean, it's too pretentious. Trojan Horse, there is no website authentication, Menju, is this really fake? Men, regardless of whether it is true or not, this kind of attitude is asking for spray. Red Bean Bread, yes, let me reply. A few more words in the group, and soon, a few activists in the Men group ran to Surui's answer to leave a comment. Red Bean Bread, just a student's work, how can you think so much when you make it? Isn't it all done? I think these analyses are deliberate analysis, even the author's identity is a bit problematic, now come out at this time, it must be hot. Trojan Horse, I also think that since the answerer said that he is himself, is there any evidence? KIMI 360, this animation has a very high degree of completion. I really can't imagine that it was made by a senior student himself. I suspect that an animation company made the hype. These comments were quickly seen by Surui. He didn't care much. After all, it is impossible for everyone to like his work, and not everyone can understand and accept his own explanation of animation. But these comments remind Surui one thing, that is the certification he hasn't asked about. Thinking that it should be necessary to get an official account in the future, Surui clicked on the authentication page and filled out a series of information, and then started to worry. The materials that need to be provided for certification are easy to say, but if you want to add the producer label, you need certification from Ningda University. What should I do? After hesitating for a moment, Surui thought of his mentor, Professor Joe, and after checking the time, the other party should have already finished get off work, so he made a direct call. After a short busy tone, Professor Joe answered the phone. Hey, hello, Teacher Joe, this is Surui. At the other end of the radio wave, Professor Joe, who had just returned home, suddenly came to his mind. This is not someone else, but Surui, who was signed in advance by Rainbow Media. With this alone, Professor Joe can blow for 3 years. The selection of outstanding teachers will definitely not worry, he can even be in front of the other professors in the school. Be proud and become a strong candidate to run for the president. Oh, Xiao Su, have you had dinner? What's the matter if you call here so late? Hearing Professor Zhou's kind words on the phone, Su Rui got goosebumps. That's it, Mr. Zhou, if the identity verification of this website requires some proof from the school, I want you to help. No problem, our colleagues have done this, and soon, you will be able to see the certification tomorrow. Hearing Su Rui's words, Professor Zhou nodded repeatedly, and then agreed. He couldn't help asking again. Little Chen, did Rainbow Media really send you an offer? Well, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com is right. Hearing Su Rui's answer, Professor Zhou smiled happily. Thinking of the future, he heard another word from his mobile phone. But I have already declined their invitation. Little Chen, you will join Rainbow Media in the future, but you must remember your identity as Master Ning, and don't forget the support of teachers and classmates. Hey! Halfway through the words, his mind understood Su Rui's words. Professor Zhou was stunned immediately. On the side, his own husky came over and tried to touch him, but he was indifferent. What did you say? Ms. Zhou, I said that I have rejected their offer and I will not enter Rainbow Media. Xiao Chen, how can you do this? You have to think carefully. Rainbow Media is the best company that animators can go to. This is nothing. Su Rui didn't listen to Professor Zhou's words carefully, because he heard the sound of the door opening in the next room, and then saw Yi Qian in cat pajamas wearing slippers, yawning casually. Su Rui, I'm hungry. She said that she found out that Su Rui was on the phone, so she didn't say anything. She ran to the front of the refrigerator, opened the cabinet door, took out a mango pudding, and took a sip of the spoon with a sense of ritual. Squinted to enjoy. Ms. Zhou, I'll trouble you with the certification, I'm a bit hung up in advance. Su Rui ended the conversation in a few words. He stood up and walked to the kitchen. Sister Qian, wait a minute, let's have tomato sirloin tonight. Professor Zhou, whose phone is still in his ear, can only look at his husky, with big eyes and small eyes. Chapter 14, Tai Bone Clank. Despite Su Rui's rejection of Rainbow Media's offer, Professor Zhou expertly helped Su Rui upload the school's certification information. Soon, the website completed the certification work on the Wenhu website. The next day, Su Rui's account has been changed, and it has already carried the V symbol. His remark is animator, producer of Voice of the Stars. Originally Su Rui's answer was analyzed very reasonable, coupled with the current author's identity blessing, the number of approvals has exceeded 8,000, and it has gone straight to tens of thousands. And his comments in the comment area also have many different voices due to the change of identity. Occur, it turned out to be the original author himself, so I can save face in the front row. POP 3310, damn, I actually blew the author out and asked if he was really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. White Crow, look at the people who questioned and answered the Lord before, ha ha ha, this is a large-scale face-slapped scene. LUZE, if this student is interested in the pencil animation, I can give an offer immediately. Dreamer 450, wow, the boss of pencil animation personally ended up, this is a big ranking. Strawberry Marshmallow, the author of Betting on 50 Cents has been signed by Rainbow Media for a long time. Everyone knows that Ning University and Tomato Video Network have a cooperation. How could Rainbow Media let such talents go? Be happy, I am a student of Ning University, I have inside information, Rainbow Media has indeed come to him. The number of hot comments and likes quickly made this answer popular again, and it appeared in the homepage recommendation of Diankai Wenhu, which made the popularity of Voice of Stars even higher. This answer was quickly seen by people who asked about the Big V group in the animation zone. The past is like a smoke, damn, this is actually the producer himself. Remy, fortunately, the door did not personally play, or else he would be beaten in the face. Men, even if this is me, he just made an animated short film, as if he had already won the annual animation award. It was too jumpy. Jiro, after all, he is just a college student who has not been exposed to society. It is normal for him to be a little arrogant. When he enters the society, he will know that he is wrong. Aji, this time the audience is not good, this kind of animation is only average, how can it be so popular? Remy, this kind of hypocritical literary film is not what these laymen like. Look at the small and fresh gathering place Chafin. The score of this film has reached 9.0, and the really excellent painting Ning Zhang Zombie only 8.2, you know who is blowing this animation. The past is like smoke, I think we have to educate this person so that he can't look down on him. Men, how to educate? Jiro, it's not easy. You open a trumpet to ask a question, called How to Evaluate the Fire of the Voice of the Stars on the major social platforms, and then answer it yourself. At the level of a few big guys in your group, the hot spots on the top of the animation zone are not simple. Remy, why are you so proficient at Jiro? How many times have you ever used this technique to hack people? Aji, why are you so proficient in Jiro? How many times have you hacked people with this technique? Black granulated sugar, Jiro, why are you so proficient? How many times have you hacked people with this technique? Blue longing, Erlang, why are you so proficient? How many times have you hacked people with this technique? With Jiro's suggestion, the group suddenly became lively. Although these big VS often talk about each other in business, they will only truly unite when they have a common person. Throughout Wednesday afternoon, the group was discussing the shortcomings of the animation Voice of the Stars. Due to the time and equipment, as well as the original work itself, Surui's Voice of the Stars does have many imperfections. These questions are actually understandable in the student work, but it is obvious that people who ask the Big V group taking commercial animation as the standard, it is natural to pick out a bunch of thorns. Several activists have compiled their own answers with pictures and texts and eloquence, and they are waiting for the answer to be released. Just before 6 o'clock, a message popped up from the group. Political Commissar, fuck, the answer is actually the original author himself. Men, Commissar, you came back from Mars? The past is like smoke, Political Commissar, have you returned from Mars? Political Commissar, you came back from Mars? Political Commissar, I have something to do with the company this afternoon. I just had time to talk to the editor of Wanghu about this matter. Listening to what it means over there, I want to make a special topic and push Voice of the Stars. I am looking for us. Someone will write a comment. Jiro : Remy. Ma'am : Political Commissar, the cost of the manuscript is about 400 to 800,000 words, which is pretty good, but the point is not here. Political Commissar, the editor said that this is a special promotion, covering all users on the site. It is completely different from the previous push. It is said that there will be a full splash screen, which is a lot of traffic. Men, my trumpet has already posted a question, should I go up first? On the computer side, as soon as my Menman finished sending this sentence, I saw the speech of the political commissar above, and I was suddenly at a loss. The average number of users followed by the Big V in their animation zone is about 50,000, but only 100,000, but the Big V in other areas, such as financial, computer, and emotional areas, have followed hundreds of thousands. The animation zone is relatively niche when asked. And now, this full amount splash-screen means that you can expose your name in front of millions of users. UUConshu.com is no small temptation for anyone who asks a Big V. Traffic means money. Take the simplest manuscript price. The price of 50,000 followers is very different from the price of 250,000 followers. Everyone knows exactly what this topic means. There was a moment of silence in the group, and then someone spoke. The past is like smoke, I don't think we can just run to praise the voice of the stars. This author jumps like this. If he blows again, can he not go to heaven? Aji, yes, I also think that it is not just a college student, so ridicule and ask him to give him a topic, it is really shameless. Seeing how several people were speaking righteously, men who had hesitated naturally made up their minds. Men, yes, we have to unite, we must not just bend down like this, I will send the answer I wrote before. Remy, that is, the political commissar, even if we starve to death, we will not write a special recommendation, who writes who is a dog. Jiro, members of our group are dead today. They jumped off the Bauhinia building and would not write a commentary on this topic. Outside the screen, the political commissar man twitched his mouth, thinking that this group of people are really so hard-hearted, and if they want to defend their dignity as a big V, they didn't say much. It's just that when he picked up his phone to order a takeaway, his QQ clicked on, and found that it was a private chat of several people. Erlang, political commissar, what are the requirements for that topic? I can give you an article tonight. Azi, political commissar, how many words should be used for the topic and what format? Remy, barking. Chapter 15. Chucky the Deer. Of course, Surui doesn't know about these internal entanglements. Now his main focus is on how to rebuild an animation company. Fortunately, his father left at least one studio for him, so Surui doesn't have to worry about the most troublesome workplace problems. But people are still a big problem. Let alone a large animation company like Rainbow Media, it is the most basic studio that can produce an animation independently. At least there must be a dedicated original artist, animator, photographer, and producer, even if Surui owns it. From the memory of the earth, I can independently direct the script and perform, but completing an animation is much more than that simple. Surui marked a series of positions in the document, and then crossed out several positions, including sound director, 3D production, producer, performance, etc. These parts can be outsourced, and there is no need for special recruitment for the time being. Part of it is that Surui can do it concurrently. His expectations for the new Phantom animation are very simple. Surui plans to build it into a small personal studio, starting with short animation films, and can take over short works such as advertisements, game titles, and promotional films, and then slowly expand. Surui is actually not too worried about the money issue. In fact, with the current popularity of Star Voice, he wants to attract investment is very simple. Apart from asking, Surui went to Weibo to register a verified account. The number of fans has reached 100,000, and these traffic alone are a lot of income. In this era, the means of monetizing traffic is relatively rudimentary, but it is enough for Surui. At the beginning of Surui's journey, he had a plan. The graduation presentation is a rare opportunity to attract attention from outsiders. If Surui deals with it perfunctorily, he will wait until he graduates and then want to rely on his own production. It is somewhat difficult to be honest. Surui has no classes and has finished graduation. Now he is waiting for the final defense. Yi Qian is the only one in the family when he goes out to work. After thinking about it, Surui changed his clothes, took the key and went out, and quickly took the subway to the Ningjiang High-Tech Development Zone, and came to the front of the Phantom Animation building. He opened the iron gate, walked upstairs, then opened the folder, and counted the assets in the studio. This is the old Phantom movie. In the hand-painted era when celluloid animation was still needed, the most in the studio was not the computer, but the writing desk, and the shelf full of art editions and celluloid. There is an old-fashioned camera on the table. This was the equipment used to make celluloid plates into film at that time. In that era, computers were not yet popular. Many times, animation production was like old movies, and it was really cut out of film. The paint was already air-dried. Surui took out a file bag from the shelf and opened it. Inside was a slightly faded celluloid plate. He still remembered that when he was on the Earth, he was very interested in these kinds of things when he was a child, but when he grew up, the entire animation production industry has entered digitalization, and he has basically never touched these things. Turned it around and found out that this is a famous movie of phantom animation, one of the cards in Shaky the Deer. This animation 15 years ago is the first independently created animation of phantom animation. It uses a somewhat naive animal anthropomorphism now. It uses the daily life between Shaky the deer and other animals in the forest to advance the plot. When Rui was a child, after school every Friday, he stood in front of the TV and waited to watch this animation. Memories of déjà vu also occur on the Earth. Rui first watched animations by relying on the translations broadcast every night on the TV station. From the four-wheel drive running on the track to the constantly climbing Chuangja mountain, he never knew it. From the Li Tianying warrior to the magic card girl who loves the Enlightenment, it is these works that made Rui join the animation industry when he grows up, hoping to create dreams for people. Rui put the celluloid board back in the file bag, and soon found a roll of film in a white box with the words Shaky Xiaolu, the 35th master tape on it, and you can see the editing traces. This is the original film, and all the copies sent to the TV station afterwards are copies of this roll. 35 episodes, I remember. He murmured to himself. Some memories emerged, and Rui had a bold idea. He came to the projection room and blew off the dust on the old projector. After turning on the power, Rui found that the old machine could still be used. It took him a while to load the film into the projector, and with the ticking of gears, the animation 15 years ago was projected again on the yellowed curtain. The 35th episode of Shaky the Deer is an episode in which Chachi and his friends are trapped in the mountains during a snowstorm. After an adventure, Chachi succeeds in getting out of the predicament. Due to the depiction of the wind and snow and the story full of metaphors and being praised is one of the several episodes that left a deep impression on the whole animation. Because the audio has been damaged a bit, the animation is silent, but seeing the blizzard that was completely hand-painted bit by bit, Rui still felt the touch that the animation once brought to herself. At this moment, there was a noise from the door of the projection room. Rui immediately became alert, picked up a stent and leaned in. Few people pass by the old park, maybe a thief. He raised his stick and trod out his head quickly, only to find a shaggy middle-aged uncle standing outside the screening room. He looks about 40 or 50 years old, with white sideburns, black and shiny head, strong build, big palms, wearing a khaki coat, wrinkled shirt, corduroy trousers, old leather shoes, and looks like those streets idle laid-off workers. Who are you? Rui asked vigilantly, squeezing the stick in his hand. No one has been here for more than 10 years, who are you? The uncle spoke with a low voice, but he didn't rush. Legal speaking, I am the owner of this place. Rui brightened his key and said, when he saw the uncle saw the key, he was a little surprised, and he probably confirmed that he was probably not a thief. Is this finally sold? Uncle was a little emotional, looked around, then spoke. I am the manager of the warehouse over there. I have been here for more than 10 years. I saw the door of this building open today, so I came up and took a look curiously. He pointed to a building in the distance, and when he turned around, he happened to see the footage playing in the projection room. Are you still playing anime? Oh yes. Rui just remembered the crunching projector. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He returned to the projection room and pressed the pause button, and the picture was frozen in the wind and snow in the sky. This animation is Chucky the Deer, my son used to like it very much. Uncle said nostalgically, staring at the modeled projection screen in a daze. Uncle, you know this? Rui also followed his gaze and said to himself. The most commendable part of this episode is the blizzard scene. It is said that the original artist had a blast for a week and drew more than 800 original paintings for this short 2-minute fragment. All the snowflakes were painted stroke by stroke. The position of the same snowflake in different original paintings is different, which makes the whole picture feel astonishingly oppressive, and even becomes a long-term nightmare for some children. As he talked, Surui smiled again, realizing what he said. The uncle security guard also couldn't understand. It seems that you know animation well. Uncle said, a glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. Yes, I am going to rebuild the animation company here, and I am checking the equipment. Hearing Surui's words, the uncle was quite surprised. He looked up and down the very young man, and he stopped talking. Since there is no problem, I should go back to duty, brother. Goodbye when I have a chance. Okay, go slowly, uncle. Surui watched the other party go downstairs and cleaned up the screening room. Only then did he remember a problem. He picked up his mobile phone and checked the internet, only to suddenly find that the warehouse manager uncle pointed to the building as early as 5 years ago. People have left the building before, and there is no warehouse at all. Chapter 16, Large-scale real incense scene. Walking downstairs, Guo Weiren couldn't help touching his coat pocket, but remembered that he had quit smoking a long time ago. He turned his head, glanced at this building that was once very familiar in the past, sighed, walked out of the old park, and walked towards the high-tech development zone. Guo Weiren is not a warehouse clerk, he doesn't even work in this park. He came to the downstairs of Tomato Video Network, took out his employee card to enter the door, took the elevator to the 6th floor. This is the office of Tomato Manufacturing. People passing by did not say hello when they saw Guo Weiren. He walked to the corner and sat down by himself. There was no familiar writing desk and scratch paper on the workstation, but a brand new tablet and a newly equipped computer. He is an original painter who has been in the industry for 16 years, of which 12 years have been spent in phantom animation. I don't know if it is a coincidence. The 35th episode of Chaki the Deer, screened by Surui just now, is in the famous snowstorm scene in the industry. At that time was written by Guo Weiren. At that time, Guo Weiren, who was still a fledgling young man, was solely responsible for the original painting for the first time. So he checked the information and combined his childhood experience in the north. He drew this amazing 2-minute blizzard and became famous in the industry. When Surui's father passed away, the staff of Phantom Animation had disagreements. Watching the internal disturbances, Guo Weiren felt very tired. At the same time, the newly founded Tomato Manufacturing just extended an olive branch to Guo Weiren, so he left Phantom Animation and joined Tomato Manufacturing. Lao Guo, where did you go just now? Forget it, here is a piece of information that they will use for a painting meeting later. You can sort it out and speed it up. Before the chair was warm, a team leader of the original painting group came over with a pile of materials and unceremoniously ordered. Guo Weiren didn't say much, and took the information. Originally, Guo Weiren thought he could set sail again in tomato manufacturing, but soon he realized that the reason why Tomato Manufacturing hired him was entirely out of the consideration of improving the company's reputation. Guo Weiren kept running into walls within the company and completed a hastily. After the production of the animation, he completely fell into the idle position, and was only occasionally used as a messenger. He is proficient in hand painting, but he is not very good at creating digital tablets. Looking at the digitally drawn lines in the materials, Guo Weiren deeply feels the changes of the times. He is 39 years old, his son is studying, and life does not allow Guo Weiren to quit his job willfully to pursue his animation dreams, and he sinks because of this, only occasionally returning to Phantom Animation alone when everyone is busy. Old building, look at the place where I chased my dreams in the past. This time I met Surui also by accident. Guo Weiren didn't recognize him, and thought that some new animation company had already bought the building. Thinking of the way that young man explained animation, Guo Weiren did feel his enthusiasm for animation, but Guo Weiren also knew how difficult it is to build an animation company from scratch in today's industry. Rainbow Media, Mushroom Film, Red Pig Workroom. The existence of these top companies in the industry directly occupies a lot of resources. Even if there is enthusiasm, it is difficult to beat reality. Besides, that guy is so young, he probably has no industry experience at all. Maybe it is a rich second generation who loves animation who came to play tickets and wants to rebuild Phantom Animation. It is difficult to reach the sky. After finishing the information, Guo Weiren returned to his position and unlocked the computer screen. The page of the Tomato Video Network was displayed. The video played was just the animated short film Voice of the Stars that was hit recently. Guo Weiren has watched this short film countless times. The blood and throbbing when making the animation came to his mind again. He glanced at the video title and sighed deeply. If the author of this video were to reconstruct the Phantom Animation, it might really bring some changes. He said to himself, but Guo Weiren knows that newcomers of this level will soon be absorbed by big companies and become members of animation laborers. Even if they make their debut, it is impossible for them to be in Phantom Animation. Ugh! Guo Weiren shook his head, no longer thinking about it. A week later, Tomato Video's Voice of Stars has occupied the top 1 week in the animation zone, with more than 8 million views, more than 4 million recommended votes, and more than 100,000 comments. It is a truly phenomenal video. Since the upload account is not a contract, the video cannot be rewarded, and there is no way to get traffic sharing. Otherwise, Su Rui can earn a 6-figure income by relying on this video alone. Just 1 week after the release of Voice of the Stars, Wenhu, the largest knowledge-sharing platform in China, also posted a full splash screen topic. The name is From Voice of the Stars to the First Year of Literary Animation, which is quite a gimmick. The concept of Voice of the Stars is applied to animation, defining Voice of the Stars as a literary animation. With the concept of world system mentioned by Su Rui, it seems to have a sense of loftiness. In the topic, there are many excellent answerers who asked about the animation area. They analyzed why this work became popular from various angles, and what inspiration does it have for animators. The political commissar of the famous animation question answerer wrote passionately in his article, "This animation will definitely be included in the history of domestic animation production. This marks the beginning of a new animation theme, which makes people full of dreams about the future." And another asked David Giro praised this way, although some people think that compared to the theatrical animation movies produced by professional animation companies, Voice of the Stars has many flaws and shortcomings, but in my opinion, a senior the graduation design produced by the students in half a year can be compared with the works carefully polished by an animation company with hundreds of people. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com is already a victory. The words of the answerer Remy are more rational. We should reflect on why there is only one Voice of the Stars that can resonate so widely for so many years. Our animation industry is booming, but whether it has fallen into it again. The self-proclaimed vicious circle, whose problem is all this? Due to the detailed content and hot spots, the number of visits to the topic is steadily increasing. The writers of these articles have also gained many new fans. However, in the Big V group in the anime zone, the atmosphere is solemn. The past is like a smoke. Who was said to write the topic and who is the dog? Why did you secretly write it? Men, that's right, you guys are too unscrupulous. A few $100s will be sent away. Black granulated sugar, haha, I usually laugh at me for worshipping money, but I lick 1 or 2 more diligently than anyone else. Jiro, actually, I didn't want it. I asked the editor over there to ask an acquaintance to ask me to write. Remy, I am almost like Jiro, and I owe others a favor. Political commissar, it's all about taking money to do things, and it doesn't represent our position. If you care about the platform, you can't fight against others. Blue Vision, but this time the most profitable is the animation soul of the awesome ham. I think the attention has been almost 80,000. Is he in the group? I have never seen him come out. Political commissar, not here, I was there before, but I left the group later. Now that they have got the investment from Tomato and started their own company, they have long been different from us. The past is like smoke, no matter what the ham is, you are too good at playing, and you can't believe anything in the group from now on. Chapter 17, Graduation. Asked the quarrel in the animation group is still going on, but Tsurui knows nothing. He is focusing on the big bowl in front of him. Inside the bowl is a transparent gel, like jelly, but clearer. Tsurui used a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of the transparent material in the bowl, put it in another bowl, and gently smashed it into small pieces. Next, Tsurui picked up a pot of dark, cold liquid, slowly poured it into a bowl, mixed it with the transparent jelly, added a little mint powder, sprinkled with raisins and crushed nuts, and you're done. This is Chuancha's ice powder, I saw it on the internet before. Tsurui said to Yi Qianqian, who was looking at the rich and peculiar bowl with his eyes wide open, and put a small spoon in the bowl again. Try it. Yi Qianqian heard Tsurui's words and suspiciously used a spoon to dig a spoonful of food mixed with crushed nuts, transparent jelly, and sugar water into his mouth. The cool and sweet syrup is in sharp contrast with the crisp and slightly astringent nuts. The raisins have a slight sour taste and enrich the taste. Peppermint is the finishing touch, which makes the whole bowl of ice powder very refreshing, effectively alleviating the sultry summer. This is delicious. Yi Qianqian couldn't help eating ice powder scoop after scoop, squinting his eyes slightly, like a kitten enjoying canned food. Tsurui looked at Yi Qianqian's happy appearance, smiled, and made a bowl of ice powder to cool off the heat. May is coming to an end, and the weather is getting hotter and hotter. Tsurui wanted to make some summer desserts that he often ate when he was a child on the earth. The results were pretty good. Yi Qianqian is wearing soft and comfortable long-sleeved pajamas. The beige pajamas are dotted with cute cherry and watermelon and other fruit patterns. She sits on a chair with her feet slightly suspended in the air. She is slowly swinging, but her hands do not stop. I eat the ice powder in the bowl until the last drop of sugar water enters my mouth. Tomorrow is the school graduation ceremony, are you going to Qianqian? Tsurui handed her a tissue and asked casually. Unlike other schools, the graduation ceremony of the animation major of Ningjiang University is earlier. This is probably because of the animation production cycle. The animation in January next year will start to enter the formal production in July this year. These graduates they will also participate in the complete production process of an animation for the first time. Therefore, the graduation certificate of the animation school will be issued in advance. Do you want me to go? Yi Qianqian did not directly agree, but asked in a funny way. It would be best if Qianqian could go. Tsurui thought for a moment and answered frankly. He has no family or close friends. It can be said that Ayasa is the one he is most familiar with. Naturally, he hopes that the other party can come to attend the graduation ceremony. Then I will ask for leave. It just so happens that this animation is coming to an end, and the part I am responsible for has already been completed. It will be no problem to hand over the work. Yi Qianqian said, and glanced at Tsurui. But you have to treat me to a delicious meal. Okay, let's eat whatever Sister Qianqian wants. Tsurui smiled. After finishing the tableware, Tsurui glanced at the door of Yi Qianqian, who had returned to the room to continue playing the game. He returned to his room. The graduation defense was held as scheduled. Relying on the reputation of star voice, Tsurui passed the assessment of the old professors without any suspense, and obtained extremely high completion results. At the same time, the news that Tsurui rejected Rainbow Media's offer spread like wildfire. Every time he appeared on campus, he would be criticized by others. Some people speculated that he was poached by the high-end mushroom films, and others suspected him. He would go to the university in Jingping for further study, and some people think that Tsurui was too pretended to be forced by Rainbow Media's people. Ignoring these rumors, Su Rui focused on rebuilding the Phantom Animation. The studio of Phantom Animation has 4 floors, including a complete set of animation production equipment and materials, but it is clearly separated from the times, and they are all products of the pure hand-painted era. The funds left by Su Rui's father are not too much. According to a rough calculation, he can only purchase a quarter of the new equipment. If he wants to hire new people, Su Rui has to find other ways to make money. Putting aside the problem of money, manpower is the most difficult thing to do. As Lu Suiyan said, Su Rui is very young, and there are very few animators who can safely follow his command and have practical skills. If it is normal, Su Rui can only recruit college graduates and third-rate ignorant amateurs. Original artist, this is the biggest problem for a newly founded animation company. Glanced at the recruitment announcement he drafted, Su Rui smiled helplessly. It seems that he still has to maintain his personal studio for a while to gain fame. But speaking of the original artist, Su Rui couldn't help looking at the wall. In the next room, Iasa was a very professional original artist, but Su Rui hadn't asked her what she thought, and I didn't know Iasa's attitude towards the reconstruction of the Phantom Animation. Forget it, I'll talk about it tomorrow. Su Rui scratched his head and clicked on Tomato Video Network. UU reading www.uuganashu.com. On Monday, the summer was scorching, and there was a crowd of people in the second auditorium of Ningjiang University. More than 400 fresh graduates of the Animation Academy sat in their seats. They were wearing black bachelor uniforms and were communicating in low voices, while the leaders of the academy were in the front row. The banner above the stage was filled with words such as celebrating graduation. The auditorium is full of graduation atmosphere. As Ning University is second to none in Ningjiang, the local TV station also sent reporters to interview. You can see the camera in the front, and the leaders of the academy are chatting and laughing with the reporters. Su Rui was wearing a bachelor's uniform and sitting quietly. He glanced at the seat where the parents were sitting not far away. The colors there were obviously much richer than here. Su Rui squinted for a while before seeing the same. Iasa was sitting aside by himself. Seemed relieved, Su Rui looked at the stage. The graduation ceremony began soon, and several leadership speeches successfully wiped out the enthusiasm of the graduates who were excited at the beginning. This situation did not change until Professor Zhou took the stage. He is the main teacher in charge of this year's graduates. At this time, he is going to come up to present some graduate awards. After several academic and moral awards, Professor Zhou turned a page of the reminder document in his hand, and his face suddenly became a little difficult to look. What will be awarded next is the Excellent Graduation Work Award for this year's Animation Design major. This award is a comprehensive evaluation based on the opinions of several professors of the college and the popularity of the works during the public exhibition. Professor Zhou chanted like the book, until the name of the winner was announced. He paused for a long time before continuing. The winner of this Outstanding Graduation Work Award is Su Rui from Class 302 of Animation Design. Chapter 18, Declaration. Somewhat unexpectedly, hearing Su Rui's name, the first reaction of the whole venue was not to applaud, but everyone looked around to find Su Rui's position. It's not surprising that Su Rui won the award for Outstanding Graduation Work. His Voice of Stars is not only of good quality, but also attracted a lot of attention on Tomato Video Network and major social platforms, and even always disdains it. Questions about the hotness have almost released a full number of topics. This year's outstanding graduation works, even if they may have been tricky before, no one dared to take it after Su Rui came out like this. At the same time, Su Rui is also the first animation production company to receive the industry's #1 animation production company in more than 10 years. What's more puzzling is that he refused. In the words of Ning Zhang, it means Nong. Undergraduates entering Rainbow Media have obtained a high starting point for stable improvement. As long as they have the strength, they will surely be able to get ahead in time. This is an opportunity that countless Ning University graduates dream of. Everyone is very strange. What is Su Rui thinking about, and which offer did he receive before he refuses this opportunity? Is the Mushroom movie? Or is it Jinping's Lovecraft? Or is it Chuan Chu's crayon animation? Do these companies offer the temptation of options to dig people? In a whisper of doubt, Su Rui sorted out his bachelor's uniform slightly, got up from his seat, and walked forward. He didn't care about other people's gazes, because Su Rui knew that what he would do next might be even more surprising. Walking to the stage, Su Rui saw Professor Zhou's slightly awkward smile. "Su Rui, you deserve this award," Professor Zhou said, handing him the certificate of honor. "Yes, Professor Zhou, it is also my honor for you to give me the award in person." Su Rui added a little emphasis on the word "in person," which caused Professor Zhou's expression to stagnate, and he remembered what he said to Su Rui that day. In Professor Zhou's complicated smile, the two shook hands and took a group photo. Then, according to tradition, Su Rui needed to express his acceptance speech. Generally speaking, this kind of acceptance speech is very fixed. It cannot be thanking the teachers and students of the colleges and universities, thanking the parents, etc. The students in the audience have carefully observed Su Rui and confirmed that there is nothing special about him. Relaxed, a little distracted. The slight disturbances in the venue calmed down again. Su Rui cleared his throat, walked to the microphone, and spoke. "Teachers and students, and reporters who are filming." He glanced at the cameras of several TV stations not far away. These reporters were suddenly named and hurriedly raised their heads to see what happened. "With this chance of winning, I want to announce one thing." Su Rui didn't mention a word about the teacher and the school. He paused and saw Ayasa, who was sitting quietly watching him, and then said, "Perhaps some people know of an animation called Little Dear Chaki. This is an old animation 15 years ago. The animation company that produced it was Ningjiang City Phantom Animation Production Company. This company has been in the company for a year. Before closing down." His words confuse many people, but soon, some people think of the celluloid hand-drawn animation, thinking of their own childhood, but people still don't know what is the relationship between this phantom animation and Su Rui. "After graduation, the first thing I will do is to rebuild Phantom Animation, inherit this company, and inherit my father's business. I want to make interesting animations. I will publish the detailed information on Weibo. Thank you all. Stand by." "What?" Professor Zhou subconsciously made a suspicious voice. He stared blankly at Su Rui, nodding his head to salute himself, and walked off the stage. The entire auditorium was silent, and everyone hadn't digested Su Rui's words. Fantasy movie? Father's career? Reconstruction? The reporters who reacted the fastest were the reporters. Although they didn't know the Phantom Animation or who Su Rui's father was, they quickly recorded all this and began to find someone to investigate the matter. The reporters' keen sense of smell reminded them that this must be big news. Zhou Hongyu is one of them. She has been in the press for 7 years, and she has published several big fire topics, but recently encountered a bottleneck. This time she was reluctant to come to Ning University to interview a graduation ceremony, but she didn't. Thought of accidentally hitting this one. She quickly turned on the phone and searched for the keyword Chucky the Deer. After filtering out some spam advertisements, she saw the introduction. Manufactured by Ningjiang City Magic Animation Company, a popular animation? The boss of Magic Animation is Su Kexin, who died of illness 5 years ago. The introduction of Phantom Animation is very brief. Even the death of his boss Su Kexin was found by Zhou Hongyu through internal software. In Ningjiang, where the animation industry is booming, this animation company can be regarded as unknown. Needless to say, Phantom Animation has closed down a year ago. A college student who wants to rebuild an animation company after graduation. Zhou Hongyu suddenly became interested, she felt that there is a lot to do in it, and immediately made a call. Hey, Xiaojao, you help me look up all the information related to the phantom animation. I will see it when I go back. No, you can send it to my phone immediately. Hurry up. Yes, I'm in Ningda University, I tell you, this is big news. Putting down the phone, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Zhou Hongyu looked at the stage again. Su Rui had walked down under the gaze of everyone with question marks, and returned to his position. None of the students next to him dared to talk to him. As if Su Rui exudes a strong aura. But at least, everyone understands one thing, and that is why Su Rui rejected Rainbow Media's offer, because Su Rui wanted to start his own company. But who gave him the courage to start from scratch in this relatively mature and complete industry? Zhou Hongyu wrote down Su Rui's appearance and position, and prepared to interview this little student when he had the opportunity. Whether Su Rui was pure cheer or something happened, it was enough to constitute an eye-catching piece of news. The graduation ceremony is still going on, but everyone has no intention of being here. What Su Rui said just now is beyond imagination. Many people secretly checked the phantom animation with their mobile phones, but only got a few brief introductions on the encyclopedia. Su Rui remained silent. He took out his mobile phone and sent out the edited Weibo content. Now he has about 70,000 followers. Although it is not as large as some of the large traffic, it also has a certain influence. Wait until the graduation ceremony. At the end, this Weibo rebuilt phantom animation had been reposted hundreds of times. Producers of highly topical animations, animation companies with a long history but now closed down, or college student entrepreneurs, these keywords are all eye-catching. No matter whether they are true or not, everyone comes to join in the fun. This is exactly what Su Rui wants to achieve. He has the strength himself. Now he has gained a certain amount of traffic popularity through a series of operations completed. It is more convenient to recruit talents or attract investment later. Putting down the phone, Su Rui just saw Professor Zhou unnaturally announcing the end of the graduation ceremony, so he stood up. Chapter 19. Please don't talk to me. The people coming out of the auditorium were bustling. Many of them were taking pictures with their four-year college classmates or taking pictures with their parents. Some students even hugged each other and wept bitterly in memory of their lost youth. Yi Qian walked out of the auditorium with the parents, and came to wait under the phoenix tree that Su Rui had previously agreed upon. She is wearing a long blue dress with a long dress depicting cats on the parade. It is very cute. Iqian is stepping on small black leather shoes and holding a small umbrella. The white short sleeves of her upper body are white. On the forearm, Asa usually doesn't like to go out. Most of them stay at home on weekends, so they have very good skin. Many girls passing by are jealous. Who is this, Junior? I don't know, it looks more like a high school student. Who is she waiting for? Could it be someone who made trouble with a high school student? Her. The skirt is so beautiful, when will you give me one? Wow, this is not the one that EJE made before, it's so expensive. Let me ask. People passing by, from time to time cast curious eyes, their comments did not cover up, many of them reached Ayasa's ears, but she didn't care, she just looked at something with her mobile phone. At this time, a courageous graduate leaned over. He looked sunny, and was probably instigated by his companion. This classmate walked up to Ayasa and cleared his throat to attract the other's attention. But Ayasa was indifferent and didn't even raise his head. Is this classmate here for the graduation ceremony? The graduate subconsciously thought that the other party might be a student of Ningxia University, and asked, but Ayasa still turned a blind eye, like a statue, with only his fingers moving slightly on the phone screen. Hearing the laughter of the companions behind him, the graduate twitched the corner of his mouth and patted Ayasa on the shoulder. Excuse me. Do you play Battlefield Summon? What? The graduate was a little at a loss when he heard Yi Kyunkin's sudden sentence. He only knew that Call of War is a gunfight online game. Sometimes he and his roommate would play black games, but the skills are a bit tricky. To play is to play, Before the language was organized, the brother heard Ayasa speaking in a very cold voice. The battlefield summons people who are below KD3 in pure foot combat, please do not talk to me. The other party looked dazed and didn't understand what was going on. These days, if you want to strike up a conversation, you have to play games first? But soon, Yi Kyunkin's eyes stopped on this person, but looked behind him. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and Yi Qian showed a faint smile, like the sunshine refracted by an iceberg, shining brightly, making this graduate life be stunned. However, Yi Qian didn't even look at this person, just bypassed him and walked towards Su Rui on the other side. Only the graduate was left sluggish in place, until his classmates came over, and the man uttered a word in a daze. I think I'm in love. There is a snack street near the north gate of Ningxia University. In addition to Sichuan restaurants and internet cafes, there are some mobile vendors. It was originally a vegetable market. After the completion of the new campus of Ningxia University, it has become a backyard for every university. Street, for the students who forage late at night to dissolve the greedy insects. In a pan-fried restaurant, Ayasa is sitting in a chair obediently. Her dress and skirt attracts the attention of some diners who are also students, but she doesn't care much, just looking down at her phone, typing fast. After a while, Su Rui came back from the back street. He brought 2 cups of desserts, a small wonton, burritos and fried rice, and a box of fried skewers. As soon as I sat down, the store brought up a box of fried dumplings. The dishes were all eaten, and Ayasa was very familiar with taking apart the disposable chopsticks, poured some vinegar into the sauce dish, and ate the dumplings. Fried dumplings with beef stuffing, crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside, combined with vinegar, the aftertaste is endless. She ate a dumpling, and then opened the dessert Su Rui brought. This is a glass of fruit ice. As the name suggests, it is a variety of iced fruit mixed with sugar water. The yellow peach is clear, the watermelon is refreshing, the banana is soft, the Sydney is sweet, and the ice is cool. Summer is just right. Small wonton is a wonton from Huizhu. There is less flour in the meat filling in a small bowl. There are as many shallots, shrimps, and mustard in the soup. It has all kinds of internal organs. The burrito is filled with bacon and 1,000 pieces, potato shreds, lettuce, grilled sausage, and hot sauce. It seems unremarkable, but it has amazing satisfaction. The fried rice grains are golden brown, and the beans add a little sourness, but it promotes appetite. These are all market snacks, which may not be on the table in the eyes of many people, but they are the food that Ikiankin ordered Su Rui to treat. I thought Sister Qian would want to eat some delicacies, but I didn't expect to come to the back street. Su Rui took a sip of fruit ice, the taste is still familiar. This store is said to have opened since the establishment of the new campus of Ningxia University more than 10 years ago. The price has never changed for so many years. It is still 5 yuan a cup. We used to come here for supper after get off work and got used to the taste here. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Yi Qian was very happy to eat, she said. Su Rui soon understood that the before here refers to the time when the phantom animation has not closed down. Su Rui basically had no impression. He only remembered that his father always came home late at work, and went out early in the morning. He could only see his father twice a week, 7 days a week. Now think about it, his father devoted almost all of his energy to the phantom animation. For Ayasa, it should be the same level. The two of them ate, exchanging a few words from time to time, like an old couple and old wife. This kind of people-friendly snack is better, but unfortunately there will be no chance to eat it in the future. After eating, Su Rui subconsciously sighed. There will be a chance. Ikian wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue and said. If you work overtime at night in the future, please ask me to eat back street. Her words made Su Rui a little puzzled. He looked at Yi Qian, and the girl added. My work at mushroom screening will continue until next Friday, after which I will leave. Okay. Su Rui stood up immediately. The owner of the pan-fried restaurant glanced at it and turned around to continue working when there was nothing wrong. Sister Qian, why did you leave? Although Su Rui thought about Yi Qian, he still couldn't speak very well. I didn't expect that Yi Qian was vigorous and took care of everything. Because I want to be a member of Phantom Animation. Ikian also stood up, packed her things, she replied as if it were a matter of course, paused, a smile leaked from the corner of her mouth, slightly lifted the skirt, bowed and said. So, are you going to interview my new employee now? Chapter 20, Interview. Ningjiang TV Station. Zhou Hongyu tapped the keyboard quickly and quickly completed a news topic. She took another look at the information she obtained through her investigation. I didn't expect Phantom Animation to be an animation company with such old qualifications. I have never heard of it in the past. In the past, Zhou Hongyu was responsible for social news. He only had a common-sense understanding of Ningjiang's prosperous animation industry. Now after carefully consulting the information, Zhou Hongyu discovered that the Phantom Animation mentioned by Su Rui was unexpected. It is one of the leaders of China animation. This Su Rui is not easy, but unfortunately he was delayed at the time and he was not caught, otherwise this topic should be able to expand. Shaking her head, Zhou Hongyu sighed. If it was before, Zhou Hongyu could use various resources to dig deep into this incident and produce a special topic. But now, she has been neglected in the TV station and has been taken over by a newcomer. There are not too many resources that can be obtained, otherwise they would not be sent to interview Ning University's graduation ceremony. Apart from the fact that some of the original programs have been replaced, Zhou Hongyu was even sent to operate Weibo and other related media. This kind of internet media has just emerged. For the TV station people, it is true that people who operate these media are not very attractive. Sister Yu, Director Qian agreed to use the section you mentioned as the broadcast screen of the news briefing. He asked me to tell you to pass the tape over in the afternoon. Zhou Hongyu's assistant Xiao Gao returned with the file and said. I know. Nodded, Zhou Hongyu looked at his topic again and smiled helplessly. Despite being assigned to an unpopular department, she still has to work hard. After getting the degree certificate and graduation certificate, Su Rui has officially graduated. That night, he and Yi Qian celebrated a little bit. Su Rui managed to cook a table of hearty dishes, stewed pork feet with soybeans, fried small yellow croaker, fried bacon with peas, and of course, there was garlic that Yukian didn't like. Lettuce. Early the next morning, after accompanying Yi Qian to the mushroom screening for the handover, Su Rui and Yi Qian came to the studio of Phantom Animation. He spent money to ask the cleaning staff to clean up the second floor, the original painting studio. They are not too crowded now, and one floor is enough. Su Rui did not rush to purchase equipment. Instead, he rented a server first, set up a simple official website, and dropped the recruitment requirements and some company information. Fortunately, there was no trouble when registering the company. Su Rui easily got the registered trademark of Phantom Electric Company. In theory, he is now the owner of Ningjiang Phantom Animation Production Company. He cleared a place, took out his notebook, and opened a few documents. This is the resume Su Rui received these days. The original Weibo that reconstructed the Phantom Animation has been forwarded by 100,000. The resume received in the corporate mailbox has been screened to remove invalid ones. There are more than 100 copies, covering all posts in animation production. It seems that the re-emergence of magic power is just around the corner. But Su Rui knows very well how many of them are simply curious and have a look, and how many are fresh graduates who have basically no relevant work experience. In the end, after selection, he selected 30 resumes of varying quality. It just started today. Interview. Surui felt that it would be great to pick out 5 of them. His early goal was to make a short story. There were enough people. There was no need to build a big company like Rainbow Media. At about 10 o'clock, a young man wearing a plaid shirt and glasses swaggered into the empty company, and soon came to Surui and Yi Qianqian. "Are you interviewing?" His tone is quite relaxed, and he seems to have experienced many battles. "I am Chen Ziyu, graduated from Ningjiang University of Science and Technology with a major in animation, and want to apply for an original artist." Opened the chair and sat in front of the two, the young man named Chen Ziyu said. Surui and Yi Qianqian looked at each other, and then they began to ask routinely. Since the other party applied for the original painting, most of the questions were Yi Qianqian. During the question and answer, Chen Ziyu seemed a little absent-minded, as if his interest was not here. At the end of the 20-minute interview time, the other party stood up. "Actually," the young man named Chen Ziyu smiled. He originally wanted to apply for tomato manufacturing, because phantom electricity is close to tomato manufacturing, so he just stopped by today to join in the fun. His goal is only tomato manufacturing and will not consider phantom electricity. Chen Ziyu is about to speak. "Want to see this hot online? What ugly expression Surui would have." But before Chen Ziyu could speak, Yi Qianqian put down the resume in her hand and answered faintly. "Sorry, although you have 2 years of experience as an animator, but in terms of the quality of the work, there are too many perfunctory parts. There are also several episodes of the famous collapse in the industry. To be honest, your level does not meet ours requirements." "You?" Chen Ziyu was stunned, unable to answer the conversation. "Originally, I thought it was because of the tight schedule of other links that led to these collapses. I want to meet to find out. If it is true, then we can continue to communicate. But from the chat just now, you have enough. The time is good, but I only chose a shoddy way. I'm sorry, we don't need such a person here." Yi Qianqian's words directly hit Chen Ziyu's pain points. He always felt that the job of an animator was a springboard. In the future, he would become the original painting and the director of the painting. Therefore, he scribbled to deal with it, and was scolded by his boss before he wanted to quit. Chen Ziyu feels that as long as he does it, he will definitely be able to draw high-quality original paintings. It is the company's hot chicken, and he needs a better platform. And Yi Qianqian's words completely denied Chen Ziyu, making him froze in place, forgetting what he wanted to say. "Sorry," she speaks straighter, "you don't need to care." Surui spread his hand, and then pointed towards the stairs. "Just leave where you just came up." Chen Ziyu hesitated for a long time before reacting. He was slightly sluggish and went downstairs. After doing this, his mentality has collapsed. Although he will go to the tomato interview next, Chen Ziyu has a blank brain and does not know what to do. Up. Seeing this man leave, Surui smiled helplessly. "Sister Qianqian, you don't need to be so serious, don't scare people away." Hearing Surui's words, Yi Qianqian puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, "I can't tolerate perfunctory treatment of animation works. The animation glass-colored dawn that the person is responsible for is the first time that Mr. Shuhei has been animated. Mr. Shuhei has drawn manga for 20 years, but he didn't have it because of the subject matter. The method animation didn't get this opportunity until the age of 40, and because of the existence of this kind of person just now, the animation of glass-colored dawn became a shame in the industry, and Mr. Shuhei also sealed the pen." Surui did not answer. He knew that Yi Qianqian took animation seriously, but he didn't expect that she still had such considerations. After a moment of silence, Surui cleared up his emotions and continued to receive the next interviewer. Chapter 21, awaited. 3 days later, the Phantom animation still has only Su Rui and Yi Qian. As Su Rui had expected, most of the interviewees in these days were not sincere, or just stopped by to watch the excitement, or tried their luck for nothing. Su Rui even suspects that some news media people pretend to come over. Interview. It's not that Su Rui's requirements are too high. In fact, Su Rui already has a few candidates in his mind, and only waits for the end of this batch of interviews to contact them. Due to a wave of waves on the internet before, many people are concerned about Su Rui's situation. In addition, the official Weibo of Ningjiang TV station also issued a feature article on Phantom animation, so people are concerned about Su Rui's new Phantom teleplay has both expectations and doubts. What they are looking forward to is whether the Phantom animation, as a veteran animation company, can re-emerge and, under the leadership of Su Rui, inherit the spirit of craftsmanship from the past and produce excellent animations. They questioned whether Su Rui, as a newcomer, could be worthy of the hallmark of Phantom animation when he almost started from scratch. Such contradictory psychology has led to many quarrels. After asking, a question quietly appeared. How do you think the producer of Voice of the Stars opened a company but no one applied for it? At the bottom of the question, there were only some speculations and imaginations that were not dry at first, but soon, with the arrival of the big VS, a few high praise answers appeared on the homepage. Jiro, thank you. In the animation industry, this is a normal phenomenon. Newcomers always think that they are extraordinary and that the old industry needs to be broken by people like themselves, but doing animation is not a playhouse. It's not a person's business. To be honest, as I said in my previous article, Voice of the Stars is very good as a student work, but it is only a student work. The author wants to use this to gain a foothold in the industry. It's still too immature. Perhaps only through the beating of society can he help him grow more. Door 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 door. How can no one come when I am so good? JPG, I will kill you all when I set up the company. JPG. Unsurprisingly, some people just think of making animation too simple. Don't think about why so many powerful newcomers every year, only so few who can become great directors in the end. Funny. The past is like smoke, Erlang has already said very thoroughly. I will add a few more points. It is the end of June. According to the general animation production cycle, this time should have begun to produce the animation of next January, even if the Phantom film can be successful. Established, we have to see his animation first in April next year, and the popularity of Voice of the Stars can last for a year? I doubt it. It's not going to be possible to rely on a moment's popularity and fame in the animation production industry. In the end, it depends on the strength. After reading a few answers to this question on the phone, Su Rui smiled and stretched. Today's interview ended early, and Ayasa put aside his resume without worrying at all. It seems that building a company is really not that simple. Su Rui said with a mockery that he was not in a hurry, and relying on Yi Qian and him to make small animations. He has received some orders for short film advertisements, and waiting for everything to be ready. They can start production next week. Today's interview is over, I will contact those people. He took out 3 resumes and stood up. Although the start was not too smooth, at least he took the first step in the industry. Su Rui was quite satisfied. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from the stairwell. Su Rui raised his head and saw a familiar person. Uncle Warehouseman. He quickly remembered that this was the middle-aged man he had previously encountered who claimed to be a nearby warehouse keeper. Warehouse manager. Yukian frowned slightly, she looked at each other, then at Su Rui, and stopped talking. I saw you on TV, boy. Uncle, Guo Weiren was also stunned when he saw Yi Qian, then smiled and said to Su Rui. I didn't expect you to really rebuild the Phantom animation. Yes, Uncle, why, are you applying for the job too? Su Rui asked, only to see Guo Weiren's expression stagnant and silent for a moment before answering. Yes, I also want to apply for phantom animation. Guo Weiren walked slowly in front of Su Rui and Yi Qianqian, pulled the chair away, and sat down. Really? Su Rui originally thought that Guo Weiren was just joking, but seeing the other person sitting down pretentiously and handing out an A4 paper from his arms, he realized later and took the resume. Guo Weiren, wait, uncle, you, no, are you Senior Guo Weiren? Su Rui saw the name on the other party's resume and quickly stood up, looked at the slightly hunched middle-aged uncle, and then looked at the resume. In addition to basic personal information such as name, resume is a long list of participating animations. The 35th episode of Chaki the Deer is the original painting. The 9th and 24th episodes of Sky Warrior original paintings, painting director. The original paintings of the 1st, 5th, 9th, 12th, 22nd, 25th episodes of Space Knight. The 27th, 28th, 33rd, and 42nd episodes of Exciting Poems, the painting director. The 21st episode of Abandoned Prince is a long line of original paintings www.readaloud.com, most of which are familiar to Su Rui. Most of the popular animations in this world are produced by Phantom Animation. Therefore, Su Rui quickly remembered the information he had read when he checked the old Phantom movie. Guo Weiren, one of the strongest original artists in the old Magic movie, is good at dense special effects, dynamic shadows with a strong sense of structure, and rich lens effects. The most iconic is the cube-shaped cracked gravel, which is also called Guo's cube. Anyone who has a little knowledge of the original animation of the animation will know the name of Guo Weiren. It's a pity that Guo Weiren lost his passion for creation after Su Rui's father passed away, and eventually ran away when the internal conflicts in Phantom Animation increased. In tomato manufacturing, he was only in charge of one animation and no longer had any sound. People say that it was Zhang Lang who was exhausted. Qian, I thought I was already fast, but I didn't expect you to find him first. Guo Weiren nodded slightly when facing Su Rui's question, and then looked at Yi Qian, the last apprentice he accepted. No wonder I think the voice of the heroine in Voice of the Stars is a bit familiar, it turned out to be you. Yuqian pursed his lips and nodded in greeting. Teacher Guo, I didn't expect you to come. Haha, you are still too young, there are many things you didn't expect. Guo Weiren laughed heartily, then turned his head and said to the stairs. Come out, Qian is here too. Okay. Su Rui looked over Guo Weiren's shoulder, and saw that the narrow staircase suddenly showed several people. Everyone was no longer young, but everyone's eyes revealed bright colors. Are these people? He was very confused. Chapter 22, Man's Dream. A few days ago. It was another day as always. Yan Zhe dragged his feet home. His wife hadn't got off work yet. Only his 8-year-old son had finished school and was doing his homework in his room. This 2-bedroom and 1 living room in the suburbs of Ningjiang is not too big. Fortunately, the room faces south and can be brighter. Yan's put down his briefcase and sat on the sofa. His exhaustion immediately attacked him, causing him to fall asleep. In his dream, Yan Zhe seemed to have returned to the era of glory and struggle, those days of working hard in Phantom Animation. Yan Zhe did photography in Phantom Animation. In the celluloid era, photography was basically using a camera to shoot colored celluloid plates. In order to prevent the heat of the light from melting the celluloid, it was necessary to keep the fan on. The conditions were extremely difficult. But photography is also an important part of animation production. Whether it's the sparkling lake in Chucky the Deer or the violently shocking scenes in Sky Warrior because of the explosion, these special effects work are all done by photography. Now in the digital age, photography is more called post-production special effects. After Yan Zhe resigned from Phantom Animation, he did not stay in the animation industry. Instead, following his wife's ideas, he went to a film and television company as a post-production director. Yan Zhe originally thought he would be able to make a big splash in the new field, but a failed film investment in his company caused a tight budget for the entire company and laid off a lot of people. Although Yan Zhe was not laid off, the entire late-stage department also shrank. There is almost nothing he can do. Nowadays movies don't need such exquisite post-production. Just find a few handsome boys and shoot for tens of minutes with rigid acting skills to attract fans to pay. Although Yan Zhe is not particularly hard at work, he is mentally extremely tired, because I can't see the future. When he regained consciousness, Yan Zhe found that he was wearing a blanket on his body sometime, and there was a sizzle of cooking in the kitchen and a burst of fragrance. Then his wife walked out of the kitchen with a plate of dishes, and saw that Yan Zhe had woken up, so she beckoned him to come and eat. Okay. Strictly active activities. He turned on the TV and tuned to the channel of Ningjiang TV station. After the news, the TV series that his wife was watching were followed by him. He also watched the news at this time. A family of 3 eats at the dining table in the living room. Stir-fried bacon with garlic, shredded potatoes and vinegar, and a pot of vegetable soup. Simple, but the taste of home. A few pieces of news have been broadcast, and Yan Zhe listened without a word while listening to his wife and children talking. At this moment, a piece of news flashed, and Yan Zhe pricked his ears. Ningjiang University Animation College held a graduation ceremony today. It is reported that 70% of the college's graduates this year have found a job, 30% have chosen to study, and some students have chosen to start their own businesses. Yan's couldn't help but look at the past. After many years, hearing the 2 words of animation can still stir his nerves. He turned his head and saw the middle of the picture. On the podium, a boy wearing a bachelor's uniform was speaking. After graduation, the first thing I need to do is to rebuild Phantom Animation and inherit this company. The chopsticks fell on the table and stared at the student on the podium in a daze, until the screen switched to other news. Phantom power! Muttered to himself strictly, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Someone wants to rebuild the Phantom Animation, and this person is not someone else, it is Su Kexan's son, Su Rui, who is always talked about by the boss, although almost no one in the company has seen it. For an instant, Yan Zhe felt the blood hit his eardrums, and the harsh buzzing replaced all the noise. His exhausted body shuddered like an electric shock. Yan Zhe could clearly hear his heartbeat. A haunting life, inability to see the future, long bleak dreams, at this moment, are all replaced by brilliant memories. Yan Zhe wished to go out to find this Su Rui immediately, but when he recovered and looked at his wife and children, Yan Zhe hesitated again. He sat back. Life no longer allowed him to pursue his dreams again. What if this time he couldn't bear the failure, already over 30? What's happenin'? Asked his wife with concern. She also heard the name of the Phantom Animation, and quickly understood her husband's excitement. No, it's nothing, it's just a mistake. Yan shook his head, trying to perfuse, but was held by his wife. I still have some savings here. Although not much, it is enough for us to live for a while. Wife looked at Yan Zhe and said seriously. Go if you want. Yes. Yan Zhe was a little surprised. He remembered that a long time ago, when they first got married, Yan Zhe wanted to switch from the original company to the Phantom Telecast. His wife had a fight with himself. Although he still compromised in the end, Yan Zhe always thought my wife doesn't like doing animation by herself. Do you remember that I didn't want you to go to the Phantom film to do anime? I went back to my parents after we had a fight. I was very angry at the time and told my parents about it, but you knew my dad. How do you say it? The wife paused, and then said. My dad said that men have dreams of men, and you won't understand them now. Yan's was shocked. He didn't expect that the old man who always seemed to dislike him before getting married would say such things. He looked at his wife and choked silently for a while. I really didn't understand at the time, but in the past few years, seeing your appearance, I think I understand a little bit," said his wife, earnestly and attentively. On the same day, Guo Weiren, who got off work early, also saw this news. He already knew that someone wanted to rebuild the Phantom animation, so he was not surprised at first. Guo Weiren didn't realize it until Su Rui on TV said that he was going to inherit his father's business. Is he the son of old Su? Guo Weiren asked himself like he was talking to himself. He immediately turned on the computer at home, cracked a bunch of searches, and quickly found a feature article on Weibo. This is a feature article on the official Weibo of Ningjiang TV station. The content is about the past and present of Phantom Animation and Su Rui, the producer of the Fire Animation Voice of Stars. The content is detailed and almost in line with everything that Guo Weiren knows. Seen in Guo Weiren at the time, the number of clicks has exceeded 200,000, and the number of forwarding has exceeded 10,000. He really did the voice of the stars. At first, Guo Weiren felt that at least a young man of the same level as the producer of Voice of the Stars would be able to revive the illusion of the Phantom animation in the past, but he did not expect that Su Rui, who inherited the Phantom animation, would be the producer. Bye. His hands trembled slightly, and Guo Weiren was still in shock, but there was an incoming call on his mobile phone. Strictly. This is the number that has not been contacted with Guo Weiren for many years, but it is clearly displayed on the screen of Guo Weiren's mobile phone at the moment. At the same time, on Guo Weiren's QQ, several portraits that had been grayed out for many years were lit up at the same time. Chapter 23, New Phantom. As you can see, this is all of us from the Phantom animation. In the meeting room on the second floor where the Phantom animation was cleaned, Su Rui said. There are now 9 people in the Phantom movie. Excluding Su Rui and Yi Qian, there are 5 old employees of Phantom Animation, and 2 newcomers. I'm Su Rui, currently the person in charge of the company. I will be mainly responsible for the supervision and scripting of the animation production, and perform part-time performances. This is Asa, the original artist. He pointed to the side, Iasa, who was wearing a long burgundy dress. This is also the original painter Guo Weiren. This is Yan Zhe, who is in charge of photography and special effects, Yao Jiajia, who is in charge of coloring, and the producer Cheng Qai, and Anwera, who is also the original painter. These are all old employees of Phantom Animation. Among them, Guo Weiren is the oldest. Phantom is the first animation company he joined. Yan Zhe and Enyuan joined Phantom Animation only 3 years after its establishment. Yao Jiajia and Cheng Qai he joined Su Rui's father 4 years before his death, and stayed in Magic Power for 8 years. As for the 2 new colleagues who joined Phantom TV, Tao Ran, an animator who has worked in Mushroom Film for 3 years, and Deng Shixin, an animator and 3D producer who had previously worked in Tomato. Su Rui pointed to the other side again. These 2 people passed the interview in the past few days, and they belong to the immediate combat force with certain experience in the industry. After that, we will get to know each other again at work. Starting today, the Phantom Animation will be officially established. Su Rui explained the company's daily system and said in summary. There is a problem, Mr. Su. The animator Tao Ran helped his glasses and raised his hand and said. At the time of the interview, I remember you said that there are currently only 2 people in the Phantom. Why are there so many people suddenly? He was more straightforward and asked directly. This is because you are a fraud. Before Su Rui could explain, Tao Ran stood up and said very indignantly. If you knew. He turned his head and immediately leaned in front of Guo Weiren. If I had known that Teacher Guo you were in the Phantom telecast, I would not have to worry about whether I was leaving my job all night. I also missed the latest episode of Ningjiang Zombie 2, which was spoiled by other groups of people. Okay. Guo Weiren was a little confused and took a step back subconsciously. Teacher Guo Weiren, I am your loyal fan. It is precisely because of watching Sky Warrior and Space Knight that I decided to join the industry. Was it the fan who saw the idol? Surui wiped a sweat, then pulled Taoran away. You can slowly communicate with Teacher Guo later, let's explain the next tasks first. As Surui spoke, he took out a few documents and handed them to the people present. First of all, there are a few animated advertisements, such as the advertisement promotion of A's Cram School, and an advertisement promotion of Ningjiang Metro. These advertisements are the content of our work throughout July. Due to the development of Ningjiang's animation industry, Ningjiang's companies also prefer to use animation for promotion. These jobs are Surui relying on his fame and connections, as well as attractive plans to fight for after the establishment of the company. Coming. Since they are all short animations of a few minutes, a small personal studio can also afford it. To be honest, the 1-month construction period is actually quite ample. With these funds, the Phantom will be able to complete the turnover in at least the first few months. As for what to do later, it depends on the response of the first animation produced by the Phantom. As for the future work content, thanks to our producer Cheng Qai, we have an appointment with a negotiation partner this afternoon, and I will inform you of the specific results. He said, clapped his hands, looked at Taoran who had calmed down a little, and signaled to start work. A few people didn't say much. They were all people who have been in the industry for so many years. Naturally, they know the focus of the work of Phantom Animation. No one thinks that with the current strength of Phantom Animation, they can make an original animation on their own. Advertisements are most suitable for short stories with small costs and quick turnover. It's just that after everyone got up and left and returned to their workstations, Surui looked at a project that he hadn't brought out just now. Says Soul Eater Animation Project on it. Xinzhi Kao, Ningjiang City, a high-rise building is hung with a signboard of the new front line and a pirate head icon. This is the location of the editorial office of the weekly Youth Front Line. New Frontier, also known as New Frontier Media, is one of China's largest comic publishing houses. Its most famous is Weekly Youth Frontline, this comic magazine, and Suinmo Media's Weekly Comic King, the middle school's Weekly 24 Frames, is also known as the Big Three of China youth comics. In addition to Weekly Youth Frontline, New Frontline Media also includes Monthly Youth Frontline for Youth and Margaret, a comic magazine for women, which covers most of the reader groups. Due to the use of cruel reader questionnaires, the final elimination system, therefore, the authors here work extremely hard for fear that their works will be cut in half. The editorial office of Monthly Youth Frontline is on the 16th floor. In a meeting room, a man and a woman look at each other face to face. I've seen the storytelling and there is no big problem. Also, Mr. Huang, although I have already said in the email, I still have to repeat it to you here, Soul Eater, the animation of the work is currently suspended. A woman wearing a suit jacket and short skirt looks very young. A bunch of upturned hair on her short hair shows her panic when she goes out. She hesitated for a while, and said as much as possible to suppress her emotions. I understand. The man opposite her was in his late 20s, with shaggy beard and messy hair. He was wearing a black t-shirt and holding 2 calloused hands in front of him, quite disturbed. Teacher Huang, please be sure to keep your serialization as normal. And don't affect your creation because of this incident. I know, edited by Swallow. The man known as Mr. Huang is a cartoonist. He used to be the assistant of Mr. Kishive, the author of the famous comic The King of Thieves. Later he submitted his contribution to the Newcomer Award and won the Newcomer Award with the manga Soul Eater. He debuted in the 3rd position, and this year is the 2nd year of serialization. The young woman sitting across from him is his editor in charge. The editor's name is Swallow, and her real name is Li Ruoxuan. She has just graduated from school for a year and has been an executive editor who had been doing chores before. If it wasn't for the predecessor who brought her because of illness as for the cultivation, it may take Lee Ruoxuan half a year before he has the opportunity to contact the author. To be honest with this incident, the editorial department is also very surprised. We will do our best to find a suitable animation company to adapt Soul Eater. www.readaloud.com. Please rest assured, Mr. Huang. Lee Ruoxuan said, originally she had just taken office, and many things were too late to be familiar with, but she happened to encounter the accident that the animation of Soul Eater was stranded, which made her feel devastated during this time. Monthly Youth Frontline once promised that as long as it is a prize-winning work, it can be animated. At this time, the animations of several other works have either been broadcast or are in production. Only Soul Eater has a problem. Everything was originally normal, but the commissioned mild animation turned out to be due to problems such as capital turnover and internal contradictions. The project case has already come out, and the animation news has already been announced. No animation company is willing to take over such an animation that has started. The transformation plan has led to the current dilemma. If Soul Eater is a popular comic, most companies will ask to produce it, but Soul Eater currently ranks 20th among the 36 works in the monthly Shonen Frontline series, with 4 volumes of comics. The total sales volume is less than 1 million, which can only be said to be mediocre works. This is the situation, which has led to the current situation of being unable to advance or retreat. Lee Ruoxuan relied on her meager contacts to communicate with each other, hoping to find a company to take over, but unfortunately, no one responded. Just after the two exchanged, Mr. Huang packed up his storytelling and was about to leave. Lee Ruoxuan's phone rang. Hello, yes, I am, hi? Yes, I am here, Is it really possible? Lee Ruoxuan's expression went from surprise at the beginning to confusion, and then became excited. She ended the conversation, clenched fists with both hands, jumped a little bit with excitement, and then said to the bewildered Teacher Huang. Teacher Huang, an animation company is willing to take over the animation plan of Soul Eater. Chapter 24. Lee Ruoxuan's Melancholy. At the end of June, Ningjiang is extremely hot. The noisy cicadas made people's ears sore. In the Ningjiang High-Tech Development Zone, a dark blue car with a new Frontline Media brand stopped at the door of a slightly dilapidated 4-story building. Carrying a black school bag, Lee Ruoxuan opened the door and got out of the car. She was wearing a printed short-sleeved t-shirt, slim jeans, and sneakers. The hair on her head was simply tied into a single-sided pigtail, which looked like it's a college student who came out of the school just now. In fact, she has just graduated a year. In an instant, I stepped from the low temperature of the air conditioner in the car to the heat of Ningjiang outside. The roar of cicadas suddenly enveloped the new editor. Lee Ruoxuan confirmed the address in the phone and looked up at the building. This is the company. Lee Ruoxuan walked into the shadow of the lobby on the first floor and saw the simple logo printed on A4 paper and the 4 characters Phantom Animation. She was a little uneasy. If it were not because the introducer was her familiar business partner, Lee Ruoxuan would want to feel that I might be scammed and trafficked away. Followed the guidance and walked upstairs. Lee Ruoxuan finally heard a little noise. It is the keyboard tapping sound and some kind of special sliding sound from time to time. She poked her head out of the stairwell and saw a few tables in the center of the huge studio. At the table, a young girl was concentrating on the screen. The young girl is wearing a wine-red dress, with her left hand on the keyboard and a pen in her right hand, drawing on the tablet. She wears earphones and looks serious, exuding a breath of ignorance. Is this a professional animator? It is the first time for Lee Ruoxuan to visit an animation company. Although the other facilities here are a bit shabby, Lee Ruoxuan is still a little impressed by the appearance of the girl's painting. She couldn't help but leaned closer to see what the girl was painting, but when she took a closer look, Lee Ruoxuan was immediately stunned. Because the girl's screen is not a world-famous painting, but a first-view picture with a gun in her hand. The girl flexibly manipulates the game characters to move around, turn around, and then shoot a headshot and turn the other side, just like a professional player. This is the scene of the battlefield call. Lee Ruoxuan has heard about it. She has never played, but she has seen others play. If the girl's operation is a well-trained soldier, then the boys in the internet cafe that Lee Ruoxuan watched before are simply toddlers. Lee Ruoxuan glanced at the number of kills of this young girl, which turned out to have exceeded 50, and more importantly, the number of deaths was 0. No, why are there people playing games in an animation company? Lee Ruoxuan couldn't help but yelled out, which attracted the attention of others. Now is the lunch break, as long as it does not affect other people, you can freely control it. A man with glasses next to him said that he is also equipped with a tablet and keyboard, but the latest episode of Ninjang Zombie 2 is playing on the computer. This Lee Ruoxuan watched last night and was impressed. Which one are you looking for? A slightly hunched middle-aged man suddenly appeared behind Lee Ruoxuan. He was wearing a khaki shirt, just like the cleaning uncle in the editorial department. Uncle, I am looking for your person in charge. I am here to talk about cooperation. Lee Ruoxuan was startled, and said in a panic. Are you the Swallow editor of the monthly Shonen Frontline? There was a voice from the other side of the desk. Lee Ruoxuan looked over. It was a very young boy who was tidying up. He walked over with a document in his hand and reached out to Lee Ruoxuan. I am Su Rui, the person in charge of Phantom Animation, and I am glad to meet you. Lee Ruoxuan hesitated to shook his hand with the other party. Su Rui's fingers were slender but somewhat rough. Lee Ruoxuan was impressed by the touch of calluses rubbing. She remembered that teacher Chuang's hands were like this. Maybe the people who paint are like that. This way please. Su Rui pointed to the conference room next to him and called Shang Cheng Qai. The three of them walked in. After a brief greeting and introduction, Lee Ruoxuan took out a thick stack of documents in his school bag. These are the projects before Soul Eater, some sorted information, A&D. She spoke fluently, and she was a little bit distressed when she was proficient. Lee Ruoxuan had already spoken these words to many animation companies before, but none of those companies had plans to take over the animation of Soul Eater. Originally, these tasks should be the responsibility of colleagues in charge of copyright contact, but the monthly Youth Frontline is of a special nature, and the editor who knows the content of the comics will also participate in it. At the same time, because Soul Eater has been sentenced by the copyright department because of the death penalty, only Lee Ruoxuan was running around here. Please wait, Editor Swallow, before we talk about animation, I want to ask how much you know about Soul Eater. Su Rui reached out and held down the file Lee Ruoxuan was about to open, and said. Soul Eater is the debut work of Mr. Chuang. It is a story about demons. Lee Ruoxuan recounted the plot roughly. The story of Soul Eater is very kingly and simple. High school student Bai Jianxi has been able to see ghosts since he was a child, and sometimes uses this ability to help some souls who have been wronged. Zi high school girl Li Leshan learned the truth about the world from her mouth and joined the Supernatural Disaster Office of the Bureau of Natural Environment. While going to school, she was engaged in a school story about fighting spirits after school. Who is your most memorable character in this story? After hearing Lee Ruoxuan's narration, Su Rui nodded slightly, as if testing her basic ability as a responsible editor. It should be the heroine Li Leshan. She is strong and confident, but she feels like a little girl in front of the hero, especially when she comes on stage with a pocky stick. The look of stepping on Bai Zi is very handsome. Although Lee Ruoxuan is a newcomer editor, she still carefully read every work on Monthly Youth Frontline, and faced Su Rui's questions. She did not panic at all. Speaking of this, do you know why the heroine Li Leshan often holds a pocky stick? Su Rui paused, then continued to ask. In the current plot, Li Leshan has almost never drawn a sword, but according to other people's descriptions, she is also a master of swords. Why is this? Huang Fusuan, who appeared in the 18th chapter, she and Li Le, what is the relationship of God like? Su Rui's series of questions made Li Ruoxuan's face full of question marks. Although she had watched Soul Eater seriously, she had never thought about such problems, nor had she delved into these settings. After Su Rui's questioning, she only some hindsight. Hey, it seems like. She took out the notebook. The cover of the book was decorated with beautiful tape. Li Ruoxuan turned to one of the pages. Here are the notes she made while reading Soul Eater. Teacher Chuang said that Huang Fusuan had known Li Leshan before and had a good relationship, but he didn't think about the specifics. The reason why he designed this character is only to show Li Leshan's past. The plot of the past is very common in Wangdao comics. So, are you curious about how this character interacted with Li Leshan in the past, and how did Li Leshan become like this? Su Rui said fascinatingly, and then took out a planning book from his side. Has 3 words written on it. Soul Eater, 0. Chapter 25. Soul Eater, 0. Soul Eater, 0. Li Ruoxuan tilted his head, looked at the planning book proposed by Su Rui, and turned the first page suspiciously. It took about 10 minutes, Li Ruoxuan carefully read the plan, and gently put it down. She felt a huge impact. First of all, this is a story that is not mentioned in the original manga of Soul Eater. It can be regarded as a prequel. The protagonist Bai Jianxi does not appear in the prequel. Only the heroines Li Leshan and Huangfu Keiru, the design of the twin heroines, can be set in this era. It is extremely rare, not to mention that the plan requires that the interaction between the 2 girls be shown. The plot described in it is only the text that makes Li Ruoxuan, who is a girl, blush and heartbeat. Secondly, although there are some more original characters in the plan, all of them can be connected with the characters in the original work. Simply put, it is a reasonable fan creation, which will not contradict the original work, but can also explain some of the original work. Foreshadowing, it can be said that only those who have really dig deep into every detail of the comics can carry out such derivative creations. Finally, the structure of this 12-episode animation. This is too exciting at the beginning. Is it really okay to do this? And this ending, can the audience accept it? Li Ruoxuan exclaimed, even the little hair on his head almost stood up from his braids. Animations adapted from comics are mostly advertisements of the original, but Su Rui's planning almost completely ignores the plot of the original comics. In Li Ruoxuan's view, it is an original with the title Soul Eater. Animation. At this time, Li Ruoxuan suddenly realized that the person sitting in front of her was not a simple college graduate, but Su Rui, who independently produced phenomenal short animations such as Voice of Stars. The reason why she felt that the Phantom was promising. Also because of Su Rui. Originally, she was a little skeptical of Su Rui, but when she actually saw the plan Su Rui handed over, she really felt the amazing creative ability of this young man. You need to know that it has been less than a week since Su Rui graduated, and it took him so much time from the time he started contacting the original Soul Eater to making this plan. Of course, Li Ruoxuan would not know that there is a similar cartoon and animation in the parallel world. After Su Rui came into contact with Soul Eater at that time, he immediately adapted it on the basis of it, and the speed and quality are naturally guaranteed. Editor Swallow, according to my investigation, Soul Eater is only a popular work even in monthly youth frontline. It may be a bit rude to say that, but Mr. Chuang is slightly less capable of drawing or arranging stories. It is inferior to the first-line cartoonists, which makes it difficult for the story of Soul Eater to stand out from other works. Su Rui explained unhurriedly. Look at the King of Thieves, whether it is the setting of strange fruits or the development of various martial arts, it is unique. The concept of weapon awakening is also very handsome. Coupled with the excellent painter of the teacher on the shore, it is exciting. The plot is the most well-deserved Chinese manga, but the story of Soul Eater has no special features. Almost all of them have been used by predecessors. Probably, the electric iron and hydraulic sword drawing are more eye-catching. His words caused Lee Ruoxuan to think about these issues. Lee Ruoxuan considered these issues when he took over Soul Eater, but she always thought that she was just a responsible editor and assisted the cartoonist in creating, so she could only express similar opinions euphemistically. And Mr. Huang, tired of catching up with drafts every month, there is no extra time and energy for additional ideas. To put it simply, routine kingly works do not require too much brainstorming to construct a plot, just follow the script and follow the path of the predecessors, but this kind of work is also the most competitive, and Soul Eater is undoubtedly a failure. Bye. Lee Ruoxuan is also worried about this. If the animation fails, the popularity of Soul Eater can only continue to fall, and eventually be cut in the middle. This will be a blow to Mr. Huang or to her. The story of Soul Eater, 0 is an unconventional story that uses an unconventional opening to unfold. Compared to the slightly similar original, I think such an animation will be more popular with the audience. Su Rui said sincerely, making Lee Ruoxuan a little embarrassed. But with such a large-scale originality, will fans of the original work feel dissatisfied? She thought of an adaptation of a car racing manga before. The production company not only turned all the male characters in it into beautiful girls with big breasts, but also turned good racing cars into superpowers. She wanted to please the audience with this. Being criticized wildly by fans of the original work, the audience was not interested in this kind of hyper-expansion. In the end, only 6 episodes were played. Lee Ruoxuan believes that the adaptation is not chaotic, it must be based on the original. Editor Swallow, we are an animation company. We consider the audience's ideas. We do not agree with the standard that some original work companies require as long as they can move. We believe that even if it is an adaptation of the work, it should be the best while showing it to the audience. Of course, we can make an animation that completely replicates the original work. This is not difficult, but I still hope you can negotiate with Mr. Huang and see his opinion. Su Rui's attitude is not strong, but the gentle words have the power that Lee Ruoxuan cannot refuse. If she has not seen this plan, perhaps Lee Ruoxuan will oppose it to the end, but after reading it, those stories have been haunting Lee Ruoxuan. Can't disperse in his mind. She is eager to see this story appear on the screen. Indeed, I can't make the decision on my own. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I will take it back and show it to Mr. Huang and ask for his opinion. Lee Ruoxuan hesitated for a long time, and still took the planning book handed over by Su Rui and put it in his school bag. Then I will leave first. She picked up her bag and adjusted her straps. Su Rui didn't look at the indescribable shaking, and cleared her throat. If you have any news, please contact me directly. Cheng Qai hasn't spoken much since just now, and only now has he spoken and handed a simple business card. It is his contacts who can contact Monthly Youth Frontline, but Su Rui negotiates the specific plan. On the one hand, because Su Rui is the person in charge of Phantom Telecom, this plan was proposed by him. Su Rui can best express the ideas in it. On the other hand, Cheng Qai also wants to take this to see Su Rui's negotiation ability, and the result is as shown. See, Ling Cheng Qai is quite satisfied. Originally, he thought Su Rui was just excellent in creativity and technique, and had to rely on their old bones in other aspects. Now it seems that Su Rui does have excellent abilities as the boss of an animation company. Okay, thank you. Lee Ruoxuan took the business card, put it away carefully, and left the meeting room after greeted the two of them. On the way, she couldn't help but glanced at Ayasa's direction, confirming that the gothic lowly girl was drawing seriously instead of in the battlefield summoning. He killed, and then quietly left. Do you think the author would agree to such an adaptation? Cheng Qai touched the beard on his chin and asked. I think he should have no other choice, but if he doesn't agree early, our production cycle may not keep up with next January. Su Rui smiled and answered confidently. Chapter 26, The Glory and Dream of Teacher Huang. Ding dong. The doorbell lifted Mr. Huang's head from the draft of the storyboard that was wiped several times with an eraser, and glanced at the direction of the door. After a little hesitation, he got up. Through the peephole of the security door, he could see what he was wearing. A short-haired woman in a t-shirt and jeans is standing at the door. Swallow editor. Teacher Huang hurriedly opened the door and let Li Ruoxuan in. Although I have been here several times, Li Ruoxuan still sighed while looking at Mr. Huang's living environment. This is an ordinary one-room and one living room. The living room is almost full of painting desks. It is messy and there are traces of ink and pencils everywhere. Li Ruoxuan glanced at the kitchen. It was obvious that it hadn't been opened for a long time. There were many takeaways in the trash can. The box does not look very healthy either. I'm sorry, I haven't done much here. Teacher Huang took out the disposable paper cup from the refrigerator and poured a glass of iced Coke to Li Ruoxuan. I'm drawing the storyboard, but I don't have much inspiration. The manuscript for this issue should be available to you on the weekend. Teacher Huang said that he is a little emboldened. Recently, whether it is the low ranking of readers' survey or the stranded animation, he is uneasy. It takes a break-in period to temporarily change the editor. He suddenly felt a sense of despair. The monthly fee for Mr. Huang is 450 yuan per page, 30 to 50 pages per month. After taxes deducted, the net income is about 11 to 16,000. In Ningjiang it can only be regarded as an average level, but Mr. Huang still needs to pay for the salary of his assistants, as well as the purchase of painting materials and other expenses. After paying the rent, there is not much money that can be saved. What's more important is that the cartoonist is almost open all year round. Since the serialization, Mr. Huang has never had a holiday, and is in the of the deadline every day. Teacher Huang, about the animation of Soul Eater. Li Ruoxuan sat on the somewhat messy sofa indifferently, and took out the planning book from his school bag. Although the other party agrees to accept it, the proposed project is somewhat different. I think you must confirm it before making a decision. What do you mean? Teacher Huang took the planning book and quickly read it intently. Li Ruoxuan put her hands on her knees, secretly observing the expression of Mr. Huang. He was confused at first, and then slightly startled. The speed of turning the pages of the book also began to increase. Teacher Huang's eyes widened. Until the last page, he slowly closed the planning book and closed his eyes, as if he was going to be in his head. Constructed the plot again. What? How? Li Ruoxuan has not seen the expression of Mr. Huang before, and she suddenly felt like a boulder hanging high. After a long aftertaste, Mr. Huang opened his eyes and slapped his thigh hard. This plot, even I didn't expect to unfold like this. He hurriedly stood up, and regardless of Li Ruoxuan still beside him, he came to the painting stage and immersed himself in writing. Here we can transition like this, in this scenario, wait, maybe you can use this method. Li Ruoxuan tilted her head, and a question mark appeared on her head. She stood up and leaned behind Mr. Huang. I saw that Teacher Huang was writing on the draft with marks and words that Li Ruoxuan could not understand at all. This seemed to be the outline afterwards. Li Ruoxuan struggled to identify the words before he could see Huang Fuxuan's words. About 20 minutes later, Mr. Huang woke up like a dream. He yelled and looked at Li Ruoxuan. Ah, Editor Swallow, sorry, He didn't know how to explain, so he picked up his draft outline and said excitedly. This plan inspired me. It turns out that I have laid so many foreshadowings in the plot before, and many details can now be used. I think I have found a way to develop a new plot. Thank you so much. Edit Swallow. He almost hugged him, but soon realized his behavior. He could only jump on the spot twice to express his excitement. So, Mr. Huang, do you agree with this adaptation plan? Lee Ruoxuan asked. Of course she was very happy to see her author break through the bottleneck, but she did not forget what was going on. Agree, I really can't wait to see the animation broadcast. Teacher Chuang said excitedly, his eyes full of expectation. Ningjiang 1919, Bar Street Feasting and Dancing. In a small bar, the bartender is wiping the cups, and an unknown female singer is singing on stage, but no one listens. Everyone just drank and talked about daily chores. Cheng Qai sat opposite the bartender, with a small glass of wine in front of him. He watched the bar put the glass in place, and said, Xiao Zheng, I will leave it to you in the future, and I will probably get busy. Cousin, do you really want to go back to do anime? The bartender looked at Cheng Qai and said that this bar was opened by him and Cheng Qai together. The business situation is good. However, a few days ago, Cheng Qai suddenly said that he would quit. Although most of the bars are run by Xiao Zheng, Cheng Qai mainly paid the money. Leaving like this still made Xiao Zheng feel a little confused. Well, I have had enough rest these years. It's time to return to my battlefield, haha. Cheng Kai took a sip of the wine in the glass. The strong alcohol mixed with ice cubes stimulated his throat. Xiao Zheng, you have proven your own strength in the past few years. You can stand on this street. Don't worry, I will come back often. He leaned forward and patted the opponent on the shoulder. Cousin, hey, that person is here again. Xiao Zheng wanted to say something, but as soon as he saw a figure on the shoulder of Qai, he immediately whispered www.readaloud.com. Cheng Qai turned his head and saw a knee-length beige skirt and black stockings, and his upper body was white. The woman in the long-sleeved shirt walked into the bar and sat down in front of the bar. She glanced at Xiao Zheng and Cheng Qai, and then spoke. Same as usual. Okay. Xiao Zheng winked at Cheng Qai, and then turned to mix the drinks. Cheng Kai twitched the corner of his mouth and glanced at the woman secretly, but the other party didn't care and just looked at his mobile phone. This is no one else, it is the old colleague Yao Jiajia who reunited during the day in Magic Light. Since learning that Cheng Qai opened a bar in 1919, Bar Street, Yao Jiajia has often come here to order a cocktail. She didn't talk to Cheng Qai, so she just sat quietly. If Cheng Qai has a clear conscience, that's fine, but he does have a conscience, so he dare not take the initiative to talk. However, it was indeed an accident to meet Yao Jiajia in magic power today. Cheng Qai thought that this might be an opportunity to solve the problem, so he walked over with the wine and sat next to Yao Jiajia, but the lady didn't even look at Cheng Qai. Just as Cheng Qai was considering how to speak, his cell phone's ringtone interrupted the reading. Took out his mobile phone, Cheng Qai discovered that it was a call from Lee Ruoxuan, the editor of Monthly Youth Frontline, who was visiting during the day. Hey, Editor Swallow, what's wrong? He stepped back and asked a little later, and then he heard the words from the other side. Although Cheng Qai knew it, he repeated it with a little excitement. The animation decision of Soul Eater is left to us. Yao Jiajia couldn't help but look at this sentence. The two looked at each other unexpectedly. At the same time, they stayed in place, silent, except for the blues of the bar, which was charming in the air. Chapter 27. Really play. Stepping into July, Ningjiang became hotter and hotter. The air conditioner on the second floor of the Phantom Animation has been turned on to its maximum, but it still cannot withstand the heat wave outside the window. In the meeting room, Su Rui took a planning book and glanced at the Phantom Company employees underneath, and then at the monthly magazine sitting behind. Juvenile Frontline Editor Lee Ruoxuan. Everyone, we are going to undertake a comic adaptation animation project next. The original work is Soul Eater, which is being serialized on Monthly Youth Frontline. I have already purchased this comic and put it on the shelf in the lounge. Everyone must be serious. Read the original work. After a pause, Su Rui continued. It's just that this adaptation is not a copy of the original work, but a front transmission painting produced with the consent of the original author. The specific plot outline is in the planning book in your hands. I only have one request. Glanced at Li Ruoxuan, who was eager to make a fist, and Su Rui spoke. That is, everyone must keep the plot of this animation absolutely confidential. Hey! Confidential, isn't this comic change? What do you mean? People who haven't read the script are a little confused. Only Cheng Qai, who has read the complete script like this, nodded thoughtfully. The first episode of this animation is cut from an official organization that uses high-tech means to eliminate spirits. The long-haired girl riding a motorcycle and the teenager who seems to have a cruel background using double guns. They and other members can easily solve it. The evil spirit that the army could not defeat, but encountered a new crisis. Just after the difficult resolution, a woman in a short-skirt school uniform appeared and cleanly beheaded everyone. Cheng Qai summarized the plot of the first episode. It can be seen that the beginning of the first episode is actually quite cliché, but the reversal at the end of the first episode is surprising, because no one would have thought that the person who looked the most like the protagonist would directly lead the story. Convenient. Wait, if you look at it this way, the second episode is the same. Another group of spirit removal organizations appeared to eliminate the crisis. In the end, they also encountered the school uniform girl, who was almost completely wiped out. Who is the protagonist of this comic? Tao Ran flipped through the script in the planning book and muttered. He has never seen the original work of Soul Eater, but judging from the script in his hand, this comic is quite good to play. Not only is it different from ordinary hot-blooded boy comics, it won't die for a long time, so it's easy to post it, and it's all at the beginning. The ending of me is also quite shocking. As a senior Death House, he should have seen it long ago and was impressed, right? If you look at the third episode later, you will find that the first two episodes are the plot behind. The real story starts from the third episode. While removing the demon after school, on the other hand, it is the fresh daily life of the two girls, but the plot at the beginning is still circling. In the minds of the audience, people are curious about what caused the originally beautiful daily life to turn into such a cruel ending. Although Guo Weiren is the oldest in it, he has been working in an animation company anyway, and he has an understanding of the emerging animation themes in the past few years. However, this kind of expression still makes him a little excited, and he is looking forward to the reaction of the audience. For this reason, in order to control the emotions of the audience in the first 3 episodes, we need to pretend from the beginning of the promotion. Su Rui saw that everyone had basically seen the beginning of the plot, and said, "From the official website to all kinds of publicity, we will tell everyone from the beginning that the stories we tell about the high-tech anti-spiritual organization deceive the audience to the maximum extent." Hearing Su Rui's words, everyone was silent for a while, seeming to imagine what would happen if Su Rui's plan was followed by the day when the animation was broadcast. In this case, the topic may be very high. After all, after watching anime for so many years, it is unprecedented to start with an animation that allows the protagonists to be promoted to receive lunch. Cheng Qai said that although there are many animations that use flashbacks, the first episode shows the audience the scene of the final battle to create a sense of expectation, but the protagonist is directly drawn, and the second episode has a whole change of people. It is really unprecedented. As a producer, he is the hub for contacting all links. Naturally, he must also take into account the reactions of investors and audiences. There is no doubt that if the animation of Soul Eater is really played in this way, the topic will be raised. It is unprecedented. This is an excellent way to mobilize the audience's emotions. How about the opinions from the magazine? Strictly glanced at the little girl behind him, no matter how she looked at it. She felt that the editor in charge seemed to be at the age of a college student, not very reliable. The editor-in-chief agreed to this proposal. He said that anyway, it's a street-smashing work, and it won't get worse no matter how you play it. Lee Ruoxuan smiled helplessly, and then added. As for the production committee, they thought that their investment was in vain. Now some people are willing to take over and pay for it. Naturally, they have no opinion and will not interfere with the creation here. The production committee is a production form developed by the industry a few years ago to share investment risks. Generally, the main planner is looking for investment, and multiple companies jointly invest in a work. The benefits of the work are also divided by each company according to the investment ratio. In this way, the cost of the planner's failure is reduced. On the one hand, youyuganshu.com also introduced more funds into the industry, which is a commonly used production form. Of course, with the development of the Internet, there are also some companies that choose self-financing production models to avoid investor interference in the production site. For example, Rainbow Media under Tomato Video Network, excluding several full-length comic adaptations, almost every season's new animation, all of them are wholly invested by Tomato Video Network and broadcast exclusively on Tomato Video Network, and the profits are overflowing. This time the animation of Soul Eater, Zero, Phantom Film also has investment, which accounts for about 21% of it. Although not much, it is always out of the ranks of pure part-time work. Soul Eater, Zero is currently tentatively broadcast on the Internet. A website called Chengkong Video Network in the production committee will be given priority to broadcast. This video network is a website controlled by New Frontline Media, so it will be added to the production. The committee, as to whether it will log on to other websites, it depends on the discussions between the various parties after the announcement is made. The quotation for the broadcast rights of a 12-episode animation for the season ranges from 1 million to several million. The King of Thieves is broadcast exclusively on Tomato Video. According to speculation, the quotation for one season is 7 million. The original title of Zero is unknown, and the production company is also the animation of the new company, and the price can only reach millions. If there is no problem, we will start the creation of Soul Eater, Zero from tomorrow. The goal is to play it in January next year. This will be the first animation after the reconstruction of the Phantom animation. I hope everyone can take it seriously. Su Rui looked at everyone and said. A few hours later, in the evening, Ningjiang City Magic Animation, Monthly Youth Frontline, and Chengkong Video Network's Weibo updated a Weibo at the same time. The animation production of the popular comic Soul Eater is confirmed, and the production company is Ningjiang City Phantom Animation Production Company. Chapter 28. Mendel's Sigh. Night. Mend had just finished working overtime. When he returned home, the couple next to the apartment quarreled again. The arguing and screaming sounded annoying. He took a shower in the slightly cramped bathroom, then sat in front of the computer and turned it on first. After reading QQ, click to open the web page. Diddy. Asked a series of news immediately popped up in the Anime Big V group. Mend flipped up, only to see a surprising news. Phantom is going to make a new animation? So fast. Since the Voice of the Stars incident, the gang asked the Big V as if they were competing with Su Rui, paying close attention to his every move. Fortunately, Su Rui has since announced at the graduation ceremony that he would set up his own company. There is no turmoil. I ask that the Big Vs can hack him unscrupulously without worrying about being slapped in the face. Under such questions as how to evaluate the Phantom Animation unmanned application, how to evaluate Su Rui's rejection of Rainbow Media's offer and choose to start his own business, how to evaluate the Ningjiang City Phantom Animation Production Company, the VS used various methods to ridicule Su Rui and his new Phantom telegram. Many people who did not know the truth gradually began to believe that Su Rui's Voice of the Stars was a firework that could only bloom after 4 years. Zhang Lang is exhausted, and there is no way to produce refreshing animation works. According to the normal production process, it takes at least half a year for an animation to be planned and broadcast. Even if the Phantom Animation can start producing animation immediately, it will have to wait until next year to prove itself. There are too many variables. What's more, in today's booming animation industry, who would choose to hand over their work to Phantom Animation instead of choosing more excellent companies such as Tomato Manufacturing? In the imagination of the big VS, at least for 3 months, the Phantom will not be able to receive an order, but it never expected that they would have been less than 2 weeks after the establishment of the Phantom announced his own animation production plan. Jiro, who of you has watched Soul Eater? The past is like smoke, I don't know, it seems to be a comic on the monthly juvenile frontline. I usually only read weekly magazines. Men, I haven't heard of it at all. It's probably a third-rate comic strip. Remy, I seem to have read a few pages of this, so I skipped it because I felt boring. Blue Longing, hey, the encyclopedia of this comic has no introduction, and the post is also deserted, so miserable, comical. Aji, the production list of this animation is so short, there are only 2 names in total, and what the is this supernatural disaster office, this group of people really like grandstanding. Men, isn't this comic called Soul Eater? Why does the animation name have a 0? Is it because it looks more high-end and high-end? The past is like a smoke, how many people are there in Phantom Electric? If you want to do animation like this, most of them have to be outsourced, right? Ment did not rush to reply. He first ran to the A2 forum and just saw the posts related to the discussion. After a few minutes of browsing, he copied a few genuine comments to the group. Political Commissar, the manga Soul Eater is the first serialized work of the author A. Chuang. The author was an assistant to teacher Kishive before his debut. Last year he won the Newcomer Award before being serialized. The manga is an ordinary kingly fighting comic. The theme of monsters is also commonplace, and the original work is only at a mid-level in the monthly juvenile frontline. I am not very optimistic about this adaptation. The past is like a smoke, wow, it's a political commissar, but I even know this kind of comics. Seeing the flattery of the group of friends, Men smiled. The quarrel next door became more and more intense. He had to put on headphones and play some intense music to cover it up. He clicked on Weibo from the link in the group and saw the message posted by Phantom Animation. As a professional animation viewer, Mendel put away his prejudice against Surui and Phantom Telecom, and looked down at the list of production members. Original, A. Chuang, Monthly Youth Frontline. Director, Script, Series Composition, Surui. Character Design, Yukian. Painting Supervisor, Ayasa Asa. Produced by, Supernatural Disaster Office. According to the tradition, the production unit was supposed to be the XX Animation Production Committee, but it seems that Phantom Animation wanted to find another way, so it took an inexplicable name to attract attention. Ment ignored it, but the character design made him interested. Ikian. Seeing the name, Ment was familiar with it. He immediately searched for it, but there was no result. He only knew that this was a female original artist who had participated in the production of several animations. Before, he was a member of Phantom Animation, but later seemed to have joined. Mushroom Screening has been in charge of character design twice, but they are all works of the Phantom Animation Nippon Ashiyama period, which did not cause any disturbances. Subconsciously returned to the A2 forum, and Ment did not notice anyone discussing Yi Qian, so he posted a post by himself. The discussion in the questioning group gradually subsided, and the atmosphere in the group returned to a mutual comparison. After watching the 2 episodes of animation updated tonight www.readaloud.com on Weibo for half an hour, he remembered check out your own posts. A2 deserves to be the #1 animation forum in Chinese, and many valuable replies appeared soon. For example, some painting chefs listed the number of animation episodes in which IASA was in charge of the original paintings, and through a wealth of experience, I distinguished the cards she was in charge of, and thus summarized IASA's technical characteristics. Mender copied it and prepared it for later use when asking questions and answering questions. There are also people with powerful search capabilities who found Yi Kyungsa in the photos of Mushroom Screening's annual meeting, and at the same time sketched out an image through various interviews that mentioned her. Likes to wear Lolita skirts, cold beautiful girl original painter. It's really pretty. Mender saw Ayasa's photos. In most cases, this kind of photos without the beauty camera would reveal his own shortcomings. But what Ment didn't expect was that even so, Ayasa was still the same. It was so eye-catching that Mender, an older single man, couldn't remove his eyes when he saw it. After a moment of trembling, he was dull. In the photo, Yi Qianqian is wearing a dark black lace skirt with a thin layer of black gauze. The skirt is decorated with famous oil painting patterns, which looks serious and solemn. She stands in the crowd like this. Her eyes seem to be looking at the big screen of the annual meeting. There is a feeling of independence from the world, which is very exciting. Saved these photos silently, and Men suppressed the movement in his heart, and then looked at Wenhuda V group. The discussion about Soul Eater, Zero has gradually quieted down because there is no new information, and gag has become the mainstream. Mendel took a look at the photos he saved again, thinking about it, and still not rushing to send it out. At least tonight, this is his little happiness. Chapter 29. Can only black tea be used? Once the production is decided, Phantom Animation becomes busy. Fortunately, after the news of the animation was released, Su Rui received several resumes. The quality of this wave was obviously higher. When the first version of Yi Qianqian was officially released, there were 5 more people in the Phantom Animation. There are many animation companies in Ningjiang, and there are more animation companies in China. Not all companies are mainly independent original and contracted adaptations like Rainbow Media or Mushroom Film. More small companies and studios are mainly responsible for outsourcing. Some companies have even evolved into professional outsourcing animation companies. Cheng Qai contacted a few companies, and the other party said that as long as the money is paid, there is no problem at all. In this way, the outsourcing company can start the production only by providing the phantom lens and some preliminary materials. Of course, Su Rui wants to produce a perfect animation entirely made by Phantom Electric, but reality does not allow him to be so headstrong. The first animation of Phantom Electric can only be completed in this way. The familiar blue car stopped at the door of the Phantom movie. The blazing sun in mid-July caused Li Ruoxuan to seep sweat as soon as she got out of the car. She was wearing a dark blue short-sleeved t-shirt, dark yellow cropped trousers, and white. The sandals showed white calves and ankles. She did not carry her usual school bag, but a black handbag. Except for the hair on her head that was raised from sleeping, she looked like a young woman chasing fashion. Li Ruoxuan touched her head and tried to flatten the bunch of messy hair, but the other party was reluctant and still tilted up high. In the end, she had no choice but to put on another one-sided pigtail and lifted it from the passenger seat. A white bag walked into the small building of Phantom Animation. The first floor is still deserted and there is nothing here. Li Ruoxuan climbed the stairs to the second floor with ease, and soon came to the studio. There has been a lot of expansion here. The original painting group is separated from the animation group. Su Rui did not give himself a separate office, but sat outside with everyone. Ah, it's Xiao Xian here. Tao Ran, who was sitting on the outside, was stretching, and he saw Li Ruoxuan at first sight. Teacher Tao, I brought you condolences. Li Ruoxuan shook the shopping bag in her hand, walked to an empty table, and opened it. This is the mango mousse from Clarice Bakery. I bought it on a detour. Come and try it. Since the start of the animation plan of Soul Eater, Li Ruoxuan has often come to Phantom Animation. On the one hand, out of the responsibility of the editor, he came to hand over some materials with the animation production team, including the original author, Mr. Chuang, to confirm the human image. Compare some setting details and so on. On the other hand, Li Ruoxuan, a newcomer who has just entered the workplace, is very interested in animation production. Since she is only responsible for the author, Mr. Huang, she also has plenty of time for telecasts. Then everyone rest and have afternoon tea. Su Rui waved his hand and said that most people stopped their work and moved to Li Ruoxuan's side. I'll make a few cups of black tea. 3D group Deng Shixin ran to the pantry in small steps, tinkering with tea bags and hot water bottles. Wow, this is delicious. Yao Jiajia of the coloring group is the most leisurely now. She is also the first person to eat mango mousse. Although she has passed the threshold of 30 years old, she is still young and beautiful, looking like a little girl in her 20s. Teacher Guo, don't you want to eat? Enyuan is usually a silent person who works silently. He returned to his seat with the cake, took a bite, and looked at Guo Weiren, who was still immersed in painting. I am too old to eat this kind of sweets, you eat, you eat. Guo Weiren stopped writing and responded, and then continued to pick up the brush. Hey, where's Teacher Cheng? Li Ruoxuan was distributing the cakes, and found that there was one missing figure who would come to join in the fun, and asked. He has contacted the outsourcing company. After all, we still don't have enough manpower. This animation also needs a stable outsourcing partner company. Yan's replied. He returned to his seat with the cake, but did not open it, but wanted to take it back to his son at night. Su Rui took a piece of cake and walked behind Yi Qianqian. She was painting with headphones on, without being disturbed by the movement of the outside world. On the screen of Yi Qianqian is the heroine of Soul Eater Li Lushan, who is younger and slightly childish than the comics. This is because the story of Soul Eater, Zero took place 3 years before the original. The heroine is still a junior high school student. Sister Qianqian, come and have some cake. Su Rui put the mango mousse on his hand to Yi Qianqian's hand and said softly. Wait a moment, wait until I finish drawing here. Yi Qianqian's voice is very cold at this time, as if she has invested all emotions in the painting, even Su Rui can't influence her at all. Su Rui could only shrug her shoulders helplessly. Come and drink black tea. Deng Shixin brought a few cups of black tea and handed one of them to Li Ruoxuan. Thank you. Ah, is this Li Lushan? It looks a little small, so cute. Li Ruoxuan took the disposable paper cup and saw Yi Qianqian's painting. She leaned over and handed the cup in her hand to Su Rui. Su Rui, give you this cup of tea. Okay. Su Rui picked up the cup, blew it slightly, and placed it on the open space of Yi Qianqian's desk. Is this an anime character? Li Ruoxuan didn't care about these details. Seeing that Yi Qianqian was still painting seriously, she asked Su Rui softly. I have always been curious, why don't you just use the image of the comics, and need to redraw the characters? Well, after all, animation and comics are not the same. When drawing characters, a cartoonist only needs to consider the storyboard. He can choose the angle of the character to the audience. In short, it is how handsome and how to come, just like posing. Photos coming out. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Su Rui gestured with both hands, and then said. But animation requires characters to move. It is inevitable that you need to consider the appearance of the character from all angles, the deformation of the clothes and equipment on the body during the movement. If no one is set to give a reference at the beginning, then in the follow-up production in the process, it is easy to cause conflicts due to different original painters' painting methods. In simple terms, it's like the difference between a self-portrait after meticulous retouching and a small video taken by a classmate with a mobile phone. Li Ruoxuan put her finger on her lips and said while thinking. Understand that way. Su Rui was stunned, thinking about it, it seems there is nothing wrong. I have never observed an original artist's paintings so close before. Li Ruoxuan looked at the focused and serious Yi Qianqian and muttered to herself. Do they want to draw pictures like this one by one, and then connect them to play? To be precise, the original artist is only responsible for part of the animation. Su Rui explained patiently, seeing Li Ruoxuan looking at herself with wide eyes, like a curious baby. The original artist draws the key frames of the action, and then the animator is responsible for supplementing the middle part, such as a simple walking movement. The original artist only needs to draw the start and end of the 2 feet, and the position in the middle. As for the other frames, the animation the teacher will add, and because of this, the original artist must be very familiar with the deformation of the movement and the timeline. As soon as the voice fell, Su Rui's mobile phone rang, and the default ringtone was pressed by Su Rui within a few seconds. He listened to a few words, then hung up the phone after agreeing, and then said to Li Ruoxuan, "Sister Xian, just right, I am going to participate in the audition selection, do you want to be together?" Chapter 30. Audition Selection. I'm so sorry, Sister Xian, you have to let you take the subway. In the afternoon of the working day, the extension line of Ningjiang Metro Line 2 was very empty. Su Rui sat in a chair and said to Li Ruoxuan next to him, "It doesn't matter, the subway is also very convenient, and." Li Ruoxuan smiled and reminded him again. "There is no need to call me Sister Xian. It looks like I am very old. I have just graduated for a year. Just call me Ruoxuan. This is what our editorial department calls me. Ro." Su Rui didn't know much about it. Li Ruoxuan was almost like a phantom employee since the animation production started. She came here every other time. She herself was young and friendly, and she quickly became mingled with other employees of the company, even if outsiders were indifferent. Yi Qian, Li Ruoxuan can also chat with her a few animations. The recording studio is near Yulon Road, 3 subway stops. Su Rui glanced at the road map. "Why is this, Keiru's sister?" At this time, at the other end of the same compartment, a girl standing at the door chanted words, causing Su Rui to turn her head. There was clearly a place in the carriage, but she chose to stand. The girl looked about the same age as Su Rui, with slightly curly long hair shawl, wearing a white shirt with lace trim, dark red plaid skirt, and thin black. In silk stockings and small leather shoes, the girl is holding a stack of A4 paper in her hand. She seems to be reading against the content on the paper. "For the first time I have someone I like, and for the first time I have someone who can be a friend for a lifetime. 2 happy things overlap, and these 2 happy things bring more happiness. It should be a happy time like a dream, but why is it so?" The girl whispered in a low voice, her voice filled with confusion. Although she could not hear clearly on the slightly noisy subway, she still made people feel the emotions of sadness and confusion intertwined in the words. Her voice is very special, with a bit of immature in the cold, which is impressive. "Is this a line?" Li Ruoxuan whispered in Su Rui's ear. The warm breath made Su Rui subconsciously tilt her head slightly. "It seems to be the line of Soul Eater. To be precise, this is the line of the Soul Eater, 0 animation. It is from Su Rui's hand and the line from the classic animation on the earth." He is deeply impressed. But the question is, why does she have this line? Su Rui quickly figured out the problem, that is, this girl is one of the voice actors who is preparing to participate in the selection. Generally speaking, after the project is established, the sound director will send an invitation to the dubbing studios that cooperate with them. These studios will assign some suitable personnel to audition. At this time, a copy of the role and line information will be given to the dubbing actor. We practice in advance. These materials only have a basic introduction to the characters, and the lines are only a few lines, and I will not see any plot from it. In fact, people involved in animation production will sign a commercial confidentiality agreement. In the past, there have been serious incidents in which the new original artist responsible for the original animation uploaded the storyboard draft to Weibo and ridiculed the story, so the industry is very strict about this. The girl was very serious and focused, and didn't even notice Surui's side. The two did not say much. The 3 subway stations arrived quickly. The girl got off the subway nervously. Surui and Li Ruoxuan followed behind. Walking out of the subway station, Li Ruoxuan naturally propped up the parasol when the heat wave hit Ningjiang in the midsummer. I don't need it anymore. Surui declined the other party's kindness to invite herself to walk under the umbrella, and just strolled in the dazzling sunshine. The two soon came to a building with a media studio sign. This is a larger recording studio in Ningjiang. It not only undertakes animation dubbing, but also includes some private albums, and the sound effects of the movies are processed here. Walking into the lobby, Surui found that there are more than one animation dubbing and auditioning here today. For example, Rainbow Media's October new work A Boy Looking Up at the Sky and a Different World Reflected in His Eyes is dubbed here today, and Mushroom Movie's original work Galaxy Assault Team in January also has an audition today. Entering the elevator and pressing down the 6th floor, Surui naturally gave way to Li Ruoxuan, so as not to make awkward contact in the crowded elevator. In comparison, other animations are indeed more popular. A small group of people got off the elevator in the audition room of Mushroom Film on the 3rd floor, and more people left in the recording studio of Rainbow Film on the 4th floor. When they reached the 6th floor, there was only one left. Surui and Li Ruoxuan were dropped. They walked through the corridor and came to the recording studio. Some were beyond Surui's expectation. Many people have already been waiting here. Today is an audition for an animated female character, so all waiting are girls, each of whom is young and beautiful. For a moment, Surui has the illusion of a cluster of flowers. Ah, it's the director. Someone recognized Surui, who had appeared on TV, and said hello immediately. With this sound, other girls greeted Surui one after another, including the one he and Li Ruoxuan saw on the subway just now. Surui didn't know these girls, probably because of the production team. Some big-name voice actors are not willing to waste time to participate in this animation. Everyone has worked hard. In a sense, the job of these girls is up to them to decide. So Surui didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only quickly walk through the corridor and knock on the recording studio gate. Director Su, we have 5 minutes to start, you sit first. It is Tianzui, the sound director of Soul Eater, Zero, who opened the door. She has collaborated with the old Phantom Animation several times in the past. It was Cheng Qai's contacts that accepted this cooperation. Interestingly, there is a well-known voice actor named Tianzui in the industry. It makes people wonder what the situation would be if they met in the recording studio. Hello, Sister Tian, this is Li Ruoxuan, the editor in charge of the original work. After introducing the people around him, Surui quickly saw the producer Cheng Qai, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, and chatting leisurely with others. Brother Cheng, you were here before. Yes, things went smoothly unexpectedly, so I came directly. Alas, Xiao Xian is here too. Cheng Ke looked at Li Ruoxuan and Surui in a meaningful way, and let out the sofa for them to sit on. Director Su, we will have the voice actors audition one by one later, and all auditions will be recorded for you to choose later, so you don't need to decide immediately on the spot. Tianzui said, pointing to the equipment aside. There are various recording equipment in the place where they sit, and on the opposite side of a transparent glass, there are several microphones, which are the soundproof rooms for real recording. I understand. The process of Surui's reception can be a thick pile of materials. These are the resumes of the voice actors who participated in the audition today for him to check. A few minutes later, the staff opened the door of the recording studio and said to the outside. The audition for Soul Eater, Zero has officially started. Now, please come to audition for the person who reads the name. Chapter 31. Is this a CEO? Soliu squeezed the script in her hand, calmed down, and said in a low voice. Why is this, Kaoru's sister? The subway clanged regularly, slightly covering her words, and the carriage was very empty, so Solihu dared to amplify the sound a little bit and practice the next audition script. There was an inaudible voice behind him. Solihu turned around and saw a man and a woman sitting side by side on a bench at one end of the carriage whispering together. They must be a couple. She moved her gaze back to the script. This is the script of Soul Eater, 0. The character she wants to audition is Li Lushan, the heroine of this animation, who is set as a junior high school student. Buzzing. The phone vibrated slightly, and Solihu unlocked and opened the QQ interface. It was a message sent by her manager to let her not forget today's audition. If I get a reminder to go out now, I'm afraid I will be late sooner. Solihu muttered to herself. She is 24 years old this year. She did not graduate from a special dubbing major. In fact, Solihu studied vocal music at university, and her initial development direction was singing. After graduation, Solihu signed to Ningjong Suoran Music Company, a record company under Suoran Interactive Entertainment Group. It has won many popular singers, but obviously, Solihu is not one of them. In terms of singing skills, Solihu is not inferior to others, and even compared to the few newcomers who entered Suoran during the same period, she is considered a relatively strong academic professional. But now, the few with her, a little girl who was excavated by scouts and worked in the factory assembly line has become a popular idol. Although singing and acting are not good at all, she is also popular due to her beautiful appearance and personalized marketing. A singer of average level, but inexplicably fits well with a famous director, has already taken the third film, although the box office is very poor, but at least he has become famous. There is only Solihu, because she doesn't like to walk in other ways, she just wants to rely on singing to get ahead, bumping all the way. Her voice is very special, slightly lower and hoarse than those cute girls. Such a voice is not suitable for entertaining songs. This is one of the reasons why Solihu has repeatedly hit the wall. However, Ningjong Suoran Music Company does not only have a business line of singing. It also trains voice actors. Solihu's voice line is not suitable for singers, but it meets many voice needs, and her agent gradually she was trained as a voice actor, and the audition this time was the request of the agent. Although she doesn't like dubbing much, Solihu is serious about her work. She took this job not only because she needs the income from the job, but also because she is such a serious person. 10 minutes before the start of the audition, Solihu, who hurried over, found a place to sit down and watched her script repeatedly. Around, some of the girls who are as young as her are practicing hard, while others whispering and whispering. To be honest, I don't want to match this animation at all. The newcomer animation company and the street fighting works are all unsightly animations, but the manager has to try it out. If I can, I really want to. Go to the Galactic Attack team downstairs. The ones you used to match are all dragon genre. I remember the longest is the female passerby in The King of Thieves, just 2 lines. It's 3 sentences. It's a rare experience to appear in The Mountain Thieves. Compared to the protagonist of the unknown animation, it is better to be a passerby in The Mountain Thieves. Quickly stop blowing. Look, isn't that Lin Swanay? She actually wants to participate in the audition? I thought this kind of big name was directly agreed upon. The sister of the protagonist's rival in The King of Thieves, Yang Daisy, is my favorite character. How did the rumor that Lin Swanay could kill a cow with a punch came? The small words like this came into Solihu's ears, causing her to raise her head a little irritably. At this moment, she saw the couple she met on the subway before. It's the director. Someone yelled and greeted him immediately. What? Solihu was full of question marks, but when she saw other people greet one after another, she also stood up and greeted. The person who was in the same car with him just now turned out to be the director of this animation? Is there really a director who takes the subway to the recording studio? She watched Su Rui and Li Ruoxuan walk into the recording studio in a daze, and did not recover for a long time. Then all my practice just now has been heard. Soliah blushed a bit. She thought it was a stranger before, so she dared to make a bold voice, but she didn't expect that the other party was the director. So, isn't it embarrassing for herself to practice in front of the director just now? Or, can I add some impression points to the director by working so hard? But this director is too young, right? I feel younger than myself? Is the girl sitting next to him the original author? With mixed feelings in his heart, Soliah saw the light indicating the start of the audition light up. There are fewer and fewer girls waiting outside. Soliah heard her call when she was still worried about whether she was the last one. She took 2 deep breaths, www.readaloud.com, calmed down and walked into the recording studio. As soon as she walked in, Soliah saw Surui and Lee Ruoxuan sitting with documents in hand, and a few people she didn't know much about. Hello everyone, I'm Soliah of Suo Ren Music. This time I will audition for the role of Lee Leshan. Although she was still worried about whether the other party would recognize herself, Soliah quickly entered the state, and after a brief introduction of herself, she walked into the recording room next door. After closing the door, the room was surprisingly quiet, which reminded Soliah of the singing studio, which is also a quiet place. In this world, only her own voice can be heard clearly. The sound director said at the beginning. Soliah adjusted his emotions slightly, and then read aloud according to the script. For the first time, I have someone I like. This line is very short and more like a monologue. Soliah performed it according to the settings given by the script. She believes that a junior high school student will not have such a rich emotional experience. Such a monologue is more like passing through. After getting along for a period of time, I was sad after being betrayed. So I didn't use all the sadness to blend in, but used more confused emotions. A line was quickly finished. Soliah watched the people outside the audition room a little nervously, but could not see any obvious emotional changes. Perhaps the long selection has made their ears calloused, and they can't tell at all. Out of the other party's tone. Walking out of the recording room, she saluted. For a moment, Soliah really wanted to talk to the young director, saying that she saw him on the subway, but the moment of hesitation still silenced him and ran away. Likely left the room. After walking a few meters on the corridor, Soliah looked back at the recording studio and sighed secretly. Chapter 32, The Tangled Protagonist. It's really daunting. Cheng Qai rubbed his temples and looked at the pile of materials in front of him. All auditions including other characters have ended the day before yesterday. Today, the media studio sent a tape of the audition for Su Rui and the others to choose. Sound director Tian Zui also came to the headquarters of Phantom Animation and selected them with Su Rui. In terms of sound, the sound director is obviously the most professional, but Tian Zui is still more willing to help the director choose as an assistant. There is a saying in their dubbing industry, that is, the best sound is not necessarily the best. The right voice, this is about the pertinence of the voice actors. For example, a high school girl should naturally be a cheerful and sunny girl voice, but if she is burdened with a heavy destiny, or if she has suffered some trauma in the story, or she will grow up and become more mature in the future, these are all the overall problem that sound directors can hardly consider. Not to mention that there are related accounts that need to be arranged by the investors of the production committee, and some special care targets are such indicators. Fortunately, Soul Eater, Zero is not favored by the investors, so they don't bother to interfere. The choice of dubbing is simple. A lot. First of all, Miss Lin Swanay, the biggest voice actor this time. Although her voice is full of tension, it is obviously not suitable for Lee Leshan. After all, she is just a child and should not have such a strong aura. Su Rui said, Lin Swanay is a professional voice actor, singing is also very good. Once held a solo concert in the National Stadium, Su Rui originally thought that this would be a very proud person, but did not expect Lin Swanay's unexpected affinity. It's a pity that I can't cooperate with her this time. That's the case, Miss Lin Suanay's schedule is estimated to be too late. I remember that she will have 3 important roles in the animation next. Tianzui deleted Lin Suanay's name from the form on the laptop. I think these 3 are more suitable. What do you think of the director? Shi Chenan, Luo Qir, Feng Nana. Su Rui picked up 3 resumes. It can be seen that Shi Chenan is a veteran with 2 protagonists' experience, good at cute and sweet characters. The Big Firework Love Sweetheart is a girl-oriented work, which established her image as a girly protagonist. Luo Qir is a newcomer. She has only played passerby characters in a few animations before. Her voice is relatively jerky and her acting skills are slightly flawed, but the texture is very good. It can be said that God gave her a good voice. Feng Nana is a singer and voice actor who has released 2 albums. She has a good singing ability and a full voice without losing her vitality. Moreover, she has a good image and can participate in various activities. Su Rui did not rush to make a decision, but asked Tianzui to play the voice of the 3. After listening with closed eyes, Su Rui still didn't decide. The voices of the 3 have their own characteristics. Su Rui still tends to use Feng Nana's voice if she really wants to say it. Because of the 3 people, Feng Nana is the most famous and can use her popularity to drive the spread of the work. Hey, I remember there seemed to be a girl who had a good voice at the time. At this time, Li Ruoxuan, who was sitting aside, suddenly spoke. It's the one that, the back, the one with a little low voice. She racked her brains to describe it. Finally, Li Ruoxuan remembered the scene on the subway and said to Su Rui. It's the girl practicing on the subway. The small mess of hair on her head also stood up, as if she had answered the question correctly. Is she? Su Rui also thought of the girl's voice at this time. He remembered that it seemed to feel normal at the time, so he didn't take it seriously. He flipped through his resume and found the resume of this girl named Solihu based on his memory. After looking at it, he found that the other party was only 2 years older than himself, and the dubbing resumes were almost all passerby characters. Only one person with a name was in the dubbing resume. A 5-minute passerby appears in the unit play. Soren Music, this is a record company. Is different from other voice actors who come from a dubbing studio. She is from a record company, which makes Su Rui even more surprised. Listen to her audition first. Tianzui quickly called up Solihu's recording and played it back. The conference room was very quiet. Only Solihu's voice echoed. Her voice was sad and confused, like a lost child. Solihu's own voice was a bit special, and it was lower than other auditioners. Although it is somewhat contrary to junior high school students, it is very suitable to show Li Leshan, a precocious girl with a heavy family mission. After was broadcast, the meeting room was silent. After a long time, Su Rui spoke and said strangely. Why didn't I seem to have any impression at the time? Is this recording the previous synchronized recording? Yes, Director Su. Tianzui pursed her lips and smiled and explained. Because of hearing similar sounds and repeating the same words for a long time, if you are not very proficient in this area, you will soon fall into a state of numbness and ignore the details in the sound. This is why it is necessary to record and repeat the screening. The reason? After a pause, Tianzui continued. Solihu's voice is also impressed. She is a singer, and her pronunciation skills are different from the dubbing profession, so it sounds unique. I thought her voice was a bit too deep. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is not included in the screening list. What do you think of Director Su? I think it's quite appropriate. Although Li Leshan was relatively innocent at first, she always knew the secrets of the family and knew that she was going to be the person who guarded this land, so she should naturally mature earlier than her peers. After Huangfu Kaoru met, she also needed to show her side as a girl, and only after Kaoru's rebellion did she truly mature. Su Rui looked at Tianzui and said. We need such a voice that has a sense of change throughout the play. Now it seems that Solaiu is the most suitable. Then it's so decided. Tianzui added a note to the form, and then flipped it down. Next, let's discuss Huangfu Kairu's dubbing. The discussion continued. It was not until 8 p.m. that the voices of all the important roles were finalized. Outside the meeting room, several old original painters had already gone home to dine with their family members. Only Tao Ran was still eating takeout and watching animation, Ikiankian. Wearing headphones, the hand moves the pen flexibly on the tablet. Li Ruoxuan took a special look. IASA was indeed painting, and I didn't know why he was relieved. Thanks for your hard work today, I've got this point, or I'll treat you, let's go out for a meal. Su Rui said. He didn't expect Yi Qian to wait for him until this time, feeling a little sad. Sister Qian, Tao Ran, are you going? Asked casually. Su Rui saw Tao Ran shook his head, while Yi Qian took off the earphones neatly, cleaned up the desktop, picked up the small bag and followed Su Rui. Where are we going? Su Rui thought of several things, but he could start talking first. I know a good place. Chapter 33, Write a Song for You. Ningjiang 1912 block is located near Ningjiang Avenue in the center of Ningjiang New District. It forms the most prosperous commercial street in Ningjiang New District with the nearby 66 Square and Kai Baihan Business District. It takes 30 minutes to drive from the magic animation to here. By the time Su Rui and the others arrived, most restaurants had already lined up. Little Deer Bar. Seeing Cheng Quai's shop, Su Rui was a little bit dumbfounded. He thought that Cheng Qai was looking for a high-end restaurant or a lively hot pot restaurant, but he did not expect to come to the bar. This is my shop, and the chef inside is great. Cheng K explained the people's doubts. A few people entered the bar. There are not too many people here. Compared with the deafening rock music of other bars, the Deer Bar has only soothing background sound. Although it is not clean, it still disappears a lot. You can see that in the bar, there are not only normal counter tables and stage for resident singing, but also formal dining tables. At this point in time, most people are not drinking but eating. Welcome Light, hey, cousin, why are you here? As soon as the boss greeted him, he recognized Cheng Qai, surprised and a little happy. These are my colleagues. Bring them to taste your craftsmanship and see if they regress. Cheng Qai joked that a few people entered a box on the second floor. It can be seen that this bar is not only for drinking, but there are indeed many people eating. Su Rui glanced at it and saw that they were all Western-style dishes, and there were some. Barbecue and seafood on skewers are normal. So this is a restaurant called a bar? Su Rui asked after sitting down. It was a restaurant before 10 o'clock, and a bar after 10 o'clock. It's hard to do business these days, and it's hard to maintain it by selling alcohol alone. No, I've come as a part-time producer. By the way, do you have any precautions? Cheng K laughed and laughed at himself. After getting everyone's response, he picked up the menu, sketched it skillfully, and handed it to the waiter. I'll drive home later, I won't drink alcohol today. The special drink here is very good, you can try it. Chatted a few more words, and the waiter quickly served the dishes. Stone pot flour clams, wine-flavored razor clams, skewers of lamb and beef skewers, grilled chicken wings and sizzling squid in the oblique iron tongs. The grilled fish is served last, and the crispy grilled fish is covered with konjac shreds, potatoes, and celery. Winter melon and onion, the aroma is tangy, touching the taste buds. A few people chatted with industry gossip and feasted on them. Tianzui talked about some interesting anecdotes from previous recordings, such as many well-known voice actors or embarrassments during the rookie period. Cheng Qai recounted the anecdote that he used to play mahjong and negotiated an animation contract project. Li Ruoxuan has nothing to say, but he and Ayasa talked about clothes and cosmetics. Su Rui ate half full, drank a sip of the mixed juice, and heard a song from the bar. This is a popular slow song. It seems to be the theme song of a certain TV series. You can hear that the singer's voice is still very stable, more than a grade higher than most KTV players, and the accompaniment guitar skills are adept. Obviously a professional. Surui turned his head and glanced, but was very surprised. Because she is wearing a blue striped t-shirt and 9-point jeans sitting in front of the microphone on the stage, the girl holding the guitar and singing is the same Solayu who auditioned before. Her long, slightly curled hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head, and her short-sleeved t-shirt showed her white arms. Solayu flexibly pressed the strings with one hand, and slowly flicked the paddles with the other. There was a slightly dazed expression on his face, singing the same dazed song. This song is very good. Even if the equipment is simple, Solayu is worthy of her vocal music graduation title, but the people eating in the bar obviously don't care about the background music, even the guests sitting at the table near the stage. It was holding a wine glass and chatting without any intention of listening to Solayu's singing. In this slightly noisy environment, Solayu is so independent, singing self-consciously, like a child who no one wants. What's the matter with this singer? Surui patted Cheng Qai on the shoulder. It seems to be the singer in residence that Xiao Zhang found. Before, I felt that the salary was too low and no one listened to it. Xiao Zhang said that this one is quite practical now. Cheng Qai looked toward the stage, and through the dim lights, he realized that the singer turned out to be Solayu. Oh? Well, it's normal. If the voice actors are not well-known ones, most of them have a meager income, and part-time jobs are commonplace. He explained that everyone only saw famous voice actors shining like stars, but they didn't know how many people's bitterness was behind them. Surui thought for a while, and asked the waiter for paper and pen. What are you going to do? Cheng Qai looked at Surui with a little bewilderment. He was struggling to write quickly and quickly writing something on the paper. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it seemed to be a musical score. Do you still write songs? Li Ruoxuan saw Surui's slightly scribbled but still clearly recognizable words, and found that it was a guitar score with lyrics, but Li Ruoxuan didn't know much about music and couldn't hum the melody of this song in his head. www.readaloud.com. He wrote the song in Voice of the Stars. Ikian said lightly, without mentioning that the song was sung by himself. Wow, I didn't expect Surui to be so versatile. Li Ruoxuan was a little surprised, looked up and down Surui, seemingly want to find some advantages. It's just a little understanding, okay? Surui finished quickly. He put down his pen and handed the 2 sheets of paper with scores and lyrics to the waiter. He also took out $100 and sandwiched them to dispel unnecessary suspicion. Thanks to the singer who sings in there, it's the song ordered by the guest on the 2nd floor. The waiter took over the scores suspiciously. No guests ever asked for a song. To be precise, no one listened to the singer's singing at all, but he honestly ran to the stage and waited for Solayu to finish the score. With money stuffed to her, Solayu took the score in a daze, and took a look at the 2nd floor box, but unfortunately the lights in the whole restaurant were rather dim, and I didn't see who it was. She remembered that some of her colleagues had told the singer to sing those little yellow songs to please her. She subconsciously resisted, but she still opened the score. The notes of the guitar score jumped, and the lyrics flowed along with it. The clean text quickly made Solayu sketch the melody in her mind. After checking it again, she glanced over there again with a complicated gaze. Then, Solayu cleared her throat and said to the microphone. Everyone, the guests on the 2nd floor ordered a song to share with you. This is the first time I sang it. It may be a bit rusty. I hope you can understand. Flicked a finger, played a chord, Solayu said softly. Please listen below, letter. Song, to me 10 years later. Chapter 34, To me in 10 years. The originally noisy restaurant was quiet a lot, maybe because the background music that had been going on before subsided for a long time, maybe it was Solayu's voice that caught their attention. In any case, the masses are still a little happy to hear someone order a song. Who is going to take this opportunity to confess? Or who is going to do things again? Joining in the fun is the nature of human beings, and most of the people present cast their sights over, wanting to see what happened. Maybe some people just noticed at this time that the singer who originally sang was a young girl holding a big guitar. It was the first time that Solayu played and sang under the gaze of so many strangers. She adjusted her mood and started playing the guitar in her hand. The first few notes have captured the hearts of many people. This sweet melody is undoubtedly small and fresh to people who are often soaked in the noisy pop music. Just after a clear note, Solayu spoke. A place to stroll with the person I like, the scenery I saw at that time, if I don't look back, what will I meet now? The lyrics are simple, but filled with a touch of sadness, which is moving. This song from the subway has undergone Surui's localization. Although the lyrics have changed a little, the connotation of the expression remains the same. Surui didn't expect this song to make Solayu's life better. He didn't even care if everyone in the store would listen to this song. He gave this song to Solayu and also to himself. The melancholy mood is permeated, and the people in the store are also a little touched. At this moment, Solayu sang the chorus. To me 10 years later, are you happy now? Or crying sadly? But beside you, there are still things that have not changed. To me 10 years later, who do you like now? Still unchanged? But one day, will you be able to muster the courage to fall in love with yourself? To me 10 years later, if I am happy now, can I remember who I am now? The me who is crying because of hardship, please turn these tears into tender memories. The artistic conception conveyed in the lyrics makes people muster the courage to move forward in sorrow. The pain, difficulties, and tears suffered in the past will all be turned into a driving force for progress and tender memories. This song is not like many inspirational songs. It uses a passionate melody and a powerful beat to motivate the audience. Instead, it infiltrates the hearts of the people with a soft, watery rhythm and talk-like words. The courage to move forward is not necessarily all the hardness that breaks everything, it may also be the softness that contains the scars. Solayu sang, thinking of herself. Her life can't be said to be smooth sailing, it can even be said to be a bit rough. Even to this day, Solayu is still curled up in the corner, looking forward to the blue sky. She once thought of giving up and leaving Ningjiang, which does not belong to her. Of the city, go back to my hometown, and spend my life steadily. If I could really write to me 10 years later, what kind of text would I write? The lyrics resonated strongly with Solayu, so she also devoted all her feelings, as if this is not the stage of a small bar, but the shiny place of her dreams. By the second half of the song, she already had some nasal sounds, but this did not affect the singing, but made it more real. Although as Solayu said, the first time she sang this song, many places were wrong and the rhythm was slightly flawed, but the emotional singing was very contagious, and many people in the store were immersed in the music. In Ningjiang, a modern big city, gives people the hope of dreams, and at the same time it gives people the coldness of reality. This song gave them comfort in this night when they were tired of running around for life. Some people took out their mobile phones and quietly took pictures of Solayu singing, while others closed their eyes, seeming to be savoring. Li Ruoxuan heard the singing. Not long after she graduated, she hadn't been exposed to too much social tempering, but Solayu's singing still penetrated into her heart like dripping water, making Li Ruoxuan's nose slightly sour. Yi Qunyan glanced at Surui, pursed his lips and smiled without saying anything. The song is just a few minutes, accompanied by the last chord, and the song ends, but the shop is silent. After a long time, as if they had just recovered from the artistic conception of the song, the guests applauded and cheered for Solayu's singing. Solayu's eyes are red. In the past few years, she has been wondering whether she has really chosen the right path. Every time she talks with her parents on the phone, she will say that she is doing well and she does not need to worry about her family. After hanging up the phone, Solihu would cry for a long time in the cheap rental house. Life continues, and Solihu's singing continues, but unlike before, many guests have begun to pay attention to her singing. It was not until this time that they realized that the singing skills of this resident singer are not simple, very good. Professional standards. Surui and others quickly paid the bill, and when they were about to leave, Solihu also finished his work tonight, ready to pack things and go home. Solihu, who carried a big guitar on her back, looked small and very cute. She looked for it and found out that it was Surui. What? Solihu turned around and was about to slip away, but her guitar accidentally got stuck on the corner of the table. She could only turn her head in an awkward posture and squeeze out a reluctant smile, like a child who had done something wrong was caught by the teacher. Hello director, Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com, hello everyone. She sniffed and greeted timidly. The song just now. I wrote it, I want to find a suitable person to sing, I just saw you. Surui smiled and said. Director, you wrote it. Solihu heard Surui's words and immediately aftertastes the song. The melody is arranged and colored. Although the lyrics are simple, they are straightforward. It is indeed a good song. It is hard to imagine a young animation director would write such a song. Song. Sounds so good. She said softly. I heard that you have been singing here at night all this time. Cheng Ke asked because he had learned about Solihu from his cousin at this time. Yes, the boss here is very nice, let me sing for a period of time from 6 to 10 o'clock, don't worry everyone. Solihu glanced at the boss who was still busy and explained. Of course I know that the boss here is very good, and I am one of the shareholders for the time being. Cheng Qai smiled. His words shocked Solihu again. He looked at the boss and Cheng Qai. Be careful to rest in the future and don't delay work. Surui added. Solihu smiled reluctantly when she heard this. It's okay, I don't have any work for the time being, I'm studying all day. I mean, Solihu. Surui patted her on the shoulder and said. Don't affect your next work in Soul Eater, 0. What? Solihu looked dumbfounded. What happened tonight was beyond her ability to process. Her brain was muddled and almost crashed. Chapter 35. Unexpectedly famous. Solihu had not had time to be happy because she got a job, but she herself became famous on the internet first. Everything is because of that song. That night, when the guests were quietly listening to Solihu's singing, many people picked up their mobile phones and recorded the video of the singing, which was posted on Weibo. The sound quality of the mobile phone is very poor, and the scene is a bit noisy, but I can still hear Solihu's voice and the melody of the guitar clearly. This song was quickly noticed by people and quickly climbed up after being forwarded by several Weibo Big vs Hot Search. Hot Search label is to myself in 10 years, and Solihu herself is also known as the most beautiful singer in residence because of his emotional singing and above-level singing skills. Someone had a whim. They took down the score of this song and replayed it, sang it, and uploaded the video together with the Voice of the Stars screen clip. It also received more than 100,000 clicks on Tomato Video Network. Of course, the spread on the internet still has limitations. At least, Wang Ke, the agent of Suoran Music Company in Ningjiang City, didn't see it until a week later when his colleagues reminded him. Actually, it's not that he didn't pay attention, but the first thing that Wang Ke saw was the edited video. There was no Solihu in it, so he just looked at it as a normal hot spot. The beginning of the matter was when his colleague accidentally turned to the Weibo at the beginning, took a closer look, and recognized the singer. Hey, Wang Ke, is this the one under your hand who sings? Who is that? The colleague took the mobile phone, and Wang Ke looked at it for a while before recognizing the girl in it, and after passing it through his head, he patted his thigh. Oh fuck, Solyu. Yes, I said it was the Solyu you brought. Colleague agreed. This video is a hot search. If you don't seize the opportunity to operate, you might be a big star. I will find her right away. Wang Kai picked up the phone, looked for a while before turning to Solyu's phone number, dialed directly through, but no one answered. What is this kid doing? There was no response for 3 consecutive calls, and Wang Kai suddenly became anxious. As soon as he was about to pick up his jacket and go out, he remembered that he had indeed contacted Solyu recently. Yes, she seems to have participated in the dubbing of some animation. Opening the work form, Wang Kai finally found Solyu's work arrangement in one of the forms. Media Studio, I drove for more than 40 minutes, should I be able to catch up? After confirming the timetable, Wang Kai hurriedly took the elevator to the underground parking lot, turned on the navigation, and drove out. In mid-July, the sun was shining brightly, and Ningjiang was even more like a steamer, sultry and hot. Wang Kai's heart also seemed to be burning, making him irritable. He belongs to a relatively low-level agent, not like those exclusive agents. A dozen of them are newcomers. The most powerful one has only released his second solo album, and the sales volume is less than 100,000. Like Solyu, who is unknown and can't even put together an album. These newcomers may need an opportunity. Some people know how to use their own advantages to find them. Some people, such as Solyu, follow the rules. If there is no special coincidence, there is no way to get ahead. How can someone who does not use social software, does not manage his own personal settings on the internet, and does not know how to get hot, how can he get ahead? While driving on the highway, Wang Kai confirmed Solyu's itinerary. She should have been recording in the media studio all afternoon. It is still too late to go. He already has several ready-made plans in his mind. First of all, the company needs to launch Solyu in time, establish her official Weibo account, and attract a wave of traffic and attention. This account is usually directly operated by the company's public relations announcements. Wang Kai has already thought about it. It is the pure image of the girl next door, dubbed in amateur, and an approachable singer-songwriter, in line with Solyu's experience. Then, the song To Me in 10 Years Later was made into a single album and paid for download on the internet. Time was too late to make an entire album for Solyu. Wang Kai could only use special methods to maintain the popularity. Finally, if this album is a big success, then she can immediately arrange a new song for Solyu and release a solo album. At this level, she is already a small well-known singer. Came to the media studio, Wang Kai took the elevator to the recording studio on the 6th floor after registering for a visit, knocked on the door, and a young man opened the door. Is Solyu here? I'm her agent. Wang Kai asked, but was quickly reminded by the other party in a low voice. It is recording, what do you have to wait beforehand? He motioned Wang Kai to sit down. Oh, good, sorry. Wang Kai didn't say much, and sat aside. He saw through the glass that several people were recording in the recording room, which was different from the singing recording that Wang Kai was familiar with. They held the script in their hands and looked at the TV pictures on the wall. The TV pictures were not animated, but simple. Draft illustration. Wang Kai looked carefully for a while, and found that there were prompts from time to time in the draft picture. Whenever he saw the prompt, someone would speak, which looked rather weird. Moreover, Solyu basically watched from the sidelines. When Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com almost did not speak, Wang Kai vaguely remembered that she seemed to be an important role. This is the trailer of the animation. Because I rushed to participate in the animation industry exchange meeting in August, I used the storyboard for dubbing. When it was officially produced, the recording was already very late. The recording came to an end, the young man explained when Wang Kai was full of question marks. Oh, this way, how long will this recording last? Who is your person in charge? Wang Ke looked at the clock and asked. I am the person in charge. The young man sitting next to him spoke, and stretched out his hand to Wang Ke. I'm Su Rui, the director of Soul Eater, 0. I'm glad to meet you. Wang Ke thought he was joking for a while, but saw that other people were focusing on their work and had no objections, so he felt more doubts. Director Su, can you read the paragraph just now? Next to Tianzui asked Su Rui with a pen. She glanced at Wang Ke, but there was no response. I think it can, just use this. Su Rui nodded, then turned to face Wang Ke. What can you do with Soul Liu? If it is urgent, I will let her come out now. Due to the special nature of Soul Eater, 0, in fact, the trailers filmed now are all part of the canon fodder in the first episode. Soul Liu herself does not need to appear, but she still applied to come to the studio to get familiar with the atmosphere and study by the side. It's nothing, your work is important, I'll wait. Wang Ke waved his hand, he still knows how to score. He looked at the recording room, and Soul Liu looked at the screen and the script intently and earnestly. There was a brilliance in her eyes that she had never seen before. Chapter 36, It's decided it's you. Wang Ke lifted his head from the phone. He had been using the phone for work just now, and now he saw that the recording work was over. He stood up. Ah, Brother Wang, why are you here? Soul Liu was still immersed in the professional dubbing atmosphere that she had just felt. Seeing her agent, she tilted her head in confusion. Xiaosu, you used to sing in a bar and work part-time. Wang Ke pulled Soul Liu to the side of the corridor and asked. Yes, didn't I tell you this before? Don't worry, I won't affect normal work. Soul Liu shrank her head like a rabbit, for fear that it would violate some company's regulations. Is that you in this video? K. Wang opened Weibo and played the most viewed video. Soul Liu was wearing a t-shirt and jeans and holding a guitar to sing. The song is To Me in 10 Years. It's me. It is also the first time for Soul Liu to see this video. She usually doesn't have much contact with social software such as Weibo. Compared to chasing stars and watching the show, she prefers to stay at home and listen to classical music or practice guitar. Girls? Why didn't you tell me that you wrote such a good song? Now the video of your singing has been searched on Weibo. This is a big wave of traffic. We must seize this opportunity. I will give it to the boss later. Send an email to apply for resources and release a single album first. When Wang Ke saw that Soul Liu had no consciousness of being a star, he explained it to her in a head. Wait a minute, Brother Wang, there is a question. Facing the aggressive Wang Ke, Soul Liu weakly raised his hand to interrupt. I didn't write that song. What? Wang Ke originally had a series of plans. Although he had not implemented it personally, he had conceived it in his mind for a long time, but now Soul Liu's words made him stunned on the spot and didn't know what to say. Soul Liu saw Wang Ke suddenly got stuck, and pointed to Su Rui and others in the recording studio who were doing finishing work. It's a song written by director Su. Wang Ke was relieved now. He looked inside. Su Rui was discussing the use of lines with the sound director, earnestly and concisely. How about I go and ask him? Soul Liu walked over and said a few words to Su Rui, before he came to the corridor, looked at Wang Ke and said. I heard Soul Liu say that your company is going to make a music album for her. Yes, you wrote the song To Me 10 Years Later by director Su. Wang Ke, who doesn't know the situation, originally thought Su Rui was a director at such a young age. He must be someone with a background. From the perspective of various situations, he really seems to have two brushes. The intuition of the agent makes him pay more attention to it. Start this young man. We want to help Soul Liu release a single album. As you may know, this song is now very popular on social platforms. We have to fight for this wave of traffic, so it needs my authorization, right? Surui heard what Wang Ke meant. Huaxia's copyright control is very strict. Before this song, Surui has also submitted it to the Intellectual Property Office along with other fragmentary copyright items. If Surui does not agree to the authorization, then Solius there is no way for this song to appear on the album, and Suoran Music Company wants to keep up with this wave of enthusiasm, and it must have both the singer and the song. That's right, Soran Music is a big company, and the license fee in this area will definitely not be less, please rest assured. K. Wang added that most of the company's songs are produced by his own composer, and there is no licensing issue. Such cases as Surui are relatively rare, but he is confident to fight for it. I can authorize your company, but there are two conditions. Surui was silent for a moment, then spoke. Conditions. Wang Ke trembled, for fear that Surui was asking the lion to open his mouth. First, this song can only be sung by Soliu, and cannot be transferred to other singers for profitable cover. Surui stretched out a finger and said, this is to make to the me who 10 years later bind to Soliu and make this song her masterpiece. In the future, as long as people sing this song on KTV, they will think of Soliu. This, it should be no problem. Wang Ke thought for a while, as Soliu's debut song, this song should indeed be linked to her, and he agreed. Second, this song is actually the ending song of the animation we are currently making. It should have appeared after the animation was broadcast. Now it is authorized to you in advance for Soliu's sake. Presumably the album will be soon. It will be released, so as compensation, I need you to explain this when promoting. In fact, this is Surui's nonsense. He did have a little idea of using this song as the ending song. After all, whether it is the lyrics or the artistic conception, it is suitable to match the story of Soul Eater, Zero, and sang the heart of the protagonist Li Lushan. But everything is still undecided, and Surui didn't expect that videos taken by others would become popular on Weibo, but now that it's done, you can also row a boat. Suoran Music Company is a big company. www.readaloud.com has many publicity channels. Once they decide to promote Soliu, they will inevitably promote through multiple channels. This is better than the resources Surui can now access. Much. If the promotion is accompanied by Soul Eater, Zero, then this animation is equivalent to a strong promotion, just like a series of impression song offensives before the announcement of the movies on the earth, so that more people will know Soul Eater, Zero, for Surui, is not a loss. This, I need to go back and discuss it. Wang Ke is a little embarrassed, not because he is unwilling, but because this situation involves business cooperation, and he can't make a decision on his own as an agent. Okay, I am waiting for your good news. Surui smiled, knowing that Wang Ke could not make a decision, he was not in a hurry. The preview recording was completed, and the production could be completed in 2 weeks, just in time for the annual industry conference to be released. On that occasion, it was considered a big publicity. He bid farewell to Wang Ke, who went back to ask for instructions, and sent Soliu away. Surui returned to his work. He finally confirmed the lines used in the trailer with the sound director Tian Zui. Most of these lines came from Soul Eater, Zero in the first episode of, the characters in the first episode will tell you the essentials. Yes, according to his own principles, Surui also used fraud when making the trailer. At first glance, it seems to be an animation that uses scientific equipment to remove spirits. The protagonist also looks like a protagonist, even at present. On the official website of animation, there are also these cannon fodder's personal settings and introductions. Only after the final audio and picture synthesis, VTR editing, that is, compressed into a format that can be played by the website and sealed, the trailer can be put in a white box and submitted to the website. As for Surui, there is still a storyboard for the 3rd episode to be drawn. Chapter 37. Annual Animation and Largest Comic Exhibition. Audiovisual synthesis is to combine post-recording, sound effects, background music, etc. Usually a week is reserved, but Surui himself has the memory, so it didn't take too much time to entangle the final draft. VTR edited the film and copy. One copy was given to Chengkong Video Network, one was given to New Frontier Media, and the other was given to the Animation Industry Conference Committee. Animation Industry Conference is held in Ningjiang at the beginning of August every year. Except for some routine industry forums, the most attractive is the accompanying China's largest comic exhibition and annual animation selection. The full name of China's largest comic exhibition is Ningjiang Animation Exchange Exhibition. It started from the first one 25 years ago and is now the 25th, also known as N25. Man exhibition is divided into Enterprise Area and Fan Area. The Enterprise Area is the booth of major animation game companies. New works are announced, and some activities are held here. The Doujin area is commonly known as the Doujinshi sales meeting. Of course, anything related to adulthood is banned by the exhibition. In addition, Doujin, games, music, etc. are all exchanged here. The plaza outside the comic show will have a large number of people dressed up as characters in the animation coming and going, and the atmosphere is strong. As for the annual animation selection, this is the selection organized by Tomato Video Network in conjunction with several other major video sites and the China Animation Association. It is the most authoritative selection in the animation industry, and the most important one is the Best Animation of the Year award. The Best Animation of the Year award is selected for the best overall performance of the animations broadcast in the previous year. Due to the existence of the half-year file, it was selected at the mid-year conference. This award has also become a competition award for many animation companies. The most popular this year should be the cartoon adaptation of Rainbow Media Innocent Teacher and Pretty Student and the novel adaptation of Mushroom Film The Lulu of Blue Wings, as well as the 3 works of the original animation My Hero Family that loves craftsmanship. Innocent Teacher and Pretty Student is a love harem comedy that was broadcast in October last year. It is 24 episodes in length. The original is the hottest comic in the weekly 24 in the middle school building. It is about a fledgling teacher and 3 a funny and warm campus drama among 11 problematic female students. Thanks to Rainbow Media's strong drawing ability, this short-level work is of extremely high quality. It is the click king of non-feature serial animations on Tomato Video. The Lulu of the Blue Wing is one of the novel adaptations that have emerged in recent years. The original is a popular novel serialized on the Chinese website of Dian Dian. The blue-winged girl later discovered the reality of the world. It was a battle film where she was living on campus while fighting monsters. The original painting of the mushroom film itself was very powerful, and the rhythm of the battle animation was well grasped. Together with the high popularity of the original work, it once occupied the popularity. The list has been at the top for several months. My Hero Family is a rare original work. The protagonist did not choose a high school student but a junior high school student. The stage of the story is a completely overhead world. Superpowers have become commonplace, but the protagonist is the only one without superpowers in the entire world. People, the animation has constructed a fascinating world by portraying his growth. Before the broadcast, he was unknown, but it gradually exploded in popularity. Now there are plans for the second season. In terms of perception, Surui prefers original works like My Hero Family, but Lulu of Blue Wings is a work that Ayasa was in charge of before leaving the Mushroom movie, so emotionally, he prefers this one. The subway slammed, Surui stood near the car door, looking at the scenery galloping backwards out of the window. This subway will pass through Lazhuang International Convention and Exhibition Center, where the Ningjiang Animation Exchange Exhibition is held, and industrial conferences are held in the hotel next to the Convention and Exhibition Center. Obviously most of the people on the subway are people who go to the comic exhibition. The broad-bodied boy with a peaked cap, a black t-shirt and a big school bag on his back is talking to his companions about July's new animation. He speaks words like my wife and hegemony, which exudes not to come near. Breath. Sat in the position, and the girl dressed in Daisy's clothes from the heroine in The King of Thieves held her mobile phone and refreshed her Weibo with boredom. Scenarios like this can be seen everywhere in the subway. It is like a bridge connecting two worlds, which makes people confused. Su Rui is wearing a short-sleeved shirt and trousers. He is an industry insider who has been invited to participate in an animation industry conference, but he can't just wear a t-shirt and shorts. As for Yi Qian standing next to him, the light green lace dress embellished in the carriage looked very serious. Phantom Animation did not apply for a corporate booth, because Su Rui and the others really have nothing to show off. The trailer of Soul Eater 0 will be shown on the booths of New Frontier Media and Cheng Kong Video Network. Therefore, apart from attending the meeting, Su Rui's remaining work is to accompany IASA to stroll around the show. There is still margin in the construction period. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He simply gave everyone a vacation in the past 2 days to take a good rest. Sister Qian didn't draw a book or something by herself? Su Rui asked, switching to the forum app on the phone. Hearing Su Rui's words, Yi Qianqian's body became apparently stiff for an instant, but soon returned to normal. Su Rui did not see anything wrong. I didn't. The original painting work was very busy and I didn't have time to do those extra things. She said lightly, refreshing Weibo on her phone, and a promotion also appeared. Healing singer Solihu's latest single album, To Me After 10 Years, is now on major music platforms. Solihu's album was recorded a week ago. Since it is a single, it has been released without a lot of processes, and it went live just yesterday. At this time, although the popularity of the song on Weibo has dropped a lot, because of the promotion of Soren Music Company in other aspects, and the innocent and lovely image of Solihu, the girl next door, it is very popular, so the days the number of downloads exceeded 150,000, and the first week's sales are predicted to be between 400,000 and 500,000, which is quite good for a newcomer. Of course, there are also factors that make this a single and cheap, so I won't mention it for the time being. Thanks to this song, Soul Eater 0 has entered the public eye for the first time since the announcement of the production decision. Su Rui clicked on the animation area of the A2 forum and published it through To Me in 10 years. There are also many related posts here. He glanced around at random and saw a hot post with a reply on the 100th floor. The title of the post is Are all the money of the animation production team used for publicity? A song can make painting take off. Su Rui clicked into this post. Chapter 38.3 Equal parts Su Rui. The main post is from a person whose ID is Tian Shanggu. Heaven dog, the forum is talking about that song To Me 10 years later. I alone think this song is unremarkable, but it's just another saliva song, and there is also an animated impression song specially marked, which is exaggerated. If you want me to say, an animation is good or bad, just look at the feature film, so much flamboyant propaganda is useless at all. The A2 forum has a like and click mechanism. You can see that the current number of likes for this post is 120, and the number of likes is 180. Obviously, more people disagree with his views, but there is a gap between the two sides. It's not big, so this post will continue to argue and become a tall building. Awakened Dreamland, yes, there is only you are electricity, you are light, and you are the only myth. Yeaniming 300, the song is flat X, fancy publicity is useless. Oh. Assault Squad Leader, I can't say that either. I'm willing to promote, at least I'm confident in my own work. An impression song can't represent anything, so let's watch the feature film. Hishu, this Solihu, who hadn't seen any news before, suddenly came out, afraid that it was not because of a deal with the director behind him. Lushi 310, I don't care, I will only push Solihu from today. Jiro, that's right, it was originally a comic on the street, but I even dared to claim to be a big hit. Hehe, for this promotion, I don't think this animation will look good. Wings of Horror, although this song sounds ordinary at first, it contains strength in the ordinary. It is a very listening song. As for the animation, it is not easy to evaluate before the feature film is released. You can see the pros and cons of the songs. The opinions in the forum are not uniform, but for animation, most people's opinions are wait and see. This is normal. After all, the animation industry in this world is already very mature. Although there are dark horses, there are only a few. Su Rui's phone vibrated, and QQ prompted the contact to send a message. He has set the chat group to not prompt on the phone, so this is a private chat message. Switch over, Su Rui found out that it was Li Ruoxuan's news. Li Ruoxuan, Su Rui, are you coming to the show today? I happen to be doing chores here at the company booth. Come and play when I have time. She's here too. After thinking for a while, Su Rui typed a reply. Su Rui, okay, I will definitely pass by when I have time. Just about to put away the phone, QQ gave a prompt again, this time it was Soliu's. Soliu, Director Su, today the company has a small show at the Ningjiang Man Show, and I also have a show. I wonder if you have time to come and watch it. Why is she here? Su Rui struggled a bit, and replied as well. Su Rui, what time is it? I will go over and take a look if the meeting is over. After getting Soliu's reply, Su Rui waited for a while to confirm that there was no other information before putting the phone back in his pocket. What's happenin'? Ikiankin saw Su Rui looking embarrassed, and asked. Li Ruoxuan invited me to the corporate booth to see. Soliu is also performing at the comic show today, and I feel like it will be very busy today. Su Rui did not hide, and said directly. It's okay, let's all go and see. Yi Qian calmly said with ease. Ningjiang Lazhuang International Convention and Exhibition Center. The square outside the Convention and Exhibition Center has already gathered a large number of people. They are not bothered by the scorching sun in Ningjiang at all, and their eyes are shining with excitement. A girl dressed in the swimsuit of the heroine Chen, feeling an innocent teacher and pretty student, is standing in the sun holding a swimming ring. The bikini swimsuit highlights her hot body, which makes people excited. Around this cozer, 20 or 30 photographers with long guns and short cannons gathered, and the sound of the shutter was like a symphony, echoing in the square. To be honest, Su Rui thinks that it is hard to compliment the fact that no part of it can see which role is played except for a fake hair, but it seems that most people like to see girls more than this kind of details, so this cozer-like is also quite popular. It can be seen that a considerable part of the cozers walking on the square are characters in The King of Thieves. On the one hand, this work is indeed worthy of the reputation of China's #1 comics. On the other hand, this type of clothing is also mass-produced. Easy to build. Conversely, there are a lot of characters in the new animation. Except for those swimsuits or daily versions with fake hair, there are also some that restore the original image, but there are quite a few of them, and it takes a lot of effort to look at it. It's too hot outside. Su Rui and Yi Qian ran to the entrance of the venue after walking around for a few minutes. It is said that in order to purchase limited edition merchandise and some limited selling fan works, someone was stationed at the entrance of the Convention and Exhibition Center last night. Today, they rushed into the venue just after the opening at 9 o'clock and harvested a lot of loot. Then Qian, I will go to the meeting first, and I will contact you later. If I can't contact you, I will meet outside the booth of New Frontline Media at 12 noon. Su Rui said. He glanced at the phone, and the usual full-scale signal is now insignificant. This is not because of the remoteness of the exhibition center, but because of the large crowds and frequent transmission of mobile phone signals. Having experience in comic exhibitions, Su Rui knows that it is very difficult to contact people by mobile phones at critical moments. Only when the meeting point is determined in advance can it be safe. Well, I just wander around. Yi Qian nodded obediently www.readaloud.com and took the staff ID and walked into the venue from the express lane. Su Rui watched her disappear into the crowd, and also tossed by another road, and came to the venue next to the Convention and Exhibition Center. Hotel. There are no general enthusiasts participating in the comic exhibition here. The Convention and Exhibition Center Hotel has high specifications. Most people who come to participate in the comic exhibition from other places will not choose this extremely low-cost-effective hotel. Su Rui walks into the hotel lobby and just I saw a banner welcoming people in the industry. He followed the instructions of the notice board and quickly came to a banquet hall on the third floor of the hotel. It was already set up as a conference hall, and about 1/3 of the seats were seated. Look at the time. It was only 9:30, and Su Rui had nothing else to do. After finding his place and sitting down, he started playing on the phone. He glanced at the notice from the previously added industry group. Today's noon meeting lasted until 11:30. There was no arrangement in the afternoon. At 7 p.m., there was a cocktail party and the annual Animation Awards ceremony. Tomorrow will be some free-to-participate sub-forums. For Su Rui, it is basically equivalent to free activities. As for the comic exhibition, the new Frontline Media's new work will be released at 2 in the afternoon. The animated trailer of Soul Eater, 0 will also be broadcast at that time. Su Rui can watch it live. After writing on the phone for a while, Su Rui heard a sound of discussion coming from the front. The schedule is tight, I wish I had 25 hours of work a day. Although I want to do it all by my own company, time does not allow it, so I can only hand it over to outsourcing. This year's animation is most likely to be Innocent Student and Pretty Guest, and the military director estimates that he will win his 3rd annual animation award. Do you know what Phantom Animation is doing lately? Chapter 39, Competitors and Signing Meetings. The people sitting in front of Su Rui should be people from other animation companies. Because most of the producers don't show up, Su Rui doesn't know these people, and they probably didn't recognize Su Rui. Hearing the name of Phantom Telecom, Su Rui pricked his ears and listened quietly. Phantom, it seems to be making a comic change. I heard that I have found a lot of outsourcing companies. It seems that they are indeed understaffed. Oh, I know, it's from the monthly Youth Frontline, right? It's called Soul Eater. It's Soul Eater. I'm curious about what kind of character the original Gothic Lolita artist will come up with. To be honest, I feel strange now that she will actually leave Mushroom Film and go to the Phantom Teleplay. Is the schedule set? According to this rhythm, I am afraid that I will not be able to keep up with the January file. It is a bit too late for the April file, an embarrassing time. These people are discussing the new work of Phantom Electric, and there is nothing to look down on or ridicule, but the worries of being colleagues, probably because they have seen their own shadows. Su Rui wanted to talk, but the meeting was about to begin, so he had to give up. The animation industry conference is not interesting. In addition to the official argument summing up the industry situation last year, it is a common content issue. Fortunately, the atmosphere of the conference is not too serious, and Su Rui can sneak a glance at his mobile phone. At the end of the 1.5 hour meeting, Su Rui was already a little sleepy. Instead of having a post-meeting meeting with other industry professionals, he was going to meet Yi Qian directly at the exhibition venue. Please wait a minute, this sir. At this time, Su Rui was stopped by someone. He turned his head and saw a man with an artistic atmosphere. His hair was slightly longer and he had a small twitch in the back of his head. He was thinner and dressed in a casual suit. He looked like a pop singer instead of an animator. Introduce yourself, I'm Wu Yi, the director of Rainbow Media, you are Su Rui of Phantom Telecom. He handed over a business card with the information written on it. Good for you. Su Rui nodded. He still knows this martial arts director. Rainbow Media's gold medal director took only 5 years from the original artist to the performance and then to the director, and the director's first work Antarctic Cleaner won the annual animation award that year. After a year, Rebellious Livia's got the annual animation. Now 30 years old, Wu Yi has become one of the hottest directors in the industry. Do you have time to chat? Let's find a place to sit. Ah, I'm sorry, although I really want to learn from you, senior, but I have already made an appointment with someone. Su Rui said embarrassedly. It's okay, let's leave a contact information, we will have the opportunity to eat together in the future. As he said, Wu Yi asked for Su Rui's cell phone number and recorded it. He said, I have watched Voice of Stars. Although all aspects are slightly immature, I saw something different from the current animation in this animation. I also heard that you refused the offer of Rainbow Media and started your own business. To be honest, I envy you very much. Envy me? Su Rui thought that Wu Yi was talking politely, but looking at his expression, he was indeed very sincere. It's all from the past, I can tell you about it later when I have the opportunity. Wu Yi have talked and swallowed again, and he waved his hand. Go ahead, I am looking forward to your animation. Su Rui left the hotel in the Convention and Exhibition Center a little hazy and entered the crowded venue. The time was 11:50, and he quickly saw the huge signboard of the new Frontline Media, but after coming here, he did not find Ayasa. A large number of people gathered here. Su Rui squeezed into the backstage with the staff ID, and saw Li Ruoxuan at a glance. She is wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt printed with the Monthly Youth Frontline logo. Perhaps because of the size, it seems to be a size smaller. Under the denim shorts are slender and white legs that make it difficult to remove. Looking at her, Li Ruoxuan stepped on a pair of white sneakers, looking youthful and sunny. She also had a staff card hanging on her chest. When she saw Su Rui, she immediately burst into a vigorous smile. Su Rui, here and here. Li Ruoxuan greeted Su Rui to come over. Even though the extremely low temperature air conditioning was on in the venue, there were still a few strands of hair around her ears sticking to her face because of sweat. What are so many people doing here? Su Rui looked over. These people were all lining up, as if they were buying something. Hey, don't you know? It's now the signing event for Teacher Kaiubayu. It should have closed at 12 o'clock, but the readers are too enthusiastic, and Teacher Kaiubayu temporarily decided to sign for another half an hour. In the noisy venue, Li Ruoxuan raised her voice slightly. I really don't know this. Su Rui saw the front of the team. There was a young woman in Hanfu sitting there. She was petite and had a baby face. If it hadn't been for Li Ruoxuan's explanation, Su Rui would have thought that she was a junior high school student. Teacher Kaiubayu is best at painting ancient style and strange themes. She is now serializing A Book of Friends in Autumn on Margaret, but it ranks among the top 3 popular works. Both male and female readers like it very much. Margaret is a girl manga magazine under New Frontier Media and one of China's top girl manga magazines. Su Rui saw that there were also many girl manga posters in the booth, and he was able to rank among the best in this magazine. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com shows that this Kaiubayu teacher is indeed very good. Originally, teacher Chiubayu serialized Pipa Song on Winter Island, and left because of disputes over copyright and contribution fees. I thought she would be in a slump. I didn't expect that after Margaret came the serialization of Ching Chu Friends Bo. It's even more powerful. The sales volume of the single book in just 1 year has surpassed the total sales volume of Pipa Song in 3 years. Li Ruoxuan seemed to be a fan of this teacher and explained with interest. That's really awesome, shouldn't you be doing the animation of this manga? Su Rui asked subconsciously out of the intuition of an animation practitioner. It seems that Mushroom Movie is doing it. Li Ruoxuan replied slightly embarrassed. It's okay, I just asked casually. The two chatted casually again. The staff on the site informed Lee Ruoxuan that she could go to lunch and rest first. She nodded and turned to ask. I'm done here, do you want to go eat something together? I'm still waiting for Qian, I don't know where she went shopping again. Su Rui replied casually. He had already made 2 calls before, but they were all busy. I don't know if the signal is bad or Yi Qian didn't hear it. That's it. Then why don't we go find her? At noon, there will be fewer people in the venue. I can talk to my colleagues here and contact us if I see her. Li Ruoxuan hesitated for a moment, then proposed. Also, I'll call and see. Su Rui looked at the time. It was 12:30, and Chu Bai's signing had ended, but Yi Qian was still not seen. Just when the 2 of them were about to set off, there was a burst of exclamation on the side of the venue where there were fewer tourists. Chapter 40, Barrage Game. At the Ningjiang Man exhibition, there are authors who will queue up to the sidelines for the signing, and of course there are also authors who are uninterested. Zhou Zun is one of them. His booth is located at number 47, District C, Dujin District, at the end of a booth. This should be a relatively good location, because people visiting the exhibition usually follow the stalls and follow the S-shaped path. There is a lot of redundant space here, which is suitable for gathering crowds. However, Zhou Zun's booth was very strange, and most people didn't even look at it. At the stall next door, the fan club selling beautiful girl swimsuit paintings has lined up and spread to Zhou Zun's side. The stall owner apologized to Zhou Zun while he was busy, and Zhou Zun could only accept it with a wry smile. Looked at the CD on his own table, Zhou Zun was a little helpless and sighed. There are 5 different covers. On the cover is a female character with a bun face with slightly young teeth. Compared with the beautiful girl in the swimsuit next door, it looks like a child-oriented thing. But on the large screen connected to the notebook for demonstration, there are dazzling light spots and complicated bullets. Yes, Zhou Zun's work is a completely original barrage shooting game, which is also commonly known as a beep machine game. This kind of game usually appears on arcade machines and is also called a coin-eating machine, because most of the barrage shooting games are very difficult. And Zhou Zun's game is even more difficult. The usual barrage shooting game is a battle between planes. The bullets go straight and straight. As long as the reaction speed is fast, it is still acceptable. But the barrage in the game made by Zhou Zun presents complex and changeable geometric patterns, and even levitates and retreats. The boss battle is divided into multiple stages, requiring a high degree of attention and reaction speed, which can be called a difficult explosion. This is also what Zhou Zun is proud of. He believes that the barrage game he designed is the most difficult barrage game at present. Fantasy Legend, Fantasy Seal Record, Fantasy Dream Time and Space, Fantasy Faraway Country, Fantasy Strange Story, these 5 games are all made by Zhou Zun alone. From programming to art to the music is done by Zhou Zun alone, it is his painstaking effort. However, due to the bun's face painting style and the extremely high difficulty of getting started, Zhou Zun's game is not a hit. Even if someone occasionally stops by hearing the music written by Zhou Zun in the noisy environment, it will be due to the style and difficulty of the painting. And persuaded to retire. Originally, it was difficult for a less popular stall owner like Zhou Zun to squeeze into the venue of the Ningjiang Man exhibition, but his younger brother was one of the members of the Man exhibition organizer, so he could get in the same position. It's only a pity that in the past 4 years, the total number of game CDs he sold has been less than 3 digits. In the 5th year of this year, no one has been sold so far, which is a huge blow to Zhou Zun. In fact, when he was making this last one, Fantasy Strange Tale, he already had the idea of exiting the fan market, and went back to inherit the brewery of his hometown with peace of mind, and now that the comic show has progressed, Zhou Zun has felt that he will spend the rest of his life to spend with hops in the brewery. At this moment, a small figure appeared in front of Zhou Zun's booth. It took Zhou Zun for a while to confirm that the opponent was not in the wrong line next door. This is a girl who seems to be young. She is wearing a light green dress with lace and a small soft hat diagonally on top of her head. She looks elegant and dignified, just like those rich daughters in the manor. The girl stared at the big computer screen Jo-sun used to demonstrate for a while, and then she spoke, her voice clear. "Can you try it out?" Jo-sun was taken aback. This was the first time this year that someone was interested in his work. He hesitated for a while before he took out the handle and connected it to the computer. "Here. But let me remind you first that this game of mine is very difficult. You have to be mentally prepared. It is no exaggeration to say that even the designer Jo-sun himself may not be able to pass the game within the fate set by the game. This shows its difficulty. He thinks that a girl will probably throw the handle in the first wave of mobs. Up." After a brief explanation of the operation, Jo-sun handed the handle to the other party. "I saw the girls manipulate them at will, and soon died on the first wave of mobs. Look at me and say." Before Jo-sun finished speaking, he saw the girl start over. This time, she seemed to have changed her person. She operated accurately and moved around the map with ease, avoiding all the bullets perfectly. "Isn't it?" Jo-sun saw that she quickly hit the first boss. A large number of barrage showing complex geometric figures suddenly appeared on the screen, and the game music also changed accordingly. Jo-sun was a member of the band in college, and he did not give up music after work. The music he composed for the game is a fusion of various genres, full of fantasy, and very ear-catching. It is a pity that the people who tried to play before did not get to the second boss at all. Staged. At this time, the girls' powerful operations made the battle scenes look gorgeous and colorful. With the music, there was a majestic feeling, which made the guests at the stalls next to them all look over. The girl broke through all the way. Even Jo-sun deliberately designed the boss that was difficult to beat at first sight, and even made Jo-sun a loyal fan who had practiced at home for countless times before coming to the venue. But the girls are now playing Jo-sun's new work this year, Fantasy Strange Tale. Before that, no one had played the magical masterpiece except Jo-sun. Because of the thought of retiring, Jo-sun also broke the ken and fell. The difficulty of this work is designed to be at an inhuman level. Jo-sun can confidently say that even he can't pass the level. However, the girl's skillful technique is breathtaking. Gradually, many onlookers gathered around her. Near noon, most of the people ended their morning fights and prepared to go out for lunch to recharge their energy. When passing by Jo-sun's stall, they were naturally attracted by the gorgeous barrage battles and sweet music. Jo-sun saw this, but did not stun him, but raised the sound on the screen to make it spread farther. The girl is still standing in front of the screen, her hand movements are unpleasant but accurate. She herself has a relaxed appearance, staring at the screen with no distractions. About 30 minutes later, the girl finally came to the final boss. This boss has 5 stages, one is more difficult than the other. In the last stage, even Jo-sun did not think about a solution, because he felt that no one could make this step. But this girl did it. There were several times, she was almost shot, the most recent time there was even a 1-pixel gap. The crowd onlookers also tightened their nerves. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com did not dare to make a loud noise, for fear that it would affect the performance of the girls. The 10-minute high-intensity boss battle is coming to an end. At this moment, several bullet screens with no trajectory to follow suddenly attacked from all sides of the screen. Jo-sun was also stunned. He thought for a while before he remembered that this was a test barrage he had forgotten to remove. Only this demo version was available, but the official burned CD was gone. If it is said that the previous barrage can be avoided as long as the law is found, the current ones can only be avoided by reflex nerves. While avoiding, they must also avoid the normal barrage. This is impossible to do. Jo-sun heard everyone take a breath, as if the little man in red and white clothes on the screen was about to be torn apart by bullets in the next moment. At this moment, Jo-sun heard the fierce button press, and he followed the sound. I saw the girl's fingers pressed violently on the handle, but the handle didn't move at all. Every key press was just right. She didn't use too much force. She just pressed the keystroke to trigger and stopped abruptly. Her hand speed was extremely fast. For an instant, Jo Zun even saw the afterimage. The victory or defeat was only an instant. The girl flexibly avoided all the irregular barrage and smashed the boss in one shot. Until this moment, everyone's high-hanging hearts were let go, and at the same time they let out an exclamation. Amidst the noise of the people, Yi Qianqian returned the handle to Jo Zun. Jo Zun was surprised to find that the buttons of the handle were rubbed and heated because of frequent pressing for a short period of time and became hot. The girl looked at the producer's name on the clearance screen, and said lightly to Jo Zun. "The game is good, but the difficulty can be improved." Chapter 41, Go Home to Get Married. The operation of girls in the barrage game can be called art. At the same time, the gorgeous barrage and beautiful music in the game are also very attractive. Many people only discovered for the first time that this kind of beep is common in arcade halls. Beep the Machine game is so fun. People came to Jo Zun's booth one after another, embracing the idea that even if they couldn't get past, just listening to music seemed good and paid for the game he made. 300 games sold out quickly, and those who didn't buy them asked Jo Zun for their contact information, and waited for him to reproduce them before buying. In this wave, Jo Zun sold games that far exceeded the total sales of the past 4 years. On the other side, Su Rui found Yi Qianqian with a calm face, who was relaxing his fingers. "Sister Qianqian, you are here. It's been a long time since I played an interesting game, so I accidentally forgot the time, sorry." Seeing Su Rui, Yi Qianqian remembered her previous appointment. She glanced at the time and dropped her head like a cat making a mistake. "What game?" Su Rui looked aside, but Jo Zun's games had already been sold out, only the demonstration on the computer continued. As soon as he saw the bun's face and the gorgeous barrage, Su Rui understood what it was. It's just that he didn't expect that there would be such a game in this world, and it turned out to be made by himself. Thinking of this, Su Rui asked IASA about the game, and wanted to get to know the producer. After greeted the last wave of guests, Jo Zun leaned over when seeing that Iqian was still here. "My friend, thank you so much. If it weren't for your demo, I'm afraid I won't be able to sell another copy this time," he said gratefully, with some emotion. "At first I thought I didn't have any talent for making games. I planned to go back to my hometown to have a blind date, get married and inherit the family business after finishing this movie. Now it seems that maybe continuing to do it is not a bad thing." Seeing Jo Zun's appearance, Su Rui also feels a lot, insisting on hobbies and dreams is not that simple. If it hadn't been for Yi Qianqian's appearance, perhaps Jo Zun would really say goodbye to his fandom. "Also, I'm a little embarrassed to say that I was really touched by the way you play a game, and a new story suddenly emerged in my heart," Jo Zun said, holding a pen in the blank space on the back of a flyer, and in a few strokes he sketched out the image of a girl wearing a little soft hat and a gorgeous dress. Of course, it was also an iconic bun face. This is one of the enemies that will appear in the next game. The setting is a girl who has lived for 500 years. Seeing this stick figure, Su Rui twitched the corner of his mouth, wondering if Jo Zun would also make the famous Beep Ghost song that can be widely circulated. He thought for a while, and after obtaining permission, he added a pair of small wings to Jo Zun's painting. "You might as well set it as a vampire. The setting of the blood family feels more in line with the atmosphere, plus some relatives, such as sisters, and of course servants," Su Rui added. "Yeah, vampire, this setting is good. The older sister is an elegant and noble eldest lady, and the younger sister is an inexperienced fighting maniac. The two sisters live in a magnificent mansion with a silver-haired maid and a janitor." "What?" Jo Zun was so reminded by Su Rui, his brain was wide open, and he couldn't stop at all. He quickly took out his mobile phone and wrote down his inspiration on the sticky note. About 5 minutes later, he raised his head and said sadly, "In this case, what should be called?" Hearing Zhou Zun's self-talking questions, Su Rui answered without even thinking about it. "Well, the mansion where the vampires live is called the Red Devil Mansion. As for the name of the game, how about it is called Fantasy Red Devil Township?" After declined Zhou Zun's invitation to invite a few people to drink and thank him, and only exchanged contact information, Su Rui took Yi Qianqian and Li Ruoxuan to the outside of the exhibition center. There are not many places to eat near the convention and exhibition center, only some chain fast food restaurants, but Su Rui knows that there are several residential areas just one stop away, where there are cheap and delicious restaurants. Li Ruoxuan did not use a bus this time. He obediently followed Su Rui to take a taxi. The three Su Rui took the co-pilot, and the two girls in the back seat came to a food court in the slightly puzzled eyes of the driver. Picked randomly, they came to a shop selling duck blood fans and soup dumplings. Li Ruoxuan and Su Rui are both natives of Ningjiang. Yi Qianqian has also stayed in Ningjiang for several years, so there is nothing to avoid. A bowl of duck blood vermicelli, a soup dumpling, and a dish of Zhangzhen balsamic vinegar are the favorite combinations of old Ningjiang people. It is said that no duck can fly out of Ningjiang alive. This sentence can also be reflected in duck blood fans. Compared to saltwater ducks and dried ducks, which are not in line with everyone's taste, duck blood fans like it more. Duck intestines are crispy, duck liver is soft and waxy, duck gizzards are Q-bombs, duck blood is delicate, with vermicelli and thick soup, one bite of match god. The soup dumpling is small and exquisite. After a bite, the slightly hot soup seeps into the mouth, with a little balsamic vinegar, and the aftertaste is endless. The three of them ate and chatted for a while before taking a taxi back to the convention and exhibition center. At this time, many people who had returned from lunch lined up to enter the venue, but Su Rui and the others still entered the venue through the staff channel. The time is 1:50 in the afternoon, and there are still 10 minutes. www.readaloud.com. The new Frontline Media's new work conference is about to begin. Many people have gathered near the main stage of the venue. Su Rui relied on convenience and came to the location. The workbench of the entire stage can be seen from the rear. For this event, Mr. Kishive, the original author of The Mountain Thieves, will also be here. It should be to announce the information of the first theatrical animation of The Mountain Thieves. There are also 6 movies including Soul Eater, 0. The new trailer of the animation will be played at this event, so many people are paying attention. Li Ruoxuan was familiar with the activity process and explained to the side. "That's no wonder there are so many people," Su Rui said. He can see the whole stage at this position. At this time, a scene was projected on the big screen of the stage. This is a new chapter of The King of Thieves and a promotional film for Kifeng Prison. Although The King of Thieves is a feature-length animation, Rainbow Media is still producing a promotional film at the beginning of each chapter to attract more audiences. Kifeng Prison has been aired for several episodes, so people naturally know that this is not the highlight. Soon, the theatrical version of The King of Thieves. The trailer for Plum Blossom Blooming on the Top of Miracle Mountain appeared on the big screen, which caused a burst of screams. The atmosphere on the scene became more enthusiastic after Mr. Enbian, the author of The King of Thieves, took the stage. This cartoonist is only in his 30s and is already the first person in Chinese comics. He also married a beautiful and flowery model. Wife, can be said to be a template for a winner in life. Some interactive and talk shows occupied the next half an hour of activity time, and then came the first time the comics adapted from the works of the new Frontline Media were broadcast to the public for the first time. The big screen went black, and the next moment Su Rui was familiar with sound effects. The first trailer played was the trailer of Soul Eater, 0. Chapter 42, trailer. The trailer for was a black screen at first, and then 2 large characters for special newspaper appeared in the middle of the screen. These two characters were in the font of an old newspaper. They looked quite old-fashioned, with the illusion of the last century. Immediately afterwards, there was a series of keyword splash screens mixed with moving pictures, including words such as Science Elimination Center, Destiny of the End, Beloved, and the greatest falling spiritual disaster in history. The fonts used in these words are also the same old fonts, but with the rhythm and picture of the music, there is an inexplicable excitement. The picture shows a long-haired girl riding a heavy motorcycle, using the incantations engraved on the tires to exterminate spirits, and a young man holding two guns and fighting with clean spear fighting. The battle scene is not sloppy and smooth, making people feel hearty. Finally, the title of Soul Eater, 0 appeared in front of everyone, and the trailer ended. There was a round of applause from the audience, but it was obviously less than the previous theater version of The King of Thieves, and it was more like an applause for the atmosphere. Next are the trailers of several other animations, and Surui watched them carefully. It seems, isn't it too popular? Lee Ruoxuan was a little nervous, she asked in a low voice. Normal, if we can make everyone scream by relying on this simple trailer, then we will relax a lot. Surui shrugged. The trailer of Soul Eater, 0 imitates the classic animation Eva on Earth, but even so, it is only a trailer, and most of the content is fraudulent plots. I can't think of what it can cause. All he hopes is that people will remember this trailer, and remember to watch it when Soul Eater, 0 is broadcast. The new Frontline Media program ended, and Lee Ruoxuan also returned to the booth, leaving Surui and Yi Qianqian in place. Solihu's show seems to be the next one, should we wait? Surui looked at the chat records of his mobile phone. Solihu seemed to be performing on stage. Soren Music Company has close ties with the animation industry. Not only does he often invest and participate in the production committee, he also trains singers and idols for animation enthusiasts. For example, recently the hot idol group NVD48 is an idol group composed of 48 girls with different personalities. Ningjiangman exhibition is naturally indispensable for the shadow of Soren Music Company. They are not only one of the organizers, but also responsible for inviting animation singers to perform live performances. Taking advantage of the gap between the end of the new Frontline Media event, Surui and Yi Qianqian found 2 seats at the bottom of the stage. While waiting, Surui turned on the phone to see if there was any new news. Clicking on the animation area of the A2 forum, Surui really saw several posts about Ningjiang comic exhibition, 1/3 of which were discussing the theatrical animation of The King of Thieves, and the remaining third one is about face-to-face, cos photos, Daorenban and other miscellaneous talks. Surui also saw 2 posts about fantasy strange talk. The last part is the trailers of the 6 new animated works that New Frontier Media will play in this comic exhibition. Surui clicked on a post titled Soul Eater, 0 looks like this. The original poster is still the Heavenly Dog, and his words are even more intense this time. Heaven Dog, what I said in my last post, Soul Eater is really a bad movie. The trailer is a mystery, but it is actually an ordinary and old-fashioned battle plot. I think Surui made Voice of Stars it was purely accidental. It was an explosion of creativity that had accumulated for 4 years, but it has only been exhausted by now. This post was posted 15 minutes ago, and Cheng Kong Video Network will not release the trailers of these animations until 8 p.m. Therefore, this person named Heaven Dog obviously watched these at the comic exhibition site. A post posted only in the trailer. This person is really black and dedicated, and he can be called a dedicated pioneer in Ningjiang. Surui laughed at herself. There are not many replies to this post, only less than 10. The number of likes is temporarily equal to the number of dislikes, both in single digits. Pleasant Blue Banana, brother is also on the scene? Zay? Come to my Angie? I also think Soul Eater 0 is an ordinary battle animation from the trailer. Although the level of painting seems to be good, maybe all the exciting parts are condensed in the trailer. Brain pelvis wide open, is it the altar friends at the scene? I also watched the trailer, which is indeed much worse than the trailer of the Mountain Thieves. Aspirin, what's wrong, there is no notice for Soul Eater? Why didn't I find it, is there a link? Pea shooter. The result of Voice of the Stars is just a coincidence. In the field of personal animation, such authors may be able to rely on luck, but in the field of commercial animation, the problem of insufficient hard power of these players has been exposed. Dark Blue Soul, wait a minute, I watched the original comics of Soul Eater myself. Why haven't I seen the content in this trailer at all in the comics? The number of replies gradually increased. Surui smiled, not caring. For him at present, any discussion is considered to be helpful. Surui even hopes to ask those big vs who persevere in hacking themselves a few more related topics, so as to make the existence of Soul Eater, 0 more people. No. As for whether these concerns can be turned into praise, Surui is confident in his positive films. One is because of the plot development method of Soul Eater, 0 itself. This highly topical opening situation will inevitably lead to discussions, which will drive more people to watch. Although the animation is very enjoyable to enjoy alone, but it is possible to discuss with others. Better. The second reason is that there is a clear distinction between male and female works in this world. www.readaloud.com For example, in comic magazines, male works are based on passionate adventures, harem battle dramas are the main works, and female works are mostly entangled love stories. This kind of overbearing president fell in love with me, Soul Eater, 0, as an animation featuring Lily plot, is undoubtedly unique. In other words, Surui is taking Soul Eater, 0 as a starting point to bring cute elements into this world. Perhaps before Surui, the female characters in anime works more or less had a similar element distinction, but Surui's Lily battle drama really defines this concept. The storyboard for the third episode has been completed. Surui checked the script for the fourth episode with her mobile phone and heard that there was already movement on the stage. Raising his head, Surui saw the host wearing a casual t-shirt warming up. After some routine rhetoric, it was the song and dance of a girl idol group that Surui was not familiar with. The repertoire was the opening song of Innocent Teacher and Pretty Student, a lively and light song. Surui even had some doubts. Do these girl idols correspond to the more than 30 female students in the anime? At the very front of the stage, standing a group of men in uniform black clothes, they waved light sticks in their hands, cheering the girls on the stage with neat and uniform movements. It is not a simple swing of light sticks, but like a dancer in general, intense and enthusiastic professional support. After heating up the atmosphere, the staff put a folding chair and a vertical microphone in the center of the stage, and then Surui saw Soulaiu slowly on stage with his guitar on his back. In an instant, the colorful light sticks in the hands of the supporters immediately switched to light yellow, which seemed to be Soulaiu's support color. The guitar strings moved, and when the first note popped from Soulaiu's fingertips, the whole stage fell silent. Chapter 43. I will always push Soulaiu alone. Soulaiu is wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a print, jeans with ankles exposed, sneakers, and a bracelet tied to her wrist. Her shoulder-length hair is tied behind her head, looking like her next door. The little sister is generally pure and lovely, which caused a slight exclamation. She smiled slightly, bowed her head and fiddled with the strings. Naturally, Soulaiu sang the masterpiece to me 10 years later. Her voice is different from ordinary sweet singers. It should be slightly deep and clear. With this song with a touch of sadness, it is intoxicating even in a noisy venue. Self-playing and singing is not a difficult task for Soulaiu. After a long time of practice, she has already mastered the melody of this song. Even if the on-site audio equipment is not good, Soulaiu has also played a music CD level. Strength. The light yellow light stick forms an ocean of light, warming people's hearts. The time of soon ended, So Liu smiled shyly, stood up, and saluted everyone. Until this time, the audience, who seemed unwilling to destroy the beautiful mood before, began to applaud, more enthusiastically than ever before. Amidst the applause, Su Rui also heard the emotions of many people. "Ah, I'm dead, why is she so cute? I have to find a way to marry this woman. I also cycled the single more than 300 times, and now I hear the live version, it's so good to hear burst. I will always push Soliu alone." He smiled helplessly. It seems that Soliu's popularity is much higher than he thought. Su Rui is a little bit lucky. He chose Soliu before she was famous. Otherwise, according to the current posture, even if Soliu wants to dub, her agent might have to consider it. Soliu on the stage did not rush out of the stage. Her gaze swept across the stage, and she quickly found Su Rui, who was applauding. She didn't do anything, just glanced at it with an insignificant look, and left the stage. Su Rui didn't pay too much attention to the next performance. He and Yi Qian left early and went to the mansion. Buzzing. The phone vibrated. Su Rui unlocked the screen and saw that it was a QQ message sent by Soliu. "Soliu, how about it? It's the first time I'm on stage like this, I'm a little nervous." Su Rui looked up for a circle, but couldn't find Soliu's shadow. She must have other arrangements, so she moved her fingers and typed. "Su Rui, I sing very well, probably the best song I have ever heard in my life." "Soliu, haha, please don't ridicule me, Director Su." Before Su Rui could reply, Soliu sent another message. "Soliu, Director Su, I have decided that I will not give up the job of dubbing in the future. This world is far more exciting than I imagined. Being able to experience the lives of different characters may also bring me one step closer to my dream. So, please guide Su a lot in the future." Su Rui was stunned. Compared to a voice actor, he is obviously a pop singer who will be more popular with the public. Soliu graduated from vocal music and joined the music company as a singer. Su Rui originally thought that Soliu, after this dubbing, she may focus on the development of the singer, but she did not expect that she would still be willing to serve as a voice actor. After hesitating for a moment, Su Rui still sent a message. "Su Rui, well, let's cheer for each other." In the evening, Su Rui and Yi Qian came to the Convention and Exhibition Center Hotel. The two of them naturally don't have any formal wear. Fortunately, the hotel has long considered this situation and provided formal wear rental services. After walking out of the locker room, Su Rui moved her shoulders to relieve the uncomfortable feeling of the tight muscles in the formal wear. He chose a navy blue suit and dark tie. If worn by a person with a bad temperament, he would easily become a salesman selling insurance, but Su Rui himself was very clean, young, and energetic. After putting it on, he suddenly became a lot handsome. After adjusting the cuffs, Su Rui saw a familiar head in the corner of the wall. "Sister Qian." Su Rui opened his mouth and called out. At this time, the other party stood out from behind the wall with a little twist. Hiss! Even Su Rui, who has been with Yi Qian day and night, couldn't help but let out a small exclamation when he saw her appearance. Qian's long hair is woven into a long 3-strand braid behind her head, with a white bow at the end, and a hair accessory decorated with blue and white flowers on one side of her hair. She is wearing a black evening dress, revealing the slender collarbone and smooth shoulders, the waist revealing the slender waist. The skirts are spread out, and the calves can be seen to see the black stockings glowing. There is a shawl like a transparent tulle on top of her gown, which makes Iasa's pale skin looming, making it even more unbearable to look away. "Why can't I wear my little skirt to the dinner party?" Yi Qian's cheeks were slightly reddish, that was imperceptible, and she said without looking away. "Isn't this good?" Su Rui was stunned before speaking. "Sister Qian is beautiful tonight. You laughed at me again." Yi Qian snorted slightly, seeming to relax a lot because of Su Rui's attitude. "Let's go." Surui said, raising his right hand. I hope the food at the dinner will not be too bad. Yi Qian said, naturally taking Surui's arm, and the two of them walked towards the banquet hall. Along the way, people in the industry came to the party. You can see that the animation industry conferences that are different from noon are almost all animation directors, and there are more than these at night. Excluding some of Surui's nameless original painting tycoons, composers, well-known voice actors, industry tycoons, etc., even some business tycoons who are keen to invest in the animation industry came to the scene. It can be said that this is the upper-class gathering of the Chinese animation industry. As soon as he walked into the banquet hall, IASA quickly found the buffet table and took the food without any scruples. Surui took a look. There are a lot of people here. Unlike the real business banquets, the anime people are still quite pragmatic, and they will never be hungry if they can fill their stomachs. He casually ate a little stomach pad, reading www.yuuganshu.com left Yi Qian to eat and drink, while she wandered around the venue, wanting to inquire about industry gossip. Just after 2 steps, Surui heard several people standing with wine glasses and discussing. Who do you think this year's annual animation will be? I think Wei's innocent teacher and pretty student is well made, but it is always inferior to such a powerful original animation as My Hero Family. Besides, no matter how strong Wei is, it is impossible to win 3 annual animation awards. Yes, the previous record is the 3 annual animations directed by Li Xiaoming, but what is that? It is National Space Army, Beyond the Stars and New Century Armed Warriors. Which of these 3 animations is not so far a classic that is hard to surpass? He is a rookie in martial arts, what can he do to reach the height of director Li Xiaoming? Let me say that the audience in this session is not good. They don't like the royal battle of My Hero Family. They only have thighs and beep sons in their minds. Even if it is the film Lulu of Blue Wings. It's also because the heroine Loli has eaten pineapple buns throughout the whole process to gain such popularity. As for the animation of Innocent Teacher and Pretty Student, which is purely to please the dead house, it is the decline of the animation industry. I am also optimistic about My Hero Family. There are too few original animations these years, so I should encourage more. A few people chatted and blew the water, and they seemed to be a little disdainful of the director of martial arts. Surui didn't say anything, and wanted to leave directly, but was discovered by one of them. Hey, isn't this Surui from Phantom Electric? I didn't expect you to come too. One of them said, patted Surui on the shoulder, showing a familiar appearance. What do you think, which one will this year's annual animation be? Chapter 44. Surui's opinion. Okay. Surui was suddenly called, a little dazed. He looked at these people, they obviously did not expect to see Surui, let alone this seemingly familiar guy would ask such a question. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shen Fugui and I come from Sichuan and Sichuan. You must have seen the chef of the chef, which is made by our company. The man who claimed to be Shen Fugui smiled heartily, showing good teeth. Hello. Of course, Surui didn't mention that he had never watched the animation Little Chef of the God of Cooking at all, so he replied. Compared to big companies like Rainbow Media and Mushroom Filming, we, small animation companies, should unite and not let the annual animation awards monopolize these big companies. Shen Fugui said with emotion. But behind this award is sponsored by Tomato Video Network and Mushroom Video Network. Surui whispered, but Shen Fugui did not hear clearly. You are the focus of our discussion. It is a legendary experience that you have become famous by personal animation and set up your own animation company. It is almost like me. Shen Fugui didn't seem to think too much, he patted Surui on the shoulder and said with appreciation. Which one do you think this year's anime should be? I think. Surui glanced at the other people. They seemed to have nothing to do with Shen Fugui, so they had to pretend to think for a while, and then spoke. I think this year's animation of the year should be Innocent Teacher and Pretty Student. Right, I also think that this year's annual animation must be My Hero Home. What are you talking about? Shen Fugui originally nodded in agreement, until he heard Surui's words clearly. He stared unpreparedly and asked, and subconsciously ran out of his native dialect. Although My Hero Family is also very good, we should see that its excellence is based on originality, not animation. Surui paused and explained. Usually we think that original animation is more difficult to do than adapted animation. This is a reasonable perception, because original animation has to build a story from scratch, and there are too many things to consider, but we should also consider it in reverse. Only the production team knows the plot. For the audience, they have an innate sense of expectation, especially the original animation with twists and turns. The audience's expectation of this work will be higher and higher. When several animators heard what Surui said, they couldn't help but fall into thinking. As long as it can be self-consistent, the possibilities of original animation are limitless. The several original works of director Li Xiaoming have such a high evaluation by raising the audience's sense of expectation and satisfying it in unexpected ways. Surui continued. He saw Shen Fugui's expression a little sluggish, as if he hadn't turned around yet. Compared with adapted animation, original animation is more like a wonderful book that no one has read before. It is fascinating and easy to overlook some flaws. However, adapted animation is like a masterpiece imitation that has been placed in the hands of professional appraisers. Any flaws it will be enlarged. From the audience's point of view, it is of course difficult to make original works, but from the animator's point of view, it is very difficult to make an excellent adaptation of the work. That seems to make sense, said a person touching his chin. Going back to the work, Innocent Teacher and Pretty Student not only perfectly restores the original comics, but also adds a lot of details, and ingeniously depicts many scenes and narrations that are difficult to express in animation, such as using a lot of words to float over for psychological description, such as when the two people have a long conversation, let the two parties have some interesting and characterful interactions. These are not in the original work, but the animation production team uses these to make the animation better. At the same time, these techniques are universal and can be used. Imitation in other animations. Surui said while recalling the animations he had studied before. Although the story of My Hero Family is fascinating, it actually has a big problem. The gimmick at the beginning of the story is that the protagonist does not have any superpowers and relies on intelligence to defeat the enemy, but in the later stage of the story, such a protagonist obviously cannot fight against the enemy. The enemy is getting stronger and stronger, so the production team introduced the protagonist's grandfather and transferred the superpowers to the protagonist in some way. Of course, this is the end of the story. The audience will subconsciously create a huge climax with various foreshadowings. Ignore this, but this is always a setting contradiction in animation production, and it is also a change in the core idea of the story. The deduction point for My Hero Family is here. Spread out his hand, Surui said again. If there is still a second season of My Hero Family, then this problem will become more and more obvious. In the kingly battle animation that is constantly upgrading to meet readers' expectations, it is quite difficult for the protagonist who is weak but relies on intelligence to defeat the enemy. I can only wish them good luck. Surui's analysis was a long one, which made the few people stunned. Listening to you, My Family of Heroes does seem to be a bit of a contradiction. No wonder I have a strange feeling when watching the last plot. Shen Fugui clapped his palms and said suddenly. According to you, won't original animation suffer from this kind of selection? www.readaloud.com I still want to be original for the next animation. Actually, according to my analysis of the works over the years, the annual animation award will not add points for original animations, nor does it reduce points for adapted animations. There is only one selection standard from beginning to end. Surui shrugged. What is it? Several people asked in unison, looking at Surui. As long as it is a funny animation. Surui looked at the stage in front of the banquet hall. At this time, the hosts had already arrived on the stage, preparing for the award ceremony. Oh, I forgot all about it, everyone, I'll be out of company first. Surui just remembered that Yi Qianqian was still eating. He hurried back to the dining table, but found that Yi Qianqian was still eating the big meal elegantly and surely. Next to her, a man in a casual suit was eating awkwardly, nibbling on chicken legs. Sister Qianqian, this is the director of Wu Yi. Surui recognized the other party, who was the head director of Rainbow Media, Wu Yi. This young man is like a prisoner who has been hungry for more than 10 days, tearing off the meat from his chicken legs while pouring red wine, completely disregarding his own image. Ah, isn't this Surui? What a coincidence, we meet again. Would you like to eat something? I point to this hotel's roasted chicken legs this time every year. He picked up one and handed it to Surui. After being declined, he put it in his mouth. Is this really okay? Surui looked around. Many people's eyes were already watching, but there were no people from Rainbow Media to stop Wu Yi and let him eat and drink. At this time, the host and invited guests on the stage just announced the award-winning works of the annual animation. Chapter 45. Speaking is not surprising. The guest of the awards is an old director in his 40s. He has no works in recent years, but he is still influential in the industry. He opened the envelope, saw the name on it, and said aloud. The work that won the Best Animation Award of this year's Animation Industry Conference is Innocent Teacher and Pretty Student. At the moment he announced it, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed, and a chasing light moved in the hall, and it quickly became fixed on Wu Yi. At this time, he was still struggling with chicken legs. Suddenly, the surrounding area became quiet. Only the light was shining near him, which caused the director to stop his movements and stare at the surroundings blankly. Director Wu Yi, you won the prize. Surui reminded in the darkness of the light that Wu Yi raised his head suddenly, reluctantly put down the food in his hand, and asked the waiter to come to the napkin to wipe his palm while walking up the podium. Everyone seemed to be surprised at the eclectic appearance of the director of martial arts, and saw that he took the gilded trophy and walked to the microphone. According to the usual practice, you have to make a declaration of the award. As we all know, since the establishment of the annual animation award, you are the second director to win this award 3 times, compared to director Li Xiaoming, who won the third award at the age of 45. Wu Yi director, you want to be younger, so what do you expect from this? The host asked on the side, roughly leading Wu Yi to say words of gratitude to the company and the committee for thanking colleagues, but Wu Yi paused and said directly. I got this award this time. It is the result of our team's joint efforts. It is well deserved, but as an individual, I am not satisfied. His words caused people in the audience to start talking. Generally speaking, the winners should be humble. Even if they are proud, they will say a few words symbolically, but Wu Yi has no excuses and has a confident attitude. The lights around had been on before, and Wu Yi looked around the stage, then raised his left hand, spread his 5 fingers, and said, My goal is 5 annual animation awards. I will lead my team to get the next 2 annual animation awards. If you want to challenge, please go all out. I will use the rainbow. The media's strongest production level is here to challenge. When he speaks, his expression is a little squalid, combined with the silence of the audience, it is like a big demon is making a declaration to conquer the world. Although the performance is a bit exaggerated and the lines are twice as popular, no one can laugh. If an unknown director said that he was going to win 5 annual animation awards, no one would believe it, but Wu Yi, who has won 3 annual animation awards, is only 30 years old, just as the director of RI Zhongtian said. People have to weigh it. Because what he said is very likely to come true. The declaration of the incompetent is arrogant. What about such a capable person? Su Rui was in the audience, looking at this director who is several years older than himself, but still has a passion for blood. He was also a little excited. Regardless of the supporters behind the annual animation award, it is always one of the most authoritative awards in China's animation industry. It can be won 5 times and retired. What a strong and dominant production team this will be, how wonderful the animation will be. Su Rui felt enthusiasm when he thought of this. Why, do you want to challenge him? Yi Qian didn't know when she came to Su Rui's side. She wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin, looked at the martial arts on the stage and asked. Soul Eater, 0 should not be very good. Both the production and the script are far from a truly excellent animation. If the martial arts director is really so good, we won't even think about the annual animation next year. Su Rui said that after he gets off work at night, he will carefully watch the excellent animations in the world in recent years, pull films to learn their production skills. He knows that Su Rui does not have much advantage in animation techniques alone. He wants to give for the time being. The success of my own animation can only rely on strong creativity and some special gimmicks. However, Su Rui is confident that after finishing the production of Soul Eater, 0 and gaining income to expand the company, he can produce works that can truly compete for the annual animation award. But for the annual animation award the next year, maybe we can try to hit that position. Su Rui's words caused Yi Qianqian's gaze to look over. She looked at Su Rui's side face who said these words, with a familiar feeling. She didn't speak, only smiled with her lips. The words of Wu Yi quickly spread throughout the Chinese animation industry. People were jealous of his arrogance, but at the same time, they were also impressed by the confidence of Wu Yi. Huaxia Animation has so many years, no one has dared to talk like that. Martial arts means like you play casually. When that happens, I will pull an A together and have absolute self-confidence. If anyone can win the 5-year annual animation award, it will be a legend. In the past, due to the cumbersome animation production, there were not many works that could compete effectively for the annual animation. Director Li Xiaoming won the award at that time because of this factor. www.readaloud.com. But with the development of the animation industry in recent years, well-produced works, there are so many flowers in the industry, and it has become very difficult to win the award alone again. No matter how genius is like a martial arts director, it has not been awarded for 3 consecutive years. One of them was Cut by Watermelon and Scissors filmed by Mushroom. It can be seen. It is very difficult to win the annual animation award once, let alone 5 times. That night, after Su Rui and Yi Qian took the subway home after the banquet, Su Rui received a news feed from his mobile phone. The report was the annual animation selection tonight. In addition to the regular news summary, there are also interviews with Wu Yi directors in this report. This is very fast. Su Rui thought for a while. There were indeed many reporters interviewing after the director of Wu Yi received the award. He originally thought he would see the interview tomorrow. He flipped forward and found that this news was not from an animation professional organization, but from the Weibo of Ningjiang TV station. If I remember correctly, the previous news about the phantom telephony was also from this Weibo account. Do TV stations now pay such attention to the animation industry? Su Rui glanced at the name of the writing editor, Zhou Hongyu. He remembered the name for a while, and then opened the interview. At this look, Su Rui suddenly felt a little dumb. Because in the question and answer interview, his name appeared. We all know that there are a lot of talents in the animation industry now, so do you have any impressive newcomers and new works for the director of martial arts? Yes, of course. I think Voice of Stars is a very good animation. If anyone in the current industry can compare with me, then I think it should be Su Rui, the author of Voice of Stars. Chapter 46, CG and Hand Painted. Wu Yi's interview, even with his declaration, spread throughout the circle for the first time. Most people saw this interview late at night and the next morning. At this time, Cheng Kong Video Network had already put up trailers of Soul Eater, Zero and several other animations. People saw Su Rui, who was so praised by Wu Yi in the interview, so naturally they searched for the voice of stars, and then learned through other news that Su Rui was working on a new animation. Soon, the animated trailer of Soul Eater, Zero has been played more than 200,000 times. Perhaps due to the extremely high evaluation of the director of Wu Yi, people naturally have a lot of expectations for Su Rui. Therefore, this slightly ordinary trailer is rather disappointing. At noon, when Su Rui was still walking around some indescribable notebooks involving male wrestling skills with Yi Qian in the exhibition, there were already several questions about Soul Eater, Zero. Under one of the answers with the most comments, entitled How to Evaluate the Soul Eater, Zero trailer, there were several high praise comments. Jiro, a normal trailer. From the fragments, it looks like a general kingly battle. There is no outstanding content in the painting. To be honest, I don't believe that this is the work of the director of Voice of the Stars. Maybe we have too much expectation for Su Rui. He is just a student who has just graduated from university after all. Seeing the trailer, I checked the relevant information a bit, and finally came to the conclusion, the unremarkable original third-rate rushing street plus rookie newcomer editor plus fledgling newcomer director plus a bunch of gangsters, the abandoned old man production team equals Soul Eater, Zero. I watched the trailer, which is the best part of the whole film. The past is like smoke. The booklet of the original comic book of Soul Eater sold less than 100,000 last year. Even in monthly Youth Frontline, it was just an ordinary work. It is bound to be impossible for the magazine to invest heavily in the production of such a work. Coupled with the fact that it is exclusively broadcast by New Frontier Media's own Cheng Kong Video Network, it is unreasonable to expect animation. Remy, XSWL. What age is there in this kind of old-fashioned animation? Do you want to laugh at me and inherit my mortgage? Let me put it here. The sales volume of this animation can reach 2,000. I will buy 3 sets of CDs to support it and change the avatar to the word Soul Eater. After the rendering of the side-by-side hits by the Big VS before, many people in the question have thought that Su Rui is probably a newcomer with better luck, plus the animation trailer of Soul Eater, Zero does not look like a fire animation. Naturally, they listened to what the Big V said, thinking that Su Rui's animation is likely to be a spicy chicken animation. The psychology of people is so strange. If there is no expectation at the beginning, or even the first impression is slightly bad, then the average work will be satisfactory. If there are high expectations from the beginning, even if it reaches the pass line, it will be considered inferior. Su Rui didn't know what he asked about. He accompanied Yi Qian to the exhibition for a day. After returning home, he was already exhausted and took a shower and lay down to rest. Early the next morning, Su Rui woke up Yi Qian. After breakfast, the two took the subway to Phantom Animation and started a new day's work. According to the animation production cycle, Su Rui should now be in the stage of the 4th episode's storyboarding, and the 1st episode's storyboard inspection has been completed. This week, a processing meeting is needed to determine the processing methods for the painting, performance, background, and other materials. After the meeting is confirmed, the design draft will be drawn. The design draft will determine the rough draft of the characters, including the exact position of the characters, the content of the background, the expressions of the characters, how the actions are connected, the way the lens moves, etc. With the design draft, the original artist can follow the design draft to draw the original painting. In the 1st episode, some of the discussions have been conducted during the production of the trailer, so there are no major changes in the performance and painting, only a little bit of disagreement. Although this motorcycle scene was drawn with CG to save time at the time, wouldn't it be better to use hand-painted in the actual broadcast? Enyuan is the painting supervisor in the first original painting in the first episode. After resigning from Lao Huan, he went to Jinping's Love Craftsmanship. He has been an original painter for several years and has been fighting on the front line. He refers to the scene in the first episode where the heroine, Fake, drives a motorcycle to fight with evil spirits. In the trailer, this is made using CG animation. You only need to design a model of the motorcycle to quickly complete the scene. If you change to hand painting, you need a lot of reference to paint, and the workload will also increase. Since all have been made using CG, you can just continue to use it. It can also reduce your workload for Anwara. Deng Shixin, who is in charge of 3D, said that he did the modeling of that motorcycle by himself. Deng Shixin has been interested in cars and warships since he was a child. There are all kinds of models in his home, so he can be said to be very proficient in one piece. My workload is okay, but can the current CG technology really achieve that effect? To be honest, I think the trailer screen has a little less impact, and the CG model is still too rigid. Yasaira insisted. But in this case, the production cycle of the first episode is a bit tight. Deng Shixin glanced at Su Rui. After all, he is the director and performer, so Su Rui has the final say. Well, let's see how the specific CG performance is going to be finalized this afternoon. Do you think it's okay? Su Rui did not directly make a decision, but made a suggestion. Okay, I'll go back and find out that paragraph immediately. Deng Shixin nodded and made a note in his notebook. Yasaira didn't say anything, only turned the meeting minutes over one page. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. There is no disagreement in the other parts. The production policy of the first episode is determined, and it is noon. After the meeting, Enyuan stood up, brought his own lunch, and returned to his place to eat slowly after the pantry had heated up. Deng Shixin ordered the takeaway. The yellow braised chicken is cheap and affordable, but if he eats too much, he will get tired. After he finished eating, he went back to confirm the CG that he was going to show in the afternoon. Su Rui helped Yi Qianqian and herself heat up the meal and put it in the pantry. Before Yi Qianqian came over, Su Rui saw Li Ruoxuan touching a lunch box in her hand. She attended the processing meeting in the morning. Su Rui thought she would return to the editorial department, but she did not expect to stay. He, I think you bring your own meals every day, so I tried to make it yourself. She sat down on Su Rui's left-hand position and opened her pink lid, a lunch box with a cute puppy pattern. Ordinary rice, tomato scrambled eggs, potato cakes that are not neatly shaped, and boiled broccoli. Would you like to taste it? Li Ruoxuan pushed the lunch box in front of Su Rui and asked. Then I will be welcome. Su Rui picked up the chopsticks and put a little tomato scrambled egg into his mouth. The next moment, his face turned stern, and he looked at Li Ruoxuan in disbelief. Su Rui couldn't imagine why Li Ruoxuan, who looked so cute, had a normal-looking dish in his hands, why it showed such an indescribable taste. There seemed to be an old whispering in his ear, babbling an unknown vocabulary. After a long time, Su Rui suppressed the instinctive urge to vomit and swallowed tomato scrambled eggs into his stomach, glanced at Li Ruoxuan who was looking forward to him, and hesitated and said. It's the taste of ordinary tomato scrambled eggs. Chapter 47, Full animation and limited animation. Wow, I am still worried that it will not taste good. Li Ruoxuan put his hands on her chest, as if relieved. Then stretched out his chopsticks and took a bite of his own tomato scrambled eggs. Wait! Su Rui wanted to stop Li Ruoxuan, but the other party had already put the plain-looking egg fried rice into his mouth, and after some chewing, he swallowed it into his stomach. It seems that the taste is a bit ordinary, she said with aftertaste. Su Rui looked at Li Ruoxuan as if he really only had a bite of ordinary tomato scrambled eggs, a little in a daze. Is the indescribable food I just ate just an illusion? He glanced at the red tomato scrambled eggs. At this moment, the food exuded an evil texture, which formed a sharp contrast with Li Ruoxuan, who was eating lunch with a smile on his face. Hiss, really terrifying. Su Rui sighed and saw Yi Qianqian packing up and walking over. Today's Yi Qianqian is wearing a dark blue long dress with constellations and crescents dotted on the skirt. The white stockings also have a six-pointed star sign. She walked into the pantry and glanced at the witch, who was proficient in astrology. With a glance, Li Ruoxuan sat next to Su Rui. Ah, Qianqian is here, try my tomato scrambled eggs. Li Ruoxuan greeted enthusiastically. Su Rui's evaluation seemed to give her a lot of confidence in her cooking skills, and she pushed her lunch box to Yi Qianqian. Yi Qianqian didn't say anything, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Su Rui secretly observed and found that Yi Qianqian did not seem to have any special performance, and he still looked calm. However, she never put her chopsticks into Li Ruoxuan's food again. At the end of the lunch, Li Ruoxuan had already finished the food in the bowl. She was very satisfied. She did not rush to pack the tableware, but asked her cheek as if thinking of something. Actually, I didn't quite understand this morning. What are Deng Shixin and teacher Enyuan arguing about in the morning? Li Ruoxuan glanced at the outside of the pantry. During the lunch break, some people were lying on the table and sleeping in the morning, while some were watching the screen with headphones. Well, this is a long-standing dispute in the animation industry. Su Rui also ate almost the same, and simply put down his chopsticks, leaving the rest of the dishes to Yi Qianqian. CG is an animation made with a computer. It usually refers to a 3D animation in production. The production staff first creates a 3D model of the object in the software, then adjusts the angle of view and movement trajectory, calculates the segment with the software, and then renders it in 2D. It can be used in animation. He explained with the simplest possible words to prevent Li Ruoxuan, who doesn't know much about animation production, from not understanding. In simple terms, for example, in the section we discussed today, using CG to present is to first make a model of a motorcycle, and then let it move according to our ideas, and capture the motion trajectory through the lens. The advantage of this is that it only needs to be modeled in the early stage. When finished, you can quickly get the clips of various sports of this motorcycle, and the production speed is extremely fast. Wow, in that case, can't the entire animation be made with CG? Li Ruoxuan suddenly remembered that he seemed to have watched a similar animation, and asked. Yes, Jinping's Neverland Studio is a company that specializes in CG animation, such as Car Wars and Snowman Wars. You may have seen it in the movie theater. Su Rui thought for a while and said. What do you think of these animations? Well, it seems that the overall movement is very smooth, but there is a weird feeling, and the animations you usually see are not the same. Li Ruoxuan recalled. In fact, she also watched it when she was in college. The works of Neverland Studio were aimed at younger audiences. Usually, parents took their children to the cinema to watch it. It was a bit embarrassing to run to watch it as an adult. This involves the difference between full animation and limited animation. Ah, let me wash the dishes first. Seeing Yi Qianqian finished eating, Su Rui picked up the bowl and prepared to wash it, and Li Ruoxuan followed. Wash together and wash together. She was aroused by Su Rui's interest, followed in small steps, and also washed her lunch box in another sink. Generally speaking, the basis of all movie animations is the persistence of vision of the human eye, which is a combination of static pictures with more than 25 frames per second, and the human eyes will think that it is a normal moving picture, and the animation is usually every second. 24 frames, derived from such sayings as one shot 1, one shot 2, the name of the weekly 24 frames in the middle school library comes from this. Su Rui squeezed a little detergent into the lunch box and carefully wiped the surface with a sponge cleaning block. One shot and one means that the picture of each frame is different, 1 shot of 2 means that every 2 frames are different, and 1 shot of 3 means that the picture is the same for 3 consecutive frames. Generally speaking, all animations are shot at one time, and our TV most of the animations broadcast on the internet are mainly 1 shot 3 1 shot 2. 1 shot 3, well, isn't it only 8 frames per second? Doesn't it seem to be very lagging? Lee Ruoxuan thought of the scene of playing games when she was in college. www.readaloud.com. The frame of the game screen can already be called a slideshow, but she didn't feel that way when she watched the animation. Nor can you say that if you use 1 shot and 1 technique, then an action will pass quickly, making it difficult to impress the audience, but if you take 3 shots, the same picture will last a long time. If you combine 1, if you beat 2 and 1 beat 1, there will be a change in the rhythm of the action. Su Rui washed a bowl and put it aside to dry. For example, in a movie-like combination of slow motion and normal shots, such as depicting a person throwing a punch, you can use slow motion to portray details during the punching process, and use normal shots to express the intensity at the moment of contact with the object. And speed, this is the rhythm of animation. That said, it seems really Lee Ruoxuan recalled a little bit of the battle scenes in the animation he watched recently, and it seems that there are indeed similar applications. In the words of the industry, the technique of 1 shot and 3 shots can emphasize the effect of the original painting and present an oppressive picture rather than a soft, unfocused animation like 1 shot. Su Rui washed all the bowls, wrung out the sponge, put it aside, and washed her hands with hand sanitizer. Of course, to say so, 1 shot 3 was originally just a last resort to save production costs. After all, saving the original painting saves money, and it can produce animations in larger batches. It has developed to the present and has gradually become into the mainstream. He laughed like a self-deprecating smile, and then said, "Due to the production methods, most of the CG animations are full animations. The movies you watched in Car Wars are mostly full animations shot by one. The overall action will show a soft and weak feeling. The difference between CG and painting is here." Chapter 48. It is possible but not necessary. The lunch break quickly passed. Su Rui made 2 cups of coffee and gave Lee Ruoxuan a little about the contradiction between CG and painting. When the coffee was finished, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Rui walked out of the pantry, called Deng Shixin and Enyuan, as well as producer Cheng Qai, chief painting director Yi Qianqian, and Lee Ruoxuan who followed, and several people entered the meeting room again. "I optimized this CG of the motorcycle a little bit at noon, you can take a look," Deng Shixin said, glanced at Enyuan, and played CG on the projector in the conference room. It can be seen that the realistic-looking motorcycle moves flexibly, and its tires rub against the ground, leaving a string of gleaming incantations. This is a spell used to drive away evil spirits in the story. The whole animation uses a one-shot method, which is extremely smooth. If you ignore the background, it is completely similar to a real movie scene. This picture is of a very high standard. Cheng Qai touched his chin and said with emotion, "My previous job was to be in charge of mechanical clips, so I am quite confident in making this kind of picture. Anhara, what do you think? You are the director of this episode." Cheng K patted Enyuan on the shoulder. Enyuan hadn't said a word from the beginning, just looking at the picture. After a long time, Yasuhara spoke. "Here in 1 minute and 3 seconds, 10 seconds later, and 5 seconds to the last, there are some problems with the pictures in these places." Deng Shixin immediately returned to the place Enyuan said. Everyone looked at it carefully for a while, but found nothing special. "Is there something wrong here?" Deng Shixin repeatedly played these few seconds. He specially studied the movement of models and objects. He didn't dare to say 100% of the pictures he produced, but more than 90% were close to reality. He couldn't think of what went wrong. "What?" A few seconds later, Su Rui and Yi Qianqian made voices at the same time. They looked at each other and knew that the other party had discovered the problem. Sister Qian is the chief painting director, let's say Sister Qian. Su Ruqian gave way. Okay. Iqian nodded obediently, picked up a pencil, and drew a sketch of this still picture on the white paper for recording. This is a picture of motorcycle tires rising high. When the lens is viewed from diagonally above, you can just see the incantation engraved on the tires. Yi Qian sketched out this picture in a few strokes. After a little comparison, everyone quickly noticed the difference. To put it simply, in Yi Qian's sketch, the tires are bigger and the spells more prominent, occupying almost half of the screen, while in Deng Shixin's picture, the tires are much smaller and the overall composition is more balanced. In terms of the impact of the screen, Ayasa's sketches are even more impressive. This is not right. Deng Shixin frowned slightly. He used his laptop to adjust the model and the lens, but he couldn't do the same as Ayasa's sketches. I did exactly according to the actual ratio. What went wrong? There is no problem with your model. Su Rui told Deng Shixin to stop fiddling with him and explained. Because this picture is contrary to the actual scale, if you don't believe it, please zoom in on the front wheel. Hearing Su Rui's words, Deng Shixin immediately zoomed in on the front wheel of the model. The whole model no longer conformed to reality, but turned into a huge and strange appearance. But when Deng Shixin turned the camera over, he was surprised to find that the picture at this time was exactly the same as the sketch drawn by Yi Asa. Even if it was an unrendered model, there was a huge sense of oppression. Deng Shixin made adjustments on several other screens based on the points mentioned by Nyuan. Although the model itself has become weird, the screen has become better, which makes him puzzled. The limitation of CG technology is here. Although the model can be directly moved according to the expected trajectory after the establishment of the model, which reduces a lot of work, it is its shortcoming to be too realistic. Sometimes, the animation is not completely in line with reality. It is the best. Su Rui shrugged and patted Deng Shixin on the back. It was not very obvious because all the specific shots were selected in the trailer, but when it came to the feature film, the problem was highlighted. Deng Shixin, did your previous company not pay attention to such a problem? Deng Shixin comes from tomato manufacturing and has more than 3 years of industry experience before. Su Rui is a little surprised why he ignores this issue. No one paid attention to this issue when I was making tomatoes. Everyone has a lot of work to do, and the clips I made are just one of them. Deng Shixin is a little guilty. No one had made such a suggestion for his CG when he was making tomato. In addition, he was busy with his work, and there were several works online at the same time, and everyone subconsciously ignored these. Well, then you can pay more attention to it. Su Rui seemed to have noticed something, but did not mention it. What do you think of Anwera? Well, I will look at the revised picture again. Yasawara did not immediately draw a conclusion, but asked to replay the CG after model adjustment. Looked at it 3 times, and he was silent for a long time before speaking. The motorcycle clip in the first episode, it's better to use CG. Okay. Deng Shixin was a little surprised. www.readaloud.com. He turned around and looked at Nyuan with a few strands of white hair. He thought that this discussion pointed out his shortcomings in CG, so he would use painting to produce it, but he didn't expect that Anwera, who had always insisted on painting, would choose CG. That's it, just use CG. Yasawara repeated it again. The content of the meeting after was quickly completed, and the part about painting was basically finalized. Li Ruoxuan drove back to the editorial department first, and the others started the official original painting. After Su Rui interviewed 3 people, it was time to get off work. Su Rui and Yi Qian said a few words, then patted Deng Shixin, who was still busy, on the shoulder. Deng Shixin, are you free tonight? Let's go out to eat. Hey? Yes. Deng Shixin thought about what happened during the day, inexplicably worried, but nodded. Brother Anwara, too, right? Surui turned to look at Yasuhara, who was painting. All right. Yasuhara hesitated for a moment, then put away the paintbrush and began to clean up. Surui's driver's license had been obtained before, so he bought a second-hand broken car to use as the company's bus. He usually gave Cheng Qai to run the business. When he was free today, he drove the two to the nearby university town. Of a restaurant. This is a home-cooked restaurant, cheap and delicious. College students often come to party. Surui looked at the college students at the next table, which was obviously like a fellowship. He reminded a little of his college days, smiled, and poured the juice. Deng Shixin, in fact, I always have something to ask. When the dishes were ready, Surui took a sip of orange juice before speaking to Deng Shixin. Do you know how to paint? Chapter 49. Is this painting okay? Deng Shixin's chopsticks froze in midair. He hesitated for a moment, then retracted his hand, put down his chopsticks, and touched the back of his head a little embarrassingly. To be precise, you don't know how to paint the original painting. You need painting experience, right? Surui added that he had seen Deng Shixin's works during the interview. Most of them were CG, and there were no hand-painted ones. If you want to come to him in tomato manufacturing, most of them are responsible for similar work. Yes, Director Su. Deng Shixin was silent for a moment before he answered. I really don't know how to draw by myself. To be precise, I'm not good at using pens. Smiled helplessly, Deng Shixin took a sip of juice, and then said. I have been interested in animation since I was a child. My favorites are National Space Army and Beyond the Stars, directed by Li Xiaoming. I am particularly interested in the robots in the animation. My grades are not good and I can't really study how to make a robot. I chose animation. He seemed to be drinking wine instead of juice, his eyes were a little tranced. But I'm not good at drawing. I applied for a sketch training class in junior high and high school, but I couldn't meet the standards of art candidates at all. I was planning to give up this profession. Surui can understand what Deng Shixin said. He is actually a mediocre animator on the earth, but at least he can draw and paint works, but Surui also knows a lot of people. They like animation, but they don't have a response. His talents can't hold an important position, but he still works in this line. These people have executive production, scripts, publicity, and simple chores. Later, I learned about CG production technology from other sources, and I specialized in this at university. After graduation, I entered tomato manufacturing through recruitment. I have always been in charge of CG animation, which is close to my dream. Deng Shixin stretched out his hands and sighed. To be honest, I'm not happy in tomato manufacturing. Although the model building technology is getting better and better, but I feel that I have not improved a little other than that. Every day I just draw tires and airplanes mechanically, and I don't even know myself. What part of that work is responsible? After that, Deng Shixin glanced at Surui. In tomato manufacturing, due to the abundant manpower, most CG modelers like Deng Shixin don't know what works they are responsible for. They only get the requirements given above, model them, and then pass them on, just like a ruthless one. It's the first time for Deng Shixin to participate in production and processing conferences and discuss with others like in Phantom's modeling machine. Director Su, if you think I'm not doing well, then I will improve. During the period of Phantom telecast, although there is a lot of work, I feel that I am indeed closer to the animation. I hope you can let me finish the Soul Eater, Zero fires me again. Deng Shixin said sincerely that he felt that Surui, such an excellent director, would definitely not keep him after learning that he could not paint, but he had already developed feelings for the work Soul Eater, Zero and just wanted to finish it. What are you talking about? Why should I fire you? Surui was stunned, This Deng Shixin thought too much. Before he could explain, Yasuhara made a sound. You did a great job. Enyuan's words made Deng Shixin look over. The original painter with a few strands of white hair on his temples cleared his throat and looked away. If it weren't for seeing the CG you made, I wouldn't agree that the plot is presented in CG. Explained that Anhara said that seeing Deng Shixin hadn't understood yet. When I loved handcrafted animation, I had contacted many animators who made CG. They all had a kind of arrogance. They believed that only animations with sufficient frame rate were perfect animations. They believed that hand-painted animation would one day be completely eliminated, but in reality, the CG produced is only exquisite, losing the action and rhythm, so I have always been skeptical of CG. Su Rui knows that this is the opinion of many viewers and even many people in the industry. Instead of paying a lot of compensation and spending a lot of time for the original artist to slowly paint, it is better to find a few modelers to do CG and mass-produce CG animation in a short time. Some novel adaptation animations of novel.com are in this mode. Anyway, for some low-demand audiences, it is enough to see the moving characters. But to be honest, your CG surprised me. It's not just a moving model, it's a painting that can really move people. Well, as long as you spend more time on the sculpting of the picture, it will be fine. Yasuhara is not good at boasting, so he changed his mouth halfway through. It is true that pure CG is too realistic, and the exaggerated deformations in many animations can't be reflected. This requires the guidance of the original artist with rich experience. Su Rui said when the two people seemed to understand each other almost. It's better to find Deng Shixin to learn some original painting techniques from Enyuan. Although he may not be able to draw such works, the experience of the original artist can make your CG better. Is this all right? Deng Shixin looked at Enyuan. He always thought that an old painter like Enyuan would look down on him for doing CG. Well, yes, yes. Enyuan nodded, and then said, I also want to try to get in touch with CG production technology. To be honest, in the animation you made by Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, the sparks of motorcycles rubbing on the ground, various mechanical vibrations, and explosive fragments, these things are even the most sophisticated. The original artists of all need to spend a lot of energy to draw, but in CG, it is just a work that can be done with a click of a mouse. I don't mean that. I mean that CG can complete these complex tasks more quickly and easily. He was quite emotional. I should also be exposed to more of this kind of things, otherwise I will really be an immortal who has been eliminated by the times. There is nothing, Anhara brother, you are still young. The atmosphere of a few people chatting became enthusiastic. Although they didn't drink, they were still very happy. It was 11 o'clock when Su Rui returned home, and Yi Kyunkin's door was closed tightly, and there was a burst of game sounds from inside. He took a shower first, and when he came out in his pajamas, he found Ayasa, who was also wearing pajamas, was sitting on the sofa with his hands flat on his knees, and he looked cute. There are strawberries and watermelon patterns on her pajamas, and Ayasa's long hair is tied to one side at random, which looks quite home. On the table in front of the sofa, there are 2 cups of tea. Drink some tea to relieve oiliness. Yi Qian said lightly. Thank you Qian. Su Rui sat down and took a sip of the tea. It was a very light tea that would not affect sleep, and it was enough to infiltrate the heart and spleen. How's it going? Ayasa also picked up the teacup and asked casually. Well, the problem is solved, it should be fine tomorrow. Su Rui didn't expect Yi Qian to be worried about this, so she soothed. It's okay. Iqian nodded lightly, and blew the heat rising from the teacup. Chapter 50. Long holiday is approaching. Although the production process is not smooth, it is still going on. Cheng Ke has taken several trips to other places and confirmed the outsourcing. Surui's storyboard is still completed quickly, which makes people wonder if he has conceived the whole story long ago, and there is not even a bit of a jam. The storyboard for the 10th episode is finally complete. Surui stretched out, looked up from the tablet and computer, and looked out the window. It was early autumn at the end of September, and the noisy cicadas outside the window had long since disappeared. In the steaming summer of Ningjiang, only one tail remained. Pedestrians on the road gradually added a coat on short sleeves, and Soul Eater, Zero the production of has also been in progress for 3 months. Li Ruoxuan still often came to the Telegraph Phantom class, and sometimes even worked here. Su Rui simply arranged a seat for her, which was close to her. In the past 2 months, Phantom Telecom has recruited a lot of talented employees. It seems a bit crowded to be crowded on the first floor. Su Rui simply opened up the 3rd floor. Now on the 2nd floor is the painting department. IASA takes the lead. There are 7 original artists and 4 in the animation group. Together with 1 person in the 3D department, they belong to Deng Shixin. Su Rui and Cheng Qai, as well as the 2 executive production desks recruited later, are also here, including Li Ruoxuan's temporary desk. Photography, coloring and other departments are on the 3rd floor, with a total of 6 people. It's a long holiday soon. Su Rui, where are you going to play? Li Ruoxuan heard Su Rui talking on the side, and stopped his hand typing on the keyboard, and turned his head to ask. I don't have any plans, I guess I will work overtime in the company. Su Rui shrugged and said, he doesn't like traveling very much, and Yi Qian doesn't like it either. The 2 are more willing to stay in the company to continue production. Su Rui originally wanted to take advantage of the 7-day holiday to finish the remaining shots, and then focus on it. You performed. The performance is more like an extension of the director, who is responsible for adding various painting instructions to the storyboard, and turning the draft storyboard into a guidebook that the painter can understand. Generally speaking, there are more cases where the director also acts as a performance, and there are also comparisons in the industry. Famous performance producers, such as Shang Tiantian of Rainbow Media, is a female performance who is good at portraying details. The episodes with her are usually daily transition chapters, but they don't seem procrastinated. Well, my family is going to Jingping for a trip. Then I will bring some specialties back. Li Ruoxuan said with a little regret, and continued to look at her screen. In addition to Mr. Huang's Soul Eater, she is also responsible for 2 newcomer authors. One of them is the 5th place in the previous Comics Newcomer Award, and the other is the old man who recreated the first comic after being cut. Both of them are now in a tense stage of shooting. The first 5 chapters of the story will be submitted at the serial meeting after the long holiday. The editors of the editorial department will collectively discuss whether the serialization can be carried out. Li Ruoxuan has also become busy. Will the October anime also start airing? Hearing Su Rui's routine, Tao Ran suddenly stopped the pen in his hand and asked. Yes, there are several animations that I look forward to in this issue. Li Ruoxuan, who had devoted himself to work, immediately stood up when she heard the topic she was interested in. Rainbow Media's young people who look up to the sky, and so on, and Doomsday City Thunder, which loves craftsmanship. By the way, there are also the original work Steel Mage by the director of Wu Yi, and the King Kai Friends by Mushroom Screening. It's also October 7th. She is like a few treasures, saying a bunch of animation names like a dish. Steel Sorcerer is a must-see, and the world view setting of Doomsday City Thunder is also good. By the way, there is also the Star Valkyrie by Chuanchu Animation. This movie is set by teacher Xia Hua. I am super like. Tao Ran became excited when he said this, and the atmosphere in the studio suddenly became a lot of lively. As for Su Rui, as a director, he must watch all the new animations, and the most noteworthy of these is the work Steel Sorcerer used by Wu Yi director to impact next year's animation. This animation starts at 9 p.m. on October 1st, and it happens to be able to watch with IASA while eating. September ends soon, and the Phantom animation also ushered in the first real long vacation. The original paintings of the third and fourth episodes have been drawn, the first episode has been colored, and the second season is still in the animation session. The fifth episode's design draft will be released after the festival. The sixth episode's inspection and processing meeting it was done in the last week of September. The seventh episode's processing meeting will be held after the long holiday. The 8th, 9th, and 10th episodes of Surui finished early, and the next 3 weeks will complete the performance of the 3 episodes. Except for the first episode, which was completed independently by Phantom Power, the remaining 2nd, 3rd, and 5th episodes are all outsourced from the original painting until the coloring is completed. In the 4th episode, Phantom Power completes the original painting, and the other links are handed over to the outsourcing company. On the first day of the long holiday, Su Rui and Yi Qianqian got up a little later and took the subway to the company. Of course, no one else is working overtime here. After all, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is a rare long vacation, and everyone chose to take a break. Su Rui roughly completed the draft of the first half of the 8th episode in the morning, and was going to continue in the afternoon. He took out his mobile phone and looked at the company group. This is a daily group, used to chat and communicate with company members. As soon as Su Rui opened the group, he saw pictures of Guo Weiren and his wife and children traveling. They seemed to be visiting Suzhou and Hangzhou nearby, and they could see large lakes. I left last night. After having lunch with Yi Qianqian, Su Rui's phone vibrated. He saw the photo sent by Li Ruoxuan. Li Ruoxuan, wearing casual long sleeves, was posing for a photo in front of the crowded imperial city. She was in the sun. Appears youthful and lively. Su Rui replied a few words, another message from Soliu. Soliu seems to have no holidays. She was sent to participate in a comic show in Sichuan and Shu. In the photo sent to Su Rui, she was wearing a uniform like a sailor suit, and she seemed to be preparing to take the stage. Su Rui wished her success in the performance, and then put her phone away and continued to finish the performance. In the evening, the two took the subway home and went to the supermarket to buy a dish together. After going home for a while, it was already 8:30. October is the season to eat crabs. Yi Qianqian likes to eat hairy crabs. Su Rui bought 6 female crabs, steamed them, chopped ginger, and served with Zhangzhen vinegar. The taste was excellent. In addition, there are stir-fried seasonal vegetables, small fried pork slices and salt and pepper river prawns. Except for vegetables, all Ayasa likes dishes. They poured 2 glasses of ice cola and sat down at the dining table. Su Rui turned on the TV that was usually used only to play console games for Yi Qianqian on weekends, and tuned to the channel for Iron Sorcerer, where a variety show was still being broadcast. The slightly boring variety show ended, and after a 10-minute commercial, Steel Mage officially started broadcasting. Chapter 51. Iron Sorcerer. In Su Rui's view, the plot of Steel Mage is similar to the animation of a certain Brother Doubting and Brother Tinhide on the Earth, and they are all works of youth orientation. Contrast was used in the first episode. The first half is the harmonious life of the people in a village, but the second half reveals the truth. It turns out that this village has monsters that eat people, and the villagers need to vote for sacrifices in order to survive. Pinlay is dedicated to the monsters. The protagonists discover the truth and kill the monsters, but the villagers become very frightened, as if they have lost their goal in life. Compared to Innocent Teacher and Pretty Student, this story is not easy. If the director of Wu Yi can't grasp it, this animation will cause a lot of controversy. After Su Rui finished reading, Yi Qianqian peeled all the crabs on the table. She spent several years in Ningjiang, and her crab-eating craftsmanship was extremely superb. Hairy crabs could be taken apart almost without dirtying her hands. Leave no residual meat. There is no problem in production, and the team of director Wu Yi is indeed the strongest in China's industry. Yi Qian wiped his hands with a tissue, and said lightly. As long as this kind of team production level is normal, it is almost an excellent animation, but it seems that the director of Wu Yi is not satisfied with this, and wants to make a breakthrough in content. Yes, even if the plot is completely ignored, the process design and painting performance of the battle, the combination of hand painting and 3D, including the chaos in the opening song, are all excellent performances. With the plot, the expressiveness is even more amazing. I think that just in October, there will be such a strong animation. Su Rui saw that Yi Qian had finished eating, and began to tidy the table. People in the animation industry watch animations, and ordinary audiences watch animations. They clap their hands and applaud for interesting animations. Uninteresting animations are less interested. At most they can understand the difficulties behind some paintings, and these shots may only take a few seconds. Well, I go back to play a game for a while and then go to sleep. Yuqian saw Su Rui walking into the kitchen with a plate, and said. Okay, Sister Qian, you go to bed early. Su Rui responded and turned on the faucet, and then heard the sound of the door closing. After he finished washing the dishes, tidying up the kitchen and dining table, he turned off the outside lights and went back to his room to lie down. The October night was still a little bit hot. Su Rui pulled the screen window, opened the window, and could feel a little bit of hot wind. He wanted to go to bed directly, but he couldn't sleep well, so he took out his mobile phone and looked at it at will. There have been many posts about October animation in the animation area of the A2 forum. Some of the highlighted posts are even more eye-catching, and the one with the most replies is naturally the just finished Iron Sorcerer. Yaaniming 300, perfect production, in-depth plot. This year's annual animation has already had results in advance, and the people behind can be gone. Heaven Dog, show off the black and crippled animation. Martial arts is really getting more and more inflated. I thought he would bring some good works, but I didn't expect it to be worse than the previous one. It disappointed me. Assault Team Leader, those upstairs who say the animation is not good, you can do it, you can go? Hishu, I'm so ridiculous. If I evaluate the performance of the refrigerator, I need to know how to cool it. I think the Iron Magician is fine in the early stage, but it will definitely collapse in the later stage. FCKKKK, I think this animation is very good, with foreshadowing and reversal, as well as wonderful battles and complicated settings. Those of you who feel bad, give you the pen, and you can draw it. Words Pudding, when the animation was broadcast, I was gnawing on the neck of the duck, and I couldn't stand it until I gnawed halfway through it. I think this animation is probably going to lose money. Visitors 1, 2, and 3, I blindly guess that the average volume of sales is about 8,000 to 10,000. It shouldn't be difficult to be the hegemony of the season, but it's not that good to become the annual sales hegemony. After seeing these comments, Su Rui remembered the sales volume, so he clicked on Taotao.com, the largest online shopping website in the country, to check the reservation status. In just over an hour, Steel Mage has ranked first on the appointment list, far surpassing other animations. According to the exchange of reservations and actual sales, Su Rui visually measured the average volume sales of Steel Mage. It should be more than 10,000. He felt that he was watching the animation. The average sales volume of this work should be 20,000. According to the industry's previous practice, a 13-episode animation with a roll average of 2005 is not at a loss. This is the animation's capital preservation line, because this number is the average volume of the previous animation Schoolgirl Rushing Forward sales, so it is also called Schoolgirl line. If the volume can reach 5,000, it means that its sales have reached the top 20% of the annual animation sales, and there is hope of producing the second season, so it is also called the second line. is a best-selling work with a sales volume of 10,000. It is not only easier to produce the second season, but also to be continuously promoted in various channels. At this level, it is actually a very successful animation. Judging from these indicators, The Iron Wizard should undoubtedly be a successful commercial animation. www.readaloud.com. The director of Wu Yi's ability to produce commercial works is clearly reflected in the sales. Sales volume does not represent quality. Not only does the work itself have the difference between the masses and the niche, including the price of CDs, bonus products, and even schedules all have an impact on sales, so people in the industry generally do not judge success or failure based on sales alone. What's more, now that network broadcasting is popular, the broadcasting rights of video websites themselves are also an income, and the sales of CDs are only a reference. But for some viewers, sales are the most conspicuous indicator. They will call the highest-selling work hegemony, and some of the original works, or the famous production team, but the low-selling works are called violent death. Because of this, sales volume has become the most popular topic of discussion among the audience, and they enjoy it every quarter. The best-selling this year should be the previous Ninjong Zombie 2, with an average sales volume of 12,000 after the 3-volume sale. From this point of view, Iron Sorcerer should surpass it. Su Rui recalled the information she had seen before and muttered to herself. A2 forum soon had sales forecast posts again. It seemed that because a few people were arguing in the special building, the moderator simply made a forecast post and used the forum points as a bet to place a bet. Su Rui took a brief look. There were very few votes below 2,000. More votes were concentrated between 2,000 and 5,000, and between 5,000 and 10,000, and between 10,000 and 20,000 votes and less than 2,000. Almost the same. I don't know if it's the bad taste of the moderator, and there are 30,000 options, but it's too ridiculous and no one bets. Su Rui thought for a while, logged into his account, and voted in some points, right to be entertainment. He was betting on the 30,000 option. Chapter 52. Is the total collection available? The long October holiday ends soon. Although the 7-day period is long, for many people, time is like being stolen. Once you open your eyes and close your eyes, you are about to go to work. During these 7 days, the October animations were also broadcasted one by one. Su Rui and Yi Qianqian went to work at the company during the day and stayed at home at night, eating dinner while watching the newly broadcast animation. According to Su Rui's perception, the best thing to watch in October is really the first broadcast of Steel Mage. Rainbow Media's A Boy looking up at the sky and a different world reflected in eye pupils is well made and the pictures are excellent. But the story is a little clouded and foggy, making people unable to grasp the point. The craft-loving Doomsday City Thunder, although the setting of the apocalyptic and mobile city background is very attractive, but the production is slightly flawed, and some broken pictures can be seen with the naked eye. The King Kai Friends book painted by Mushroom Film perfectly restores the original work. The style and rhythm of the painting, but the subject matter itself is slightly niche, and copying the plot also makes people lose some sense of expectation. As for the Valkyrie of the Stars, although the style is restored, the action is stiff, the plot of Rental apart from the Demon House is delayed, and the picture of Funny Tribe King is broken and there are more inferiorly produced animations. In the past week, Doutao.com's animation division, on the appointment list, the number of appointments for Steel Mage has exceeded 25,000, and the second place King Kai Friends book is only 8,000. It can be said that from the appointment looking at the list, Wu Yi's Steel Sorcerer can almost pull the rest of the works. With the broadcast of the animation, although the background of Steel Sorcerer is dark, the plot that still shines with the glory of human nature has won praise from the audience. To be honest, it is not easy to express the bad side of human nature, but on top of this, the glory of praising human nature is even more. Not easy, but director Wu Yi did it. By mid to late November, whether it's on Weibo, video sites, or forums, the discussion about Steel Mage is basically this movie, except for those hard-headed ones who still think the plot will collapse. What historical height can the work reach and how much sales can reach? The annual animation selection selected the new animations from April last year to January this year. In January, due to various festivals, there are generally no masterpieces to be played, so the strong files are mostly played in October. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, next year's annual animation selection is over. The speech made by the director of Wu Yi at the annual animation conference was revealed again. While people were amazed that this talented director really had such strength, they also paid more attention to the Su Rui mentioned in the interview. However, Su Rui didn't pay much attention to the public opinion of the outside world. He is focusing on making animation. At the morning meeting of Phantom Animation, Su Rui and Cheng Qai are comparing the production progress with each executive producer. The VTR synthesis of the first episode has been completed, the production part has been completed, the post-recording of the fourth episode has also been completed, the animation synthesis of the seventh episode is completed this week, and the 10th episode will start coloring this week. Cheng K, as a producer, also serves as the executive production of 4 episodes, and is very busy every day. The sound and picture synthesis of the second episode will begin this afternoon. The 5th episode is scheduled to start later recording tomorrow. The coloring of the 8th episode is still short of time. The animation synthesis will start on Thursday at the latest. The painting of the 11th episode will be completed this week. 3 Start to color. He was talking about a young boy with naturally curly hair. His name was Su Yang. He was an executive producer who joined later. He previously worked in an animation company in Sichuan and Shu. Later he left and stayed in his hometown in Suhang for a few months. Recruitment information is here. The 3rd episode starts audio-visual synthesis on Friday, the 6th episode starts editing on Wednesday, the 9th episode is finished on Thursday, and the original painting for the 12th episode is expected to be a week away. It should be that way. The 3rd executive producer is a petite girl named Gao Sen Miao. She graduated for 2 years and worked as an executive producer in AI craft for 1 year. She is not very skilled yet, but she has high enthusiasm. Although Su Rui's storyboard and performance are over, many of the following links require the participation of the director himself, so I can't take any time off. That's basically it. It's great that the outsourcing company can complete it on time. Su Rui checked the schedule in the laptop and said, "It will be broadcast in 1 month, I hope everyone can continue to work hard." Raised his head, Su Rui said to several executive producers. Executive production can be regarded as one of the busiest positions in the animation production process. You need to be responsible for all aspects of an episode of animation from beginning to end. Su Rui really wants to recruit more executive productions to share the work, but unfortunately there are very few reliable interviewers. Compared with the existence of directors and performances, original paintings, and dubbing, which will be noticed by the audience, executive production is basically the most unknown existence, but without them, animation production cannot be carried out at all, so some people jokingly call executive productions all it's a guy who uses love to generate electricity. Walking out of the meeting room, Su Rui felt the hot wind blowing from the heating. He looked out the window. The original lush trees had become bare. www.readaloud.com. The fallen leaves had long been cleaned by the sanitation workers in the park, and the whole park had become desperate a lot. At the end of November, Ningjiang is already in early winter. Su Rui's clothes have changed from short sleeves and jackets to sweaters, and the animation production of Soul Eater Zero has also entered the most intense link. From the completion of the first episode of VTR editing and entering the white box, it means that the deadline is approaching step by step. Every week, the people of the Phantom film need to go all out to complete their work, otherwise the animation will be postponed. This is the first time to play as far as the animation is concerned. It is a devastating blow. Of course, if it is impossible to complete the animation of the week for some reason, the production team can also use the last resort, that is, the total collection to make up the number, but this method greatly affects the word of mouth. The audience waited for a week. But what you see is the repetition of the previous episodes, which is extremely bad for the viewing experience. The most famous total episodes in the industry should be the total episodes of the two animations Girl Fighter and Space Knight. The former inserts 2 total episodes into the playback of the 12 episodes, and even the one after the playback is complete. Only one of the episodes was completed by OVA a month later. Although Space Movie is a well-known animation, when it was actually broadcast on TV, due to the production cycle, the last episode used the total episode, and it was not revised until the later discs. Does not affect its success. At least you don't have to worry about the total collection. Su Rui said with a mockery. When he returned to his position, he saw Li Ruoxuan walking into the second floor with 2 big bags. I bought hot milk tea, please come to the pantry to get it. She said, after putting the milk tea on the table in the pantry, holding 2 of them, she came to Su Rui's back with a smile. Chapter 53, It's the season of, again. Su Rui, are you going to the media studio tomorrow? Li Ruoxuan put a cup of black tea macchiato with 7-point sugar on the table next to Su Rui. This is a taste he often ordered. Li Ruoxuan remembered it very clearly. She asked casually and took a sip of her own half-sugar 4-season spring tea. The weather has recently become cold, and people involuntarily want to take sugar. Although Li Ruoxuan pays attention to her diet, she still gained a little weight, which made her very sad. Yes, tomorrow is the recording of episode 5, do you want to go too? Su Rui did not watch the milk tea, his gaze still stopped on the progress meter on the computer screen, confirming the next arrangement. I won't go, I've been there several times, and Sister Tian started to persuade me to try dubbing. Li Ruoxuan shook her head. She has been busy during this period. The 2 authors under her hand except teacher Chuang failed to pass the review of the serialization meeting and were sent back to rewrite. Li Ruoxuan can only help improve. In addition, the animation production of Soul Eater, 0 has entered formality, and she has fewer magical telegrams. It's going to be broadcast in 1 month, it's incredible. Li Ruoxuan said with emotion, the broadcast date of Soul Eater, 0 is at 11 p.m. on January 6. Apart from Chengkong Video Network, only Ningjiang TV station bought the broadcast rights through Cheng Qai's relationship. For preparation, there is no official schedule. TV stations have a big business, and the cost of broadcasting rights for 2 animations is nothing at all. In China, where the animation production is prosperous, TV stations often purchase the broadcasting rights of some street animations in batches, and stay in the summer vacation and other time on the children's channel. Play continuously to fill the gaps in the program. This is like the serial TV series that Su Rui often sees during the holidays on the Earth. He remembers that when he was a child in this world, he was exposed to many animations that his peers did not have much contact with. Yes, fortunately, the current progress is normal, it should be able to catch up with the broadcast. Su Rui said, the first episode has already been produced, at least it won't happen that the skylight is opened on the first day of broadcasting. I am looking forward to it. Li Ruoxuan nodded, and said to Su Rui like cheering. I hope to make the audience happy. Su Rui was not so sure at this time. He looked at the information at hand. In terms of propaganda, in conjunction with monthly Youth Frontline, he had already made false and fraudulent propaganda, although in forums and some places, he had read Soul Eater. The readers of the post expressed doubts, but since this animation is really a bit on the street, it did not cause any waves. Then I'll go back as soon as I stroll around. Li Ruoxuan finished the cup of milk tea in 1 sip and said. Why are you going back soon? Su Rui raised his head at this time and looked at Li Ruoxuan. Well, I just stopped by today. As I said before, my teacher Dao lives in the Ningjiang Development Zone. I will go to him to discuss the storyboard later. Li Ruoxuan stretched out, probably because her shoulders were often sore. She punched her shoulder blades and picked up the cloth handbag. Teacher Dao, is that the cartoonist who drew the Lucky Superman Asan? Su Rui remembered the other party's information. It was not that he paid more attention to it, but that Li Ruoxuan often talked about these things in Su Rui's ear, and he was impressed. Yes, this is already the 4th draft. If this month's serialization conference cannot be serialized yet, I am afraid he will give up his own creation and turn to work as a manga editor or an assistant. Well, I can only wish him luck. Su Rui smiled bitterly. There are many such cartoonists in China. People only see a small group of people at the top of the pyramid, but they selectively ignore the more bottom cannon fodder. Well, I will tell him. Yes, why not show you his manuscript when I come, maybe I can have any suggestions. The restless hair on Li Ruoxuan's head suddenly turned up. It's okay, I haven't been very busy at work recently. Su Rui was stunned, and when Li Ruoxuan looked expectant, he agreed. Manga. He watched Li Ruoxuan coming downstairs, and thought of several comics without a background. I just want Keiru's sister and Ji brother to reconcile. In the recording room, Soliu said with a little bit of crying, holding the script full of annotations in her hand, emotionally engaged, as if she had become the heroine in the work. Li Yu's skills have improved a lot. Outside a wall, the sound director Tian Zui said with emotion at the time of the inspection after the end of the recording. I didn't feel much at the beginning, but now it seems that she has indeed grown up with the role of Li Leshan. She looked at Su Rui behind. Tian Zui originally thought that Soliu's acting skills were a bit jerky, but now it seems that it is surprisingly consistent with the character's growth trajectory. Up to now, Soliu has not lost to those seniors in the interpretation of the role of Li Leshan. In Tian Zui's words, he is truly in the line. Well, it seems that the choice at that time was not wrong. Su Rui responded, and then handed the marked script to Tian Zui. Sister Tian, please take a look at these few sentences, I'm not very good at screening. Then let's listen to see if we need to make up the recording. Tian Zui said, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com plays the previously recorded sound. Recording is not a one-time success. Except for the mistakes of the dubbing actors, even normal dubbing needs to be done many times. The same sentence needs to be matched with similar but different emotions for selection by the production team. 30 minutes later, the recording finally ended. The voice actors walked out of the dubbing room, greeted Su Rui and others, and then left. Only Soliu was a little late. Director Su, do you have any arrangements for the end of the month? Soliu wears an off-white turtleneck sweater and blue jeans. The sleeves are slightly longer, reaching the center of the palm, making her look even more petite. The end of the month? Isn't it New Year's Day? Su Rui is a little confused. The animation airs in January. He only remembers the broadcast date, but ignores any special dates. Yes, it's New Year's Day. Where are you going to celebrate New Year's Eve? Soliu pounded his head like garlic, and asked. It hasn't been arranged yet, what? Do you have a plan? Su Rui touched his chin. There are 3 days of statutory holiday on New Year's Day, but for the production team of Soul Eater, 0, there is only 1 day of free time, and the remaining 2 days need to be rushed to work, so Su Rui also subconsciously ignored New Year's Day. Would you like to come to my house for hot pot? By the way, I moved to a new house last month and I haven't invited friends to come. Why don't you call Qian and them together? Soliu said enthusiastically that since she released her solo album, her financial situation has improved a lot. She no longer needs to live in a small group rented house, and instead rents a primitive 1-bedroom and 1 living room in a community near the subway station. A lot more spacious. Okay, I will buy some food by then. I think I haven't eaten hot pot this year. Su Rui said, making Solihu smile more happily. Chapter 54, Eve before the broadcast. Well, just now, it was contributed by the audience nicknamed the Animation General. Thank you for the continuous letter from the Animation General. A male voice echoed in the car. As soon as his voice fell, another lovely female voice jumped out. However, as stated in the letter, after the bombing of the October animations in the fall, the animations for the next January animations are indeed not eye-catching enough. I like to save these animations. After they are over, I watch them all in one go. Aren't you afraid of being spoiled by doing this? For example, in the last episode of Steel Mage. Stop, I was spoiled. It doesn't matter, the audience who are listening to the show are still looking forward to the plot. Sorry, let's not talk about the topic of spoilers. Mr. AMU, what is the January animation you are most looking forward to? Well, although The Hunter of Gourmet seems to be very interesting and Legend of Seven Heroes is well made, but I want to recommend it. This is the animation Soul Eater, 0 adapted from comics. Hearing the male voice on the radio, the young executive producer Gao Senmiao withdrew his eyes from the late-night snack stall outside the window, looked at the radio in the car, and increased the voice a bit. It's the popular work serialized in monthly Shonen Frontline, right? That's it, we also invited the main voice actors of the work today. Even though he knew that this was a commercial flattery that had been spent on propaganda, Gao Senmiao still raised his mouth slightly when he heard these words. Hello everyone, I am Zhao Zhishan who voiced Chen Guanqi in Soul Eater, 0. I am Wang Ying who voiced Xia Moran. Two distinctive voices of a man and a woman sounded on the radio. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't pay the performance fee and asked you to come here specially. No trouble. So there is no performance fee. After the two different reactions, Zhao Zhishan spoke first. In fact, today I came to promote the upcoming Soul Eater, 0. So to speak, what kind of story is Soul Eater, 0 telling? Well, it's the story of everyone in the Science Exterminating Research Center who used scientific methods to exterminate evil spirits, working together to eliminate ghosts, no more. Wang Ying's lively voice appeared, making the atmosphere happy. The content of the broadcast continued, but Gao Senmiao's attention had shifted to the front. The red light turned green, she stepped on the accelerator and drove forward, with small expectations in her heart. As Su Rui said, the animation of Soul Eater, 0 has been fraudulent from production to promotion. Even if you participate in related activities, it is also attended by the voice actor who led the lunch in the first episode. Gao Senmiao just started to know it was unbelievable at the time of this plan, but now that the animation is ready to be broadcast, I subconsciously look forward to the audience's reaction. The new year has come. In January, Ningjiang was bleak and cold. A few heavy snowfalls shrouded the entire city in the real winter cold. Gao Senmiao could even exhale white breath while sitting in the car. At 9:30 in the evening, the roads in Ningjiang were still slightly busy. Gao Senmiao took the Ningjiang Expressway and soon came to a residential area. After registering at the doorman, she drove skillfully down to a building, rang the doorbell, and took the elevator to the 8th floor. Ding dong ding dong. There was a noise in the door, and it took 2 minutes before the heavy anti-theft door was opened. Hello, I am Gao Senmiao who is here to collect the director's draft for the 11th episode. Gao Senmiao greeted with a vigorous voice. The man who opened the door had thick dark circles under his eyes, and it seemed that he hadn't slept for a long time. It's Xiao Gao, sorry, I have forgotten the time. The man's name is Bai Haran. He is a freelance original artist and a well-known video producer on the internet. His ID is the shepherd in the library. Teacher Bai, you seem to be very hard. Pay attention to your body. Gao Senmiao walked into the slightly messy living room, and put the document bag in his arms on the table. This is the remaining part of the 11th episode. The trouble is to be completed within this week. It's hard work. Okay, well, the work on Steel Mage is almost finished. Then I can rest after finishing the work that Lao Cheng gave me. Would you like to go to the beach for a trip? Bai Haoran said to himself that the reason why he took over the work of the director of the 11th episode of Soul Eater 0 was due to the face of his old classmate Cheng Qai. In the past 2 months, he at the same time, I took over the work of 3 animations and was very busy. How about going to the South Island? I heard that the seafood there is really delicious. Gao Senmiao suggested that as an executive production, it is also part of the work to be familiar with the preferences and action patterns of each original artist. I like seafood. I'll see the ticket tomorrow, but I have to finish the work before that. Bai Haoran took out a few file bags from the room. This is the completed director's draft of the 11th episode of Soul Eater 0. The director's draft is a manuscript modified on the basis of the original painting. Since each original artist's style is slightly different, the director needs to modify it to a unified style and determine the final draft. Only the director has checked it. After that, the original painting can be given to the animation group for the middle frame drawing. Thank you. Gao Senmiao nodded repeatedly and said goodbye after confirming the manuscript. Feeling a little sleepy, Gao Senmiao did not rush to start the car. You must know that executive production is one of the jobs with the highest mortality rate in the animation industry, and most of the deaths are not due to overwork, but car accidents caused by fatigue driving. She took out a can of coffee from the drawer in the passenger seat, and started the engine after sitting and drinking. The road conditions were very good. It took Gao Senmiao only 20 minutes to return to the Phantom Animation headquarters in the Ningjiang High-Tech Development Zone. She walked up to the second floor, and just put down the manuscript in her hand. She suddenly realized that there is no one in the busy company at this moment. Okay. Gao Senmiao looked around and slowly climbed to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was also empty, except that the main door of the large conference room on one side was closed, with light leaking through the cracks in the door. Gao Senmiao walked over and gently opened the door, only to see that the large conference room was already full of people. Sure enough, this season is still Legend of 7 Heroes. The original painter Tao Ran picked up a duck intestine from the hot pot and put it in his oil dish. Judging from the attention rate, it is probably the hunter of food. Executive production Su Yang was choked by chili when he finished talking, and hurriedly poured a large glass of water. www.readaloud.com. Hey, did you take care of that animation? Deng Shixin, the person in charge of the 3D group, took a sip of beer in a paper cup, and then put a piece of kidney flour in the hot pot. Well, but I changed players because of differences later, and the evaluation of the animation has also dropped a lot. Yasuhara looked at the tender meat in the bowl and said with emotion. The first episode of the long-lost anime has been played for many years. Guo Weiren said to Yan Zhe with a slight face. Yes, no matter how many times I experience it, I can't help but feel a little excited at this time. Yan's glanced at the screen. It was 11 in a few minutes. He looked at the table again and asked strangely. Speaking of which, where is Lao Cheng? Go playing mahjong again, he is really busy lately. Li Ruoxuan said, seeing Gao Senmiao standing at the door, she stood up and greeted her, making a room. Miao, come on, sit here. She was originally named Gao Senmiao as Senmiao, but she later became Miao Miao, which was later simplified to Miao Miao. Gao Senmiao just took his seat and took the bowls and chopsticks, and saw Yi Qianqian on the side wiping out the food in the bowl at an unpleasant but sure speed. Su Rui, it's going to be broadcast soon, do you want to post a Weibo or something? Li Ruoxuan asked, looking at Su Rui who was eating a lot. Hey? It's not necessary. You can check the response on Weibo later. After Su Rui said, people refreshed the computer screen on the projection screen. On the homepage of Chengkong Video Network, the link and promotional image of the first episode of Soul Eater 0 appeared. The broadcast started. At Li Ruoxuan's urging, they clicked on this link. Chapter 55. Convenient. At the same time as Su Rui and others are waiting for the animation to be broadcast, there is also Luo Xiang, a resident in Unit 903, Building 16, Chunlaiwan Community, Hedong City. He is 26 years old this year. He has a part-time job in his company. His hobbies are playing games and watching animation. Luo Xiang has another identity on the internet, that is, the famous fan named on the A2 forum. Heavenly Dog is special in that it likes to spray everything. It seems that there is no satisfactory thing in this world. To explain it in plain terms, it is a good bargain. It's not that Luo Xiang himself likes Kong, but this style of posting can get a lot of replies, and even a lot of sought after, which makes him feel very happy, and gradually formed this style. Of course, being a sprayer is also very tiring. In order to write an afterthought of the first episode of the January animation to spray these spicy chicken animations, he needs to bite the bullet and watch all the January animations. Spicy chicken, what kind of feather animation? How can there be this kind of routine 10 years ago in this era? Did the production team cross over from 10 years ago? Why is the villain so brain dead? Is it true that the production team won't be able to write screenwriters if they break away from this brain depletion routine? Why the protagonist's EQ is the same as that of a primary school student, crossing the first 20 years old, after crossing the 20 years old, the total is 40 years old. Before I laughed, beep, the glandular fluid would be sprayed out. What kind of spicy chicken animation? The whole episode is foreshadowing, but the last bit of content is a bit worthwhile. How about you, beep? I'm so ridiculous, the story advances so fast, is it rushing to reincarnate? There is no foreshadowing, can you make an animation? Fuck, I'm almost 10 years away from my life after watching this animation, you guys should thank me for helping me in mind clearance. He quickly tapped his fingers on the keyboard, writing out paragraph after paragraph of evaluation. The alarm clock on the mobile phone rang. Luo Xiang pressed it off, saved the document, and clicked on the web page. It's 10:55, and it's almost time for the broadcast of Soul Eater 0. Luo Xiang used a search engine to find the website page of Chengkong Video Network. This video network is usually not available at all, so he did not put it in his favorites. After looking for it, Luo Xiang found the link to Soul Eater 0 on the homepage of the animation area. By this time, it was 11 o'clock. Luo Xiang's several groups also sent screenshots sporadically. The first 3 episodes of Chengkong Video Network are free to watch. From the 4th episode, VIP members can unlock it in the same week. Non-members can only wait for a week, and then wait until all the episodes are played. The entire episode is exclusive to members, so Luo Xiang doesn't need it. Spend extra money to watch the first episode of Soul Eater 0. In fact, most video websites have similar mechanisms, so Luo Xiang can basically beep the first 3 episodes. As for the later episodes, he doesn't need to pay attention at all. Luo Xiang believes that these spicy chicken animations, watch 3 episodes. It's their honor to collect episodes, so he won't pay for these animations. Luo Xiang muttered, clicked in, and pressed play. Began with a very common disaster background. From time to time there were explosions in the city overlooked by the helicopter. A few words on the walkie-talkie sketched out a crisis situation. The routines are all routines. Luo Xiang muttered to himself, picked up a can of Coke, opened it and took a sip. At this time, the screen turned around and came to a cemetery. The man who looked like the hero was putting a bunch of flowers in front of a tombstone. Several flashbacks seemed to portray his past. Then, the heroine appeared. The two exchanged a few words at random. It can be seen that the male protagonist seems to be carrying some kind of hatred, and the female protagonist is the sister of the male protagonist's dead girlfriend. The two were contacted by their superiors and rode a motorcycle to the place where the incident occurred. This is the scene that once appeared in the trailer, and Luo Xiang is still somewhat impressed. Then the picture switched again, and a group of soldiers wearing tactical body armor appeared. They were questioned by the firefighters, but the headed person looked calm and let the unrelated personnel leave. The next moment, the soldiers used high-tech equipment and discovered that the fire was not an accident, but a disaster caused by evil spirits. With the sound of a silver bullet, these evil spirits were quickly wiped out. It's very ordinary, the battle screen is just like that. Luo Xiang took another sip of Coke. So far, Soul Eater 0 is still a cliché opening battle animation. This initial method can only be said to have been used up. There will definitely be stronger monsters coming out, killing these people in seconds, and then the protagonist will appear again, I guessed the follow-up. He murmured to himself. The next plot was exactly as Luo Xiang had expected. The group of soldiers was quickly wiped out by a huge evil spirit. With the dynamic BGM, the protagonist appeared on the stage. The male protagonist uses a pistol to contain the evil spirits with dazzling bursts of fire, while the female protagonist drives a motorcycle and fights with extremely gorgeous driving skills. This painting is pretty good. This is exactly the battle screen produced by Deng Shixin using CG. It is so smooth and complete in one go. Even Luo Xiang couldn't help but admire it. After the battle, there is a series of background introductions, which are mostly clichés. Even if you skip it, there is nothing to be a pity. Luo Xiang looked at the time, and the animation was halfway through. Since this animation is only being broadcast at this time, the discussion in the group is naturally Soul Eater 0, and soon there will be an intercepted animation, which happens to be the part of the motorcycle, which is also dubbed by the group as the car. Fighting skills. The animation plot continues to progress. It seems that the monster is to be introduced into the reservoir, and the water inside is turned into holy water to destroy the monster. Luo Xiang yawns. This plot is also a routine. It seems that this animation, except for a few battle scenes, the others are spicy chicken. After a thrilling and dangerous battle, the protagonist and his group finally defeated the monster. As soon as the screen changed, it was already a scene of a group of people drinking coffee in the reservoir and discussing the aftermath. This is over. According to Luo Xiang's experience, this is the end of the first episode. After that, it is just some introduction to the follow-up plot. There is nothing to watch. He minimized the window, just listened to the sound, opened the document, and began to write a review of Soul Eater 0. Well, except for that part of the car game, everything else is very cliched. You can guess what will happen later with your toes. I can find 30 of this kind of animation for you with my eyes closed. Above, it's better to watch this animation well beep 20 minutes, you may get more happiness. He flew codewords, but suddenly, a strange sound came from the computer stereo. It was the sound of a metal blade cutting through flesh and blood. Okay. Luo Xiang immediately switched back to the page where the video was played, and saw that one of the protagonists in the protagonist team had his hand cut off just now, and he was still in confusion. The cross-section of his arm was even bleeding a little. www.readaloud.com. Luo Xiang was also dumbfounded, because the next moment, a sword pierced the man's chest, and a woman with long hair in a high school dress and school uniform could be seen, holding a long sword in her forehand and beheading it. Type A. The male lead just spoke, and before he had time to react, the woman dragged out the afterimage, moved at high speed, and unloaded another teammate in an instant. The actor shot immediately, but the bullets were picked up by the woman with a sword one by one. He took the heroine back to dodge, and at the same time, the communication from the communication also told everyone that the people in the command center were also possessed by evil spirits and all died. The camera returned to the reservoir, and the male protagonist was loaded and commanded to the female protagonist. "Moron, you leave first, I will deal with." But before he finished speaking, the heroine standing beside him lost her strength and knelt to the ground, and a head rolled off her neck. The male protagonist widened his eyes and froze in place. The girl in school uniform appeared in front of him and raised the long sword in his hand. "I told you before, give up." The sword fell with his hand, and countless blood spattered on the actor's body, and the whole person went limp. Above the flame-burning reservoir, the title of the animation, Soul Eater, 0 just emerged. Fuck. Luo Xiong was completely shocked. He stared at the screen blankly. For more than a minute, there was no sound effects or background music. Only the list of production crews appeared in sequence on the black screen and jumped in his sight. He forgot everything. At this moment, Luo Xiong, like the others who watched the episode at the same time, sat in front of the computer, full of only one thought. Chapter 56. In a rented house in Jingping City, Mend had just watched the first episode of Soul Eater, 0, and he was also bewildered. What's the situation? Mend subconsciously made a sound. He took off his headphones, and the beep from the couple next door faintly heard, but Mend could not hear it anymore. His mind is full of the final images of Soul Eater, 0. Isn't it because the protagonist has won the victory after all the hard work, and then set off for the next battle? How come a young girl suddenly appeared, killing all the protagonist team after 3 hits and 5 divided by 2? Speaking of which, the last girl who appeared was pretty. Mend has never encountered such a situation. In the past, there were animations that used flashbacks. The battle between the protagonist and the final boss was the beginning of the game, but it left a suspense anyway. In the first episode of Soul Eater, 0, the protagonist and heroine are so cold. Even the head rolls down and can be kicked as a ball. Hey! How can this come back? Mend was stunned. He couldn't help but fall forward for a few minutes, and then carefully watched the scene of the protagonist and the group of lunch boxes, and made sure that they had died completely. Did you put the wrong tape? Mend asked in confusion, and after searching, he found the official website of Soul Eater, 0. The official website is indeed the introduction of these people. Everyone has detailed information. It seems that the protagonist is right. Diddy. There was a reminder from the Big V group. Mendel opened the group chat and found that Soul Eater, 0 was already being discussed. The past is like smoke. What kind of plane is this Soul Eater doing? Men, what's wrong? Blue longing, I only saw halfway through it. It feels like a routine. Is there anything special behind it? The past is like smoke, you will know after reading it. Aji, I read the animation correctly, right? Or did the production team pass on the last episode? Jiro, damn, what is Nima doing in this animation? Black granulated sugar, I also went to the official website and took a look. It is true that these characters are correct. Men sees everyone's faces. His expression, the impact at the end of the first episode of Soul Eater, 0 was really shocking, unprecedented, and he couldn't help typing. Political Commissar, I even went back and took a closer look. It was indeed dead. What's the matter with this animation? Di. Suddenly, several groups sounded a beep, and Mend glanced at it, all because of the collective confusion caused by watching the first episode of Soul Eater, 0. Everyone felt as if they had watched a fake animated. It turns out that this trademark is actually real. After communicating, Mend's gaze returned to the questioning group, where he was still immersed in the impact of Soul Eater, 0, and because the impact spread, more people who hadn't planned to watch this animation originally. I also clicked on the Cheng Kong Video Network. Blue Longing, I have finished watching. Blue Longing, fuck, effing, this story is absolutely unbelievable. Men, God trademark is all gone? Remy, I don't believe it, I'll look for comics. Until 12:30, everyone went to sleep because of tomorrow's study and work, and all the big V groups were discussing the topic of Soul Eater, 0. And this kind of discussion has spread like a virus in almost all animation-related discussion groups in China. Ningjiang Animation Salted Fish School. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night is the most spiritual moment of this group of night owls, but the group is quiet, everyone is focusing on their own affairs, and no one mentions interesting topics. At this moment, a message quietly appeared. A dead end for animation. Have you watched the first episode of Soul Eater, 0? Funny. Your group mascots, I haven't seen it, I'm busy fighting on the battlefield call. Hey, I must have encountered a wall today. The guy on the opposite side has killed us 50 times and hasn't died. 3 people surrounded him. Gandul was counter-killed, this must be linked, I want to report him. The dog only fishes, I saw it. What is the expression on my face now? Of bone, this wave of phantom teleplay is messing up, and several groups I am in are all in the water animation. Sand sculpture group friends, fuck, this start is awesome. Ramen is not thin and soft, I am curious now, how to play the second episode like this. My wife Ike, I would die without Soul Eater in episode 2. A quiet repeater, I'm going to die without Soul Eater episode 2. A dead end for animation. I remember whether the shepherd was involved in animation production, did he already know these plots? At the shepherd of the library. Shepherd in the library, keep it secret. The dog is fishing, don't ask, this kind of person must have signed a non-disclosure agreement. If he can disclose it casually, no animation company will dare to pick him up in the future. Bone, I went to see the manga of Soul Eater, which is a comic storage animation at any rate. The original work should have a follow-up plot. The man nicknamed Bone immediately opened a new tab next to the page of Cheng Kong Video Network, and found the official website of Monthly Youth Frontline. His name is Su Boen, and he is a performance of Suhang's waterfish animation. He had been in tomato manufacturing for 2 years before he joined this group. Su Boen was curious because he heard the producer colleague talk about it before. At that time, the new Frontline Media also looked for aquafish animation to take over, but the schedule was tight, and because he was not optimistic about the original work, he declined. Now it seems that this kind of explosive opening animation, the producer has a brain pit and didn't pick it up, right? Su Boen quickly searched for the comics of Soul Eater. After you read www.yuyugonshu.com and clicked on the first page, he was stunned again. Who is Bai Jianji? Who is Li Lushan? What is the Supernatural Disaster Office? Isn't the protagonist of this manga Chen Guanxi and Xia Moran from the Science Elimination Research Center? After reading the free 3 episodes, Su Boen found that the comics of Soul Eater he watched and the animation of Soul Eater, 0 he just watched were not the same thing at all. The manga of Soul Eater, like the first half of the first episode, is a cliché and kingly battle story. There is no super unfolding shadow at all. Is it the story behind? Su Boen pondered that some animation adaptations do not start from scratch, but choose to adapt the most classic parts. Look at the back of the original work tomorrow, hey, what a hurry. In order to ensure the sales of the magazine, New Frontier Media has not opened up an online serialization channel for the works serialized in the magazine. Therefore, if you want to see the later chapters of Soul Eater, you can only buy a single copy. Su Boen hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and opened the comics section of Taotao.com, ready to search for Soul Eater comics to place an order. It's just that he originally thought that he could find this comic by looking for it, but he didn't expect that when he entered the division, Su Boen would see the comic of Soul Eater appearing on the sidelines, refreshed by the hour on the best-selling list. In just over an hour, the single-line comic book of Soul Eater sold more than 30,000 copies. Moreover, Sue Bowen clicked on the product page and found that the comics of Soul Eater had already been out of stock. The other works on the bestseller list could sell so many because there were so many people who bought it, and Soul Eater could sell so much because its inventory is only 30,000 copies. Chapter 57. Increase the amount. On the morning of January 7th. New Frontline Media Building. Monthly Youth Frontline Editorial Department. The office is a bit messy. Apart from the computer, everyone's desk is filled with cartoons and folders containing copies of manuscripts. The editorial department adopts a flexible working system. In addition, editors often go out to find authors. Unlike white-collar workers, the editorial department of Monthly Youth Frontline was still empty after 9 o'clock. No, to be precise, there are still a few people. In a corner of the editorial office, where the space is obviously larger, a man with sparse hair and a beard-faced face is sleeping soundly on the recliner when a cell phone ringing wakes him up. Hey, what's the matter? He wanted to press it directly, but after looking at the telegram, he immediately connected the phone. Lao Yang, do you still have a single copy of Soul Eater in stock? This is a call from He Yingzhe, the manager of the media sales department of New Frontier and the editor-in-chief of Monthly Youth Frontline. Yang Guiyan has known each other since joining the company. Soul Eater. Yang Guiyan was a little puzzled. He got up, picked up the black-rimmed glasses on the table, and quickly recalled this cartoon serialized in his own magazine. There should be more than 100 spare copies in the warehouse. The print volume of manga pamphlets is determined by the sales department based on the popularity and performance of the works. Most of the pamphlets printed will be sent to the warehouses of various bookstores and online shopping websites, and only a small part will remain in the warehouse of the editorial department. As an emergency reserve, it is used in occasions such as author signing, industry exchanges, and the like. More than 100 copies? This is not enough. How should I explain to Taotao.com? On the other end of the phone, He Yingzhe's voice was a little disappointed. Why, I don't think this comic is very popular. Hey, ho, I remember that you proposed to reduce the print volume of this comic. Yang Guiyan is still in confusion. He has known He Yingzhe for many years and knows that his tone is not a joke. The comic booklet of Soul Eater seems to be really out of stock. Then your editorial department hasn't told us that its animation production is so explosive. He Yingzhe confronts Yang Guiyan's mitai. What? Yang Guiyan didn't quite understand that the animation production of Soul Eater went through the company process, and the specific matters were handled by the people authorized by the copyright, but only Li Ruoxuan, the editor in charge of Soul Eater, often mentioned it. Yang Guiyan subconsciously feels that this animation is at an ordinary level, and doesn't pay much attention to it. You haven't watched it yet? The first episode broadcast on Chengkong last night was completely exploded. Now it's a hot search on Weibo. Taotao.com sold out at midnight last night. Their purchases are today. Call me more to get the goods. Real or fake? Yang Guiyan unlocked the computer screen and clicked on Chengkong Video Network. Let's take a look. Later, you can find someone to move my inventory here, and then see if the printing factory can temporarily reprint it. Oh, yes, I remember the last time the public relations person asked for 200. Many books go to the book fair, they should not be dealt with, you go and ask. He hung up the phone after giving the explanation, just to see Chengkong Video Network's full station click on the list. Soul Eater, 0 has actually climbed to the top of the list. The first episode of Soul Eater, 0 played at 11 o'clock last night has more than 500,000 hits, and the second place on the list has less than 80,000 hits. Even, Yang Guiyan roughly estimated that the combined data from 2nd to 10th on this list is not enough for the episode of Soul Eater, 0. The volume of Chengkong Video Network is not large. Most of the videos inside are adapted from comics under its own. It is not easy to achieve this click data in such a short period of time. Yang Guiyan didn't read the comment below, and directly clicked the play button. It took more than 20 minutes to watch the episode. His expression at the beginning was full of expectation. Then became dull. Then he was slightly confused. Finally, when Huang Fuxun appeared on the stage and cleanly killed the protagonists, Yang Guiyan opened his mouth wide and froze in place. Fuck, can you still play like this? Yang Guiyan was full of expectation at first because of such explosive playback data, the production must be very amazing. But after reading the first half, it can be regarded as well made, but the plot always feels a bit familiar. For the editor who has browsed countless comics, it is naturally dull. Yang Guiyan himself has seen the original work of Soul Eater. Although it is a mediocre work, it is always a bit impressed. Therefore, Yang Guiyan started when he saw the protagonist fighting with a group of people. Confused, he seems to have never seen a similar scene in the comics. Until the end of the film, all the characters that appeared on the stage were killed by Huang Fuxun, who chopped melons and vegetables, and Yang Guiyan suddenly realized it. So this is a prequel. Huang Fuxun in Soul Eater appeared as an evil spirit, and was destroyed by the protagonists by Jianqi and Li Leshan. Yu read the book www.yuyuganshu.com, but now she is in a human state. Is this before the manga starts? Yang Guiyan's editor's intuition made him guess the intention of the animation team. Indeed, the original performance of Soul Eater is average. It is better to abandon the story, just keep the setting, and describe the prequel like a fan. Thinking about it this way, the title of Soul Eater, 0, which I thought was a bit weird, is quite appropriate. However, the gimmick at the beginning is well done. Yang Guiyan looked at the comments on the first episode, and most of them were in a dazed state. In these years, the first episode of the first episode has been such a deadly protagonist animation, but there is not a single one. What's more, Yang Guiyan glanced at the official website of the animation. The information on it was from the group of people who led the lunchbox in the first episode. If you are not someone who has read the comics and is very familiar with the plot, how can you guess? This group of people turned out to be cannon fodder, to support Huang Fuxun's cannon fodder. No wonder the sales of comics have skyrocketed. These people are probably at a loss after watching the animations before looking for the original comics. Yang Guiyan pondered. Although I don't know if these admirers who came to see the original will be disappointed in the end, the effect of promoting the sales of comics has been achieved. Compared to some works that just make the characters move, the publicity effect of Soul Eater, 0 is not known to be higher. Thinking of this, Yang Guiyan immediately made a decision. He opened the internal work group and sent a brief message in the group. Yang Guiyan, Soul Eater is used on the cover of the January issue of Monthly Youth Frontline, and the front page color page is added. The editor is in charge to notify the author and let him submit the manuscript as soon as possible. Since the animation is on fire, the editorial department will naturally follow suit. Chapter 58, Original Crusher. The popularity of Soul Eater, 0 is not only because of its unexpected beginning, but also because of word of mouth. The first is the first wave of people who were shocked by watching the animation. They posted their thoughts in major animation exchange groups, forums, and Weibo, attracting another group of people who did not pay much attention to the animation of Soul Eater, 0 to watch. This formed a second spread. By noon the next day, Soul Eater, 0 was almost unknown in China's animation circles. After many people were scammed at first, they introduced Soul Eater, 0 to other people with the mentality of I can't be alone. Some people even immediately produced relevant fraudulent information. Do you want to know the ending of the King of Thieves? Do you want to know the secret of the last treasure? Click the link below to view. XXXXXX. Australia City's first online cat-sucking farm is now online. Cats, enroll online. For details, please see the link. XXXXXX. Uncles and aunts, have you seen Soul Eater, 0? It is not lost and there is no problem. I just want you to see it. Have you watched the first episode of Soul Eater, 0? If you have watched it, then we are half brothers and sisters. Various links, short links, and QR codes all point to the broadcast address of the first episode of Soul Eater, 0. In just a few hours, this animation immediately became the hottest January animation. Even in the Weibo animation keyword rankings, Soul Eater, 0 and related entries have surpassed Rainbow Media's Iron Sorcerer. After all, playing stocks is the favorite thing for the two-dimensional audience, and repeating playing stocks is very happy. Relying on these stocks, Soul Eater, 0 spread quickly. There are naturally many posts about Soul Eater, 0 in the A2 forum. There is a dedicated building for this animation, but the friends in the circle are obviously not satisfied with climbing the stairs, but are opening new posts outside one after another. One of the posts titled Spoiler Discussion Have You Seen Soul Eater, 0 in January, has the most replies, because this is the first post that appeared after the broadcast. Assault Team Leader, damn, this animation is too powerful, I am not spoiled, you all go and watch it, after watching it, you will say the same thing as me. Yayaniming 300, it's okay, I'm curious about how the story unfolds after the first episode. Although the protagonist died in the first episode, although the protagonist is full of gimmicks, it is easy to collapse afterwards. Salted Fish King, just start this, I'm going after this animation. I love melon seeds, wait, isn't this an animation adapted from a manga? It's not over if you go to see the original. Panda Superman, the original work is not available at all. I watched it on the way to work this morning. After reading it, I went to taotao.com and searched for comics. All of them are out of stock. You can't see it if you want to see it. GLX209, true or false, monthly youth frontline is accurate, hunger marketing is. Stupid doesn't catch a cold, I've seen the original. The original and the animation tells nothing at all. These protagonists never appear in the original works. Even the last girl is just a few in the original comics. The little boss who died in Zhang, as a fan of the original, I have no idea what the animation is talking about, but there is one thing to say, which is pretty good. Fox in the Rye, I have also seen the original, but I watched the animation more carefully. In fact, the animation in the animation vaguely mentions the organization in the comics. I think this may be a rumor, right? Boring time, the adaptation is not random, and the joke is not nonsense. This production team does this, and wherever the fans of the original work are placed, I think this production team is the original shredder. Mr. Yang's Hexy Pants, I can't say that too. I have seen the original and this animation. I think many details of this animation are related to the original. It even makes me want to revisit the original comics, which may still be buried in it. A lot of foreshadowing. There are fans of the real Soul Eater comics in the discussion posts on the forum. After watching the animation, they feel as if they had watched the fake Soul Eater before. The plot of this animation is obviously much better. They went back to read the comics. It was found that there were many details that corresponded to the animation. These fans posted a post summary, trying to guess the follow-up development. Soon, these people were dubbed soul scholars by other friends in the circle. After some deduction and brain replenishment, soul experts have almost restored the entire story. It was only then that people discovered that in addition to describing the story of the protagonist, Soul Eater also hides another clue, which is related to Soul Eater. 0. The protagonist of the animation. In a residential area of Ningjiang, in the studio of cartoonist A Chuang. Mr. A Chuang's recent cartoons are also progressing very smoothly. After reading Su Rui's planning book, he was inspired to quickly end the procrastinated plot and opened a new chapter. At the beginning of this chapter, the protagonists Bai Jianxi and Li Lushan encountered an unimaginable powerful enemy. This hidden enemy seemed to know Li Lushan very well, making the protagonist's team deflated everywhere. This thrilling plot made readers who are used to the plot of routines and spirits addicted to readers. Soul Eater in the monthly Youth Frontline Popularity Questionnaire also quickly rose to 10th. Putting down the pen, Mr. Huang breathed a sigh of relief. This is the content to be submitted this month. He has completed the drawing of the manuscript, and the next step is to post the dots and other follow-up processing. On the last page of this issue, the man behind the scenes finally revealed his true face. It was Huangfu Keiru. It turns out that after she was wiped out by Li Lushan, she did not reincarnate, but was captured by another powerful evil spirit and gained power to return. At the end of the plot, Mr. Huang was going to let Huangfu Sun be washed away. It turned out that she did it. Everything is to protect Li Lushan. In the end, Huangfu Sun will sacrifice for Li Lushan, and his soul will become the sword of the protagonist, Bai Jianji, to protect Li Lushan together. These are all the brain holes of Mr. Huang after reading the planning book, and he is now putting it into practice bit by bit. He is immersed in the joy of creation, and even forgot that the animation of his work was broadcast last night. Thing. There was a vibrating sound from the mobile phone, and Mr. Huang saw the call from the editor Li Ruoxuan and immediately connected the phone. Hey, Editor Swallow, I can hand in the manuscript the day after tomorrow, so don't worry. Teacher Huang subconsciously thought that Li Ruoxuan was here to remind the manuscript, and said, "Ah, that's great. No, Mr. Huang, I have other things. Our editor-in-chief just told me that the cover of the January issue will be published at the end of this month. Soul. There is also a color page for the first volume. You have worked hard to give a cover sample over the past 2 days." Li Ruoxuan's words stunned Mr. Huang. The cover and the color page of the front page. These are all the honors that a comic books pillar has a chance to win. Now, this honor has fallen on the head of Soul Eater. This is something that Mr. Huang never dreamed of. Also, Mr. Huang, the one-line version of Soul Eater is very popular now, and the sales department has decided to reprint it. Teacher Huang was a little excited. The reprinting of the work means that his income will increase a lot. It also means that the work has been affirmed. This is something an author dreams of. He later said a few words to Li Ruoxuan, but the details have already been remembered. Not quite clear. Teacher Huang, what's wrong? The assistant raised his head and asked, www.readaloud.com. The one-line version of Soul Eater is going to be republished. This month's cover and front page color pages are also our works. Sorry, Xiaowei, it seems that I will be working overtime in the past 2 weeks. After the excitement, Mr. Huang became a little calm. Whether it is a cover or a color page, it takes time and energy to create with great care. Now is not the time to celebrate, but the time to go to war. Buzzing. The phone vibrated again. Teacher Huang took a look, only to find that this was a college classmate who hadn't been in contact for a long time. Answered the phone. It turned out to be the class reunion next week. I have graduated for 5 years. Mr. Huang had always resigned from the class reunion. This time, because of work, he couldn't make it. Oh, it's okay, your job is important. The classmates on the phone didn't say anything. Anyway, 1 more is not too much, 1 less is not much, and only the key people arrive. He was going to hang up the phone, and he said one more thing. By the way, Wu Jian, are you still drawing comics? Wu Jian is the real name of Mr. Huang. He used to mention his own comic drawing among his classmates. But at that time he was still an assistant on the street, so naturally he did not mention his work. Well, yes, let's start serializing for the time being. Teacher Huang did not know what the other party was doing, so he replied. I heard from my colleague that there was an animation called Soul Eater, 0 recently. It's pretty good looking. It seems to be an adaptation of a manga. You can watch it and learn when you have time. Teacher Chuang couldn't laugh or cry when he heard what the other party said. After a moment of silence, he could only agree. Okay, but, the manga I drew is Soul Eater. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, a long time. Chapter 59.2 ND Collection. The discussion about Soul Eater 0 on the internet is still going on, which is a bit beyond Surui's expectation. Later, he thought about it, maybe because this world has not seen such rigorous propaganda fraud, people subconsciously think that this is the method of the animation production team, and that these protagonists will appear in the next episode and use clever means to solve it. Enemy. Of course, some people speculate that Huangfu Keiru is the real protagonist. Everything is foreshadowing, but he was quickly refuted by the introduction of the characters on the official website of Soul Eater 0. In addition, although Food Soul 0 on the Earth also adopted fraudulent propaganda, in the era of animation broadcast, the information exchange was not so intensive. Even Surui was not the first time to watch the update at that time, but I was recommended to watch when it was almost over. But here is different. Communication on Weibo forums has become daily, and things with rich social attributes will be infinitely magnified on these platforms. Soul Eater 0 is just such a gimmick that can be mentioned in daily chats. Animation of the topic. Needless to say, some official accounts are fueling the flames in order to earn traffic. Anyway, they don't care about the popularity, whether it's Soul Eater 0 or Soul Eater 1 or Soul Eater 2, follow the hot spots. It's over. Wenhu also has more discussion topics about Soul Eater 0. Due to the driving of the cartoon zone asked about the Big V, the problem is basically phantom electric sunspots and brainless sprays versus soul experts and passers-by. I really didn't expect that Surui, who was born in the voice of the stars, would rely on this kind of curious gimmick to promote his animation. It really fell into the world. This work has such an explosive start, it must be very difficult to end. I heard that the magic is already busy, and the second episode is likely to open the skylight. I have a cousin's classmate's uncle's son who works as a security guard in the company next to the Phantom, and he said that the Phantom is already empty. All kinds of discussions have been raised, but Surui only read a few comments at first, and then devoted himself to the intense follow-up production. This time, due to sufficient preparations, the animation production of Soul Eater 0 went very smoothly. When the first episode was broadcast, most of the episodes had been completed, so there is no need to worry about the situation that cannot keep up with the progress. Just as the popularity of Soul Eater 0 on the internet declined, the second episode was broadcast. In the past few years on ChengKongVideo.com, there have never been so many people waiting for an animation update. At this time, the first episode of Soul Eater 0 has more than 10 million views only one episode, and the same period of popularity but far surpasses Iron Sorcerer. On January 13, it was Sunday night. Even though he had to go to work the next day, Luo Xiong, a well-known fan on the A2 forum, was still in front of the computer, waiting for the second episode of Soul Eater 0 to be broadcast. He was boringly scrolling through group chats and forums. Luo Xiong's January animation commentary should have received a lot of comments due to the war, but because he was shocked by the first episode of Soul Eater 0, he did not dare to write a comment on this animation. Resulting in this post being uninterested, he himself couldn't hold back his face to reply repeatedly, and could only watch the post sink. For this reason, Luo Xiong used the anonymous trumpet to black Soul Eater on various platforms, such as fabricating the phantom electricity to go bankrupt, slandering the original author of the comics based on unspoken rules, etc. Because the compilation is very similar to that, it has caused hundreds on the internet. Tie forwarding, in his opinion, is anonymous anyway, no one knows that he did it, and he has the ability to hit him along the network cable. In the eyes of many people who do not like Soul Eater, 0, the second episode is the one that can pin this animation to the pillar of shame. They are looking forward to the collapse of the plot, because in their perception, the first episode there is no way to continue this ending. The protagonist is dead, how can you continue? At 11 o'clock, Luo Xiang refreshed the page, but found that it was unable to load it. He refreshed twice again, but it still fails to load. Did the production team really run away? Luo Xiang was very excited and posted on A2 without much confirmation. Heavenly dog, haha, I knew that the production crew of Soul Eater 0 didn't know how to round out the plot, so they just ran away. Screenshot. Just after posting the post, Luo Xiang saw several replies. Assault team leader, your computer is broken, is it good for me? The green leaves do not fall, you have a network card, I have been here for 2 minutes. Stark and Theo, I'm afraid that because there are too many people watching, your page crashed? Seeing these replies, Luo Xiang thought of the possibility. He disconnected from the internet, restarted the router, and took a long time to reconnect to the internet. This time, he can click on the second episode. He minimized all the groups and focused on the second episode. Originally, Luo Xiang was still wondering how to explain the Tuanmi of the previous episode in the second episode, but at the beginning of the second episode of Soul Eater, 0, except for the flashback of the first episode for a few seconds, there was no mention of those protagonists at all. Thing up. The scene is exactly the same as in the first episode. It is also a scene overlooking the city. The story is told through the dialogue of the walkie-talkie, and the scene finally jumps to a car. Is this a reset? Luo Xiang asked subconsciously, but found that the people in the car and the protagonist team were not a group of people at all, each of them looked strange and did not look like the protagonist. Then, the plot developed in a similar trajectory to the first episode, encountering crises and resolved by various means. At this time, a girl with short hair and wearing a junior high school uniform appeared. She uses long swords to fight evil spirits with exquisite swordsmanship. She paints with a degree of relaxation, and the box-shaped explosions are shocking but not chaotic, which is very enjoyable. Li Shen. Luo Xiang heard the girl's name, and saw that she soon met the long-haired woman who killed all the protagonists at the end of the previous episode. At this time, Luo Xiang knew that the two people had known each other a long time ago, and they even had a relationship. Well, the battle between the two started in the subway. The girl's soft beauty and fierce sword light interlaced, suffocating. This performance even gave Luo Xiang a sense of a martial arts movie. He once forgot that he actually wanted to black this animation. The two hit the ground from the ground. As a result, because of Li Leshen's inner entanglement, she made a mistake, was affected by the explosion, and then was bitten by the huge spirit beast Luan Honglian summoned by Huangfu Sun. The petite Li Leshen was lifted up, Huangfu Sun raised his knife and gently cut away Li Leshen's clothes, revealing a looming, undeveloped body, making Luo Xiang's face close to the screen, as if he wanted to see more. Why is it like this? www.readaloud.com Keiru's sister. On the screen, Li Leshen, who had been tortured by the spirit beast, lost his eyes and looked at Huang Fuxun in front of him and said, "For the first time, when I have someone I like, and for the first time, I have someone who can be a friend for a lifetime. Two happy things overlap together, and these two happy things bring more happiness and gain. It should be a happy moment like a dream, but why is it so?" At this time, the lines have changed from white to background sound to show Li Leshen's mood. The burning subway reflected fire on the faces of the two girls. The whole composition seemed to be split from the middle, and one side was dark and cold. On the other side of the world is the calamity that burns with anger. Luo Xiang was a little touched, and then he saw the camera turn to Huangfu Keiru, the beautiful girl with a long straight black face expressionless and raised the long sword in her hand. "Don't call my sister." The sword fell with his hand, the screen went black, and Soul Eater 03 characters appeared in the dark screen, just like the first episode. What? Luo Xiong originally thought that after watching the second episode, he would be able to start hacking this animation as much as he wants, but now after watching it, his mind is still a mess. Beep, are all gone again. Luo Xiong was stunned in front of the hacked computer screen, unable to say a word. Until a doorbell awakened him, Luo Xiong came to the door. Who? He asked. Open the door and check the water meter. The people outside answered. Oh. Luo Xiong opened the door. At this time, he suddenly realized something. It is 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, and my water meter is downstairs. Chapter 60, It's gone again. On the night when the second episode of Soul Eater 0 was broadcast, the plot collapse that many people expected did not appear, but the ending of another group annihilation, shocking people. In Jingping's rental house, after watching the second episode, Mend was stunned for a full 10 minutes before he was slightly relieved. The group is gone again. He originally thought that the Tuan Mi in the first episode was a huge suspense. In the second episode, it either flashed back or said that the previous episode was actually an illusion, and it was always going to be reversed. Unexpectedly, in the second episode, that group of protagonists was barely mentioned, as if they were so truly dead. Then, the protagonist team that appeared in the second episode, once again repeated the same mistakes and was destroyed. This is also okay. Mend couldn't help screaming, and even stopped the voice of the young couple who were exercising next door. He didn't have time to take care of this, and opened the Wenhu Big V group. There have been countless messages in it, from the beginning of the broadcast at 11 o'clock to the present. Mend flipped through it and found that everyone was exactly the same as himself, from the initial joking, to the confusion at the end, to the shock at the end. Men, I really watch Soul Eater 0? Don't it be an animated version of 1,000 Ways to Die, right? Aji, I originally thought there would be a reversal, but who knew there was really no reversal? The protagonist in the first episode was so cold? The past is like smoke. Actually, Huangfu Keiru is the protagonist. This animation is about how Huangfu Keiru killed all the enemies. Funny. Jiro, if I hadn't seen the same character, I would have thought that I was watching the first episode of the two animations. What is this animation doing? Remy, let me, who has seen the original, tell you that this short-haired Li Lushan is the heroine of the original. Men, it's true. The protagonist of the original game also received a lunchbox. He was phantom telescoped, so he changed it. Blue vision, as expected of Su Rui, the original Shredder, the past adaptation is weak. Looking at the chat history, Mender remembered to go to the official website and glanced at it, but he did not know that all the posters, character introductions, and story backgrounds originally hung on the official website had all changed. Chen Guanqi, Xia Moran, and other members of the Scientific Research Center for Spiritual Elimination lost their introductions, replaced by introductions by Li Lushan, Huang Fuxun, and others. WTF? Mender, who was initially confused, was even more confused. He posted the URL to the group, which caused more doubts. Political Commissar, so, the protagonists in the first episode are really just cannon fodder for laying the groundwork? Arrow, wait, so to speak, these people in the second episode are also cannon fodder, they are all wiped out. Remy, the protagonist of the manga can't be dead, right? The original author can't make trouble if he is dead. Aji, it's not good, after all, it's the original Shredder. I don't think one or two comic protagonists die. The past is like smoke, I see. Su Rui wanted to make a big news to stir up his enthusiasm, so he did not hesitate to sacrifice the original. Hearing this from group friends, men seemed to have some idea. Soul Eater was originally a mediocre comic, no matter how it was adapted, it wouldn't make any difference. It's better to smash the original, like Surui, to make gimmicks and make big news, no matter what his original is, anyway. Just start the heat. Then there will be some extraterrestrials, cosmic wars, your circle is really chaotic, just like Voice of Stars, his reputation as Surui has been fired. Hey, shit, it seems to be like this. Mender slapped his thigh and was still thinking about it, and he saw that Menmenmen had followed the thoughts of the past is like smoke and wrote a long series of answers, which were posted on the How to Evaluate Soul Eater, 0. The second episode's question is below. In this answer, Menmenmen analyzed Surui's ideas in detail from the background to the motives, and finally defined it as the original Shredder, and declared that the production team of the Phantom has no awe of the original, and it must be. It was boycotted by the editorial department of Monthly Youth Frontline. At the end of the answer, Menmenmen enthusiastically wrote, I suggest that the author of the comic Soul Eater complain to the animation production team. This disorderly adaptation has seriously disrupted the order of the industry. Fans should also immediately boycott this animation and not become a stepping stone to others' fame. If it is said that the first episode of Soul Eater, 0, the ending of the entire group is stunned, then the second episode of Soul Eater, 0, the second episode of Soul Eater, 0, the change of the promotion content of the entire official website, is so impressive. Say fuck, there is this kind of operation. No matter how the content of the animation changes in the past, it is ultimately just a reversal of the animation plot. The audience can get out of it, but now, Soul Eater, 0 puts the audience in it and becomes a part of the reversal. It's unprecedented. This kind of anti-routine above the routine was suddenly realized after the audience was deceived, but there was no feeling of being fooled. On the contrary, it was novel and exciting, and I couldn't help but look forward to the following plot. Coupled with the excellent picture quality of the second episode of Soul Eater, 0, the sword fights between the girls are mixed with the sharpness of steel and the softness of the flowing water. The original painting of the fight on UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com is Guo Weiren completed by one person. Yi Qian only corrected the characters' facial lines in the later stage. Guo Weiren's iconic Guo's cube and extremely dynamic battle lines make people want to stop. In the end, many people immediately recognized it as soon as they heard Li Lushan speak. The voice actor of this role is Soliu, who sang the ending song of Soul Eater, 0 that everyone hasn't heard yet. Soliu's iconic cold voice mixed a bit childishly, especially in the last part of the second season. Li Lushan's confession aroused the sad emotions of the audience, which was moving. After someone who has seen the manga revealed that Li Lushan was the heroine of the original manga, Soliu's fans couldn't help but look forward to Soliu's performance in the animation. Therefore, whether it is an audience interested in the plot, an audience interested in painting, and some passers-by who came purely because of Soliu, they all pay close attention to the third episode of Soul Eater, 0. Another week passed. On January 20th, everyone was waiting for the third episode of Soul Eater, 0 to be broadcast for a week. But before it was broadcast, another stone was thrown into the lake that hadn't calmed down, causing waves. That is, the Monthly Youth Frontline magazine, which did not speak out in the face of some people's doubts about the tampering of the original work, was published on this day. S cover is the heroine of Soul Eater, who has gone to high school and has long hair, Li Lushan. At the same time, in line with the climax of the plot, the front page coloring page is also the 32-page big show of Soul Eater. When readers turn to the last page of this issue, they are surprised to find that they have been laying foreshadowing before, so that Li Le, the man behind the 9 Deaths of God and others, is actually Huangfu Keiru. Is Huangfu Keiru who came back from hell.